Chapter 579. The Crown Prince Zhan Shi was mainly in charge of the Eastern Palace's internal affairs and cultural education. When Li Zishuan was first appointed to this position, Li Er had not expected him to be able to fulfill his duties. This was because Li Qingxian's education was being handled by the Crown Prince's right concubine-born son Kong Yingda and his left concubine-born son Yu Jining. Li Zishuan's title as Crown Prince Zhan Shi was more in name than reality. Li Er mainly wanted him to assist Li Qingxian in the future. At this time, Li Er still had high hopes for his son Li Qingxian. "This subject thanks your majesty for your grace." Li Zishuan was happy. This test had indeed tested Li Er's attitude. It seemed like Li Er did not want to remove him from his position. But logically speaking, Li Zishuan had no intention of resigning. Although he wasn't a fan of official positions, he needed to have an official position to protect himself in this cannibalistic feudal society. The higher the rank, the better. This third-rank Crown Prince Zhan Shi was just right. Li Er looked at Li Zishuan, who wanted to be proud but did not dare to be too proud. He was both angry and amused. He pondered for a while and said, "The Supreme Court had already found out some information from the scholar who led the attack on your house." When Li Zishuan heard this, he immediately perked up. However, Li Er suddenly stopped talking. This made him very angry. He cursed old Li in his heart for not having little Chirpy. After waiting for a long while, Li Er continued. "That student is from Qinghe's Cui family's Zhengzhou branch's second branch. His name is Cui Yunhan. His grandfather is the East County Duke's younger brother. According to him, because he saw you wantonly advocating engineering studies, he felt that you were insulting the sage's studies. He felt indignant and wanted to gather a group of classmates to denounce you." Qinghe's Cui family? When Li Zishuan heard Cui Yunhan's identity, he was shocked in his heart. Combined with the news of the aristocratic family gathering that Leng Yuyao brought the day before, he finally had a rough idea of what happened. The aristocratic family had already made a move on him. But after hearing Cui Yunhan's confession, Li Zishuan could not help but frown. He stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Your Majesty, please forgive me for speaking bluntly. The truth is definitely not what Cui Yunhan said. All of my actions after leaving the mountain have harmed the aristocratic families and benefited the common people. Those aristocratic families all see me as a thorn in their side. If you say that Cui Yunhan's actions are only to protect the position of the Saint Academy, I will never believe it." Li Er said in annoyance, "Of course I know that kid is lying. Do I need you to teach me?" However, as Cui Zhenchuo was the prefectural duke, the people of the Supreme Court could not punish his grandnephew without any evidence. However, the Supreme Court didn't come out empty-handed. They also found some other things. Li Zishuan's expression changed slightly, but he couldn't rush him. He could only stand there anxiously and wait for him to continue. The incident this time was less than a month apart from the time when Jiang Zuihua led a group of women to surround your house. Previously, I suspected that there should be some connection between the two cases. Thus, I let the Supreme Court officials try the two cases together. As expected, Jiang Zuihua testified that Cui Yunhan's figure and voice were very similar to the person who instigated her last time. Thus, Cui Yunhan has been detained by the Supreme Court and will be handed over to the Ministry of Justice to be convicted. After Li Er finished speaking, there was a trace of complacency in his expression. Li Zishuan felt that he should play the background music of Detective Conan for old Li. However, he felt that the previous case had nothing to do with this case. Because the day before yesterday, Leng Yuyao brought news that during the gathering of the 5 aristocratic families, the one who went to the Cui family was Cui Xuanji. "Your Majesty is wise and observant. I admire you. But I wonder how your Majesty intends to deal with it?" Li Zishuan thought to himself. No matter if the previous incident was done by Cui Yunhan or not, this kid will definitely not be able to escape. I will kill him first. Li Er stared into Li Zishuan's eyes and asked, "How do you want me to deal with him?" A qualified and virtuous official would definitely say, "Your Majesty can decide," at this moment. However, Li Zishuan was never a qualified and virtuous official. He said with a serious face, "Your Majesty, to be honest, ever since I decided to establish Yanhuang College and promote engineering, I have been running around everywhere for the college. Even so, the progress of the college is not satisfactory. The main reason is that in the process of building the college, there are always some people with bad intentions who want to harm me. In order to protect myself and my family, I am really tired of dealing with them. Therefore, if your Majesty feels that there is still a need for Yanhuang College to exist, or if your Majesty feels that engineering is still useful to my Tang Empire, I beg your Majesty to punish the chicken to warn the monkey, so that those demons and monsters will not affect me from spreading engineering. After saying so much, Li Zishuan wanted to use the name of engineering to make Cui Yunhan look bad in front of Li Er. With the fairy lamp and gunpowder, these two peerless artifacts, Li Zishuan felt that the bargaining chip on the side of engineering was enough. Furthermore, Li Er's relationship with the Shandong nobles was not good. This choice was not controversial for Li Er. Of course, Li Er would not choose to stand on the side of the nobles. Otherwise, he would not have personally ordered the imperial army to capture Cui Yunhan. The reason why he did that was because he placed great importance on engineering. At this moment, after hearing Li Zishuan's words, he raised his eyebrows and said, "You want me to kill Cui Yunhan? Tisk. You really dare to think about it? Let's not talk about Cui Yunhan being from the Cui clan of Qinghe. Just based on the crimes he committed, according to my Tang Empire law, he does not deserve to die. Do you want me to kill him just because he targeted you? If I really do that, how can I convince the masses?" Li Zishuan felt helpless. He thought for a while and said, "I was too reckless. However, Your Majesty, last time, the elder of 7 cultivators sect, Snake King, came down the mountain to kill me to avenge his disciple. According to my investigation, Snake King had been in seclusion in Snake Spirit Mountain for many years and rarely came down the mountain. A few months ago, I killed Flying Snake at Beimeng Mountain's Bloodwind stronghold. There were very few people who knew about this matter. Snake King must have found out from some channels that I killed his disciple and came down the mountain to ambush me. I suspect that this matter is related to the nobles, or rather, the Cui clans. Your Majesty, please make a decision for me." Hearing this, a cold light flashed in Li Er's eyes. He stood with his hands behind his back and paced back and forth in the hall. After a while, he said, "Your suspicion is reasonable, but there is no proof. I will not let Cui Yunhan off easily. I will also send someone to warn the Cui clan. This matter ends here. If they still dare to do anything, I will definitely punish them. You can go back first." In the end, now is not the time to touch the Cui clans. Li Er sighed in his heart. Chapter 580. Feiji, do you have any brothers who are good at gathering information? After returning home from the palace, Li Zishuan called Pang Feiji into the house and asked. Pang Feiji was confused and replied, "Yes, I do. I have 2 men who are especially good at gathering information. Do you have any orders for me, Lord Zhu?" Li Zishuan nodded in satisfaction and said, "Very good. Send them to investigate all the dirty things the Cui family has done in recent years. The more, the better. It's best if you can find evidence." Li Er had some misgivings about the aristocratic families and was unwilling to make a move against the Cui family. However, Li Zishuan wasn't willing to let them off just like that. Even if he couldn't get rid of this towering tree, he could at least make its roots fester a bit. Li Zishuan had never shown any mercy to those who had harmed him before, just like the 7 cultivators of True Virtue sect. Pang Feiji was stunned and asked subconsciously, "Which Cui family is it, Lord Zhu?" "The Cui family from Qinghe." Pang Feiji felt his brain explode. The Cui family was a top aristocratic family that had lasted for thousands of years. In people's hearts, their status was even higher than that of the Li family. Now, Li Zishuan wanted him to investigate the Cui family. How could he not be shocked? After being stunned for a moment, Pang Feiji muttered, "Lord Zhu, did I hear wrongly? You want to investigate the Cui family from Qinghe?" Li Zishuan nodded and said, "That's right. Is there a problem?" Seeing Pang Feiji's unusually shocked expression, Li Zishuan went forward and patted his shoulder. He continued, "Feiji, you have to understand who has the final say in the world now. It's the emperor. The aristocratic families are just arrows at the end of their flight. Don't be afraid of them anymore. Pang Feiji swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and said, I understand. Don't worry, Lord Zhu, I will find a way to get this done. But, go. Li Zishuan didn't believe that any of these rich and powerful families had a clean bottom. As long as Pang Feiji investigated seriously, he would definitely be able to find some dirty deeds done by the Cui family's disciples. East Duke's Mansion. Uncle. Oh no. Yunhan has been sent to Cheongzhou. In the afternoon, Cui Yunhan's father, Cui Simo, hurried to the backyard of the East County Duke's mansion. When he saw Cui Junchuo, who was enjoying the cool air under the corridor, he shouted anxiously. The Tang dynasty established Chong, and as the capital. The development of the north was relatively good, while the development of the south was relatively poor. At this time, the main places of exile for prisoners were Hainan and Guangxi in the south. These places were rich in resources, inconvenient in transportation, and unsuitable for human habitation. The prisoners' lives were used to do dangerous work to speed up the local development. Cui Junchuo was shocked. He stood up shakily and said in disbelief, How is that possible? The Supreme Judiciary just arrested Yun Han the day before yesterday. Even if they have evidence, they have to hand it over to the Ministry of Justice to convict him. How can it be so fast? Cui Simo said with a sad face, It's true, uncle. I asked a few friends from the Supreme Judiciary to take care of Yun Han. According to them, the Supreme Judiciary held a joint trial yesterday for Yun Han and Jiang Zihua, who instigated the women to cause trouble in Li Zishuan's house. Jiang Zihua, that be asterisk Tisich, slandered my son Yun Han and the mastermind behind the scenes who bribed her previously. Their voices and figures are exactly the same. Therefore, the Supreme Judiciary officially arrested Yun Han yesterday and prepared to hand him over to the Ministry of Justice to convict him. However, just now, I received news from the Supreme Judiciary that the Emperor has decreed that Yun Han will be sent to Cheongzhou and will not be able to enter the imperial court as an official for the rest of his life. Uncle, you have to save Yun Han. He has been wronged. The previous incident had nothing to do with him. When Cui Junchuo heard this, he was both shocked and stunned at the same time. He never thought that the crime of Cui Xuanji bribing Jiang Zihua to wreak havoc in the Li residence would ultimately fall onto Cui Yunhan. He closed his eyes and seriously thought about it. If he didn't think about it, he wouldn't know. But when he thought about it, he was shocked. He compared Cui Xuanji and Cui Yunhan's voices and figures in his memory and realized that they were 80% similar. No wonder Jiang Zihua would identify Cui Yunhan as the mastermind. Now that things had come to this, it was already out of Cui Junchuo's control. Now that there were witnesses and evidence, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to reverse the case for Cui Yunhan unless he told the imperial court that the mastermind behind the chaos in the Li residence was Cui Xuanji. However, was it worth it? That way, although it would reduce Cui Yunhan's crime, it would also cause another descendant of the Cui family to be implicated. Furthermore, it would be the most outstanding youngster of the third generation. Cui Junchuo would never allow such a situation to happen. Cui Cmo did not know about the previous incident. Otherwise, it would be hard to say if he would betray Cui Xuanji in order to save his son. For the Cui family, he could only. A trace of determination flashed across Cui Junchuo's eyes. He looked at Cui Cmo and said in a deep voice, I had already arranged a meeting with 2 assistant ministers of the Ministry of Justice tomorrow to ask them to make an exception. However, I did not expect the Emperor to place such importance on this case and convict Yunhan in such a short time. Now that the Emperor has issued the imperial edict and the evidence is irrefutable, no matter how hard I try, it will be in vain. So, CMO, you had better make plans early and arrange for some people to go to Cheongzhou to take care of Yunhan's. Cui CMO was stunned on the spot as if he was struck by lightning. After a while, he said in a trembling voice, No. Uncle, Yunhan is also your nephew's. She couldn't ruin his future because of such a small matter. Please help him. Don't you know Minister Li? Ask him to plead for leniency for Yunhan. Patriarch, the imperial edict is here. The eunuch who delivers the imperial edict is waiting outside. At this moment, a servant ran in a panic and reported with a bow. Chui Junchuo's expression changed abruptly. Then, he said to Chui CMO, "Take care of yourself. The Chui family is no longer the same as before. If you don't wake up now, sooner or later, you will follow in Yunhan's footsteps." After saying that, he snorted and left in a huff. When Chui CMO heard that, he knew that this matter had really reached the point of no return. When he thought that his only son was going to be exiled to a barren land thousands of miles away, even though he was a man in his 40s, he could not help but feel sad and his eyes turned red. "Yunhan, my son, I have let you down. Uncle, you are so cruel." The person Chui CMO was complaining about in his heart had already arrived at the front yard. When he saw the eunuch who came to deliver the imperial edict, his pupils suddenly shrank. His already stooped back bent even lower. If one looked carefully, one could see that his body was still trembling slightly. Chapter 581. Steward Zhao, why have you come personally? East County Duke's Mansion. The person who came to deliver the imperial edict was Zhao Song. Although this person did not have any rank, he was the person closest to the center of power of the Tang Empire. No one dared to ignore him. Furthermore, Chui Junchuo had just heard the news of Chui Yunhan being exiled to Cheongzhou, and Zhao Song, the head eunuch, came with the imperial edict. Even a fool would know that the Chui family was in big trouble. "Hee, I'm here to see the grand courtyard of the East County Duke's mansion. I wonder if the East County Duke has been well recently?" Zhao Song's face was full of smiles, but his smile did not make people happy. Perhaps this was the so-called, "there is a knife hidden in a smile." When Chui Junchuo heard Zhao Song's words, his expression froze completely. After a long silence, he said, "Thank you for your concern, Steward Zhao. I'm well." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Song sighed and said, "But His Majesty has not been well recently. There are always some people who don't want to live a peaceful life and insist on doing shameful things in the dark. These people think that they are doing it secretly and no one will find out. But they don't know that if they don't want anyone to know, they shouldn't do it in the first place. His Majesty is watching." After saying that, Zhao Song stared at Chui Junchuo meaningfully without blinking. The atmosphere in the room suddenly froze. The panic in Chui Junchuo's eyes disappeared in a flash. Then he stepped forward and clasped his hands. "This kind of person is really hateful. His Majesty is diligent and loves the people. He has a lot of things to deal with every day, but he still has to worry about this kind of person. I am greatly indebted to His Majesty, but I can't share His Majesty's burdens and find out those evil people in the dark. I am ashamed to face His Majesty." As he spoke, Chui Junchuo's tears flowed down. Looking at him, anyone would think that he was a rare loyal minister. Zhao Song's expression did not change, as if he did not hear Chui Junchuo's words at all. Chui Junchuo expressed his feelings for a long time, but he did not receive any response from Zhao Song. If he knew that a clown was a creature, he would definitely feel that he was a clown now. Cough cough. The atmosphere was awkward for a while, and Chui Junchuo finally couldn't help but get to the point. "I wonder why Steward Zhao is here today?" Zhao Song's expression turned solemn. He stepped forward and said, "His Majesty ordered me to come. His Majesty wants me to say a few words to you." Chui Junchuo hurriedly said, "Then this old man will order people to set up the incense table to welcome the imperial edict." Zhao Song said, "There's no need. I'm just here to pass on a few verbal instructions from His Majesty. I don't have an imperial edict with me. East Commandery Duke, just listen to me." Chui Junchuo's heart was beating very fast. He quickly cupped his hands and said, "Chief, please speak. This old man is all ears." Zhao Song smiled and said, "I've just finished what His Majesty wanted to say to the prefectural duke. I have to return to the palace now. Take care." After saying that, he didn't care whether Chui Junchuo reacted or not and directly left. "Are you done? That's it?" He just said that if you don't want others to know, don't do it in the first place. Could it be that His Majesty already knows about the Snake Spirit Mountain? Chui Junchuo stared at Zhao Song's back as he left and muttered. His face had never been so pale, and he seemed to have aged a lot. Cui Yunhan has been exiled to Cheongzhou? In the evening at the Li residence, Li Zishuan widened his eyes and looked at Brother Ji in front of him as he asked in shock. He still had some basic knowledge of history. He knew that the Cheongzhou of this era was completely different from the Cheongzhou of his previous life. With the current level of transportation, it would be good if Cui Yunhan could reach Cheongzhou alive. Even if he was still alive, the rest of his life would be wasted. Logically speaking, being exiled to that place was no different from being beheaded. Pang Feiji nodded excitedly and said, "Lord Zhu, this is absolutely true. Jiang Cuihua has also been exiled to Cheongzhou. With these two as examples, I'll see who dares to cause trouble in the residence in the future." Not bad, not bad. Li Zishuan stood up with satisfaction and paced around the room. He didn't expect Li Er to be so ruthless and not give the Cui family any face. It seemed that what he said in front of Li Er in the afternoon had taken effect. Looks like old Li still cares a lot about his work. This way, I can save a lot of trouble in the future. Li Zishuan thought proudly in his heart. Unlike the other emperors in the future, Li Er had a strong personality and was very opinionated. Once he made up his mind to protect someone, as long as that person didn't look for trouble, they would usually be safe. Lord Zhu, then should we continue investigating the Cui family? Pang Feiji asked tentatively. After following Li Zishuan for so long, Chicken Bro understood Li Zishuan very well. He guessed that when Li Zishuan asked him to investigate the Cui family, it was mainly because of the results given by Li Er. Li Zishuan might not be satisfied, but looking at Li Zishuan now, it was obvious that he was satisfied with the results given by Li Er. That was why he asked this question. Li Zishuan muttered, "Let's investigate. Let's not talk about other things first. I'm also very curious if the Cui family has done any dirty things in recent years." Although Cui Yunhan was crippled, Li Zishuan wasn't completely relieved. After all, the Cui family was a millennium-old family. Who knew if the other party would play any tricks again? He had to prepare the black material first so that he could be prepared when he needed to use it in the future. Yes. Lord Zhu. Pang Feiji scratched his head. Although he didn't understand what Li Zishuan was thinking, he still obeyed the order and agreed. Hey. Did you hear? Cui Yunhan has been exiled to Cheongzhou. In front of the Hongwen Library, a group of students who had just finished school were walking in groups of 3 to 5. One of the students suddenly said, "How is that possible? Cui Yunhan had only been in the Supreme Court for less than 3 days. How could he be convicted so quickly?" "Yeah. Dongfeng Rua, where did you get this unreliable news?" "It's true. My father is the head of the Supreme Court. How can the news I got be fake? I heard that Her Majesty personally issued an imperial edict to exile Cui Yunhan to Cheongzhou. He can't be an official for the rest of his life. And Jiang Cuihua, who started the trouble at Li Xinan's house, was also exiled to Cheongzhou. Hiss. Her Majesty's... Looks like I can't say bad things about Gong Shui in the future. Her Majesty is obviously supporting Li Xianan. TSK. Luckily, I didn't cause trouble that day. Otherwise, wouldn't I have to live in fear every day? The punishment that Li Er gave Cui Yunhan could not be said to be light. To a scholar, their greatest wish was to obtain scholarly honors and enter the imperial court. And now, with Cui Yunhan as an example, all of them could not help but feel fear in their hearts. From this aspect, the goal of punishing the chicken to warn the monkey had been completely achieved. Chapter 582. How was it? What was Cui Junchuo's reaction after hearing those words? In the Ganlu Palace, after dealing with the last memorial, Li Er raised his head and asked Zhao Song. Zhao Song bowed and said, "Your Majesty," the East County Duke said, "His Majesty is diligent and loves the people, but he still has to work hard for such a villain. He is deeply indebted to the Emperor, but he can't share the Emperor's worries and find out the demons and monsters in the dark. He is ashamed to face the Emperor." "Men." Li Er snorted angrily. Zhao Song glanced at Li Er cautiously and didn't dare to answer. After a while, Li Er asked again, "Is there anything unusual about his expression?" Zhao Song pursed his lips and said, "There's nothing too obvious." Li Er smiled and said, Oh? Then there's something unusual? I'm not very sure, so I don't dare to jump to conclusions. Li Er stood up and pointed at Zhao Song. Zhao Song, Zhao Song. After so many years, you're still so cautious. Don't worry and say it boldly. I'll make the final decision in my heart. Only then did Zhao Song tell the truth. Your Majesty, when I said, if you don't want others to know about it, don't do it in the first place, I clearly saw Duke Dong's eyelids twitch twice. Also, with all due respect, with my many years of experience, there was panic and uneasiness in the East County Duke's eyes, but it was fleeting. Li Er's face sank and he frowned. This old man really has something up his sleeve. At this moment, Li Er remembered that during the day, Li Zishuan said that the reason why the 7 cultivators' sect's Snake King came down the mountain to avenge his disciple was probably because the aristocratic family deliberately released the news to kill with a borrowed knife. He asked Zhao Song to go to Cui Junchuo's residence to test it out. Now, looking at the situation, the Cui family probably played some dishonorable role in it. The reason why Li Er came to this conclusion was mainly because he believed in the observation skills of a master. Although Cui Junchuo was an old fox, Zhao Song's eyesight was also good. Send someone to keep an eye on him. If he doesn't behave, then I can only. The next day, East Market of Chang, and City, Huji Grain Store. Shopkeeper Shin, last month, our grain store still had 1,500 strings of coins left. Among them, the Yun family in Yongning Square had 200 strings of coins, the Chow family's restaurant had 370 strings of coins, the Su family in Anqing Square had 215 strings of coins, the Zhu family in Chonghua Square had 300 strings of coins, the Hu family's restaurant had 280 strings of coins, and the Miao family in Changshu Square had 135 strings of coins. Here, I've written these accounts for you. You can have someone check them later. Meng Wenhao picked up an account book, walked to the counter in front of the grain store, and handed it to an old man in a scholarly robe. The old man took the account book, nodded, and said, Hey, little brother Meng, this old man can rest assured that you're the one who did the accounting. But are you leaving now? Do you want to tell young mistress? Meng Wenhao hurriedly shook his head and said, No need. I've already told young master and young mistress earlier. Thank you for taking care of me for the past month. Wenhao is very grateful. The old man waved his hand and said, Little brother Meng, you're too polite. It's your own ability that's great, this old man didn't help you with anything. Although he said that, from the expression on the old man's face, he still enjoyed Meng Wenhao's compliment. Shopkeeper Shin, you're too modest. Since the work here has been handed over, then Wenhao will take his leave. Meng Wenhao bowed, then put away the package and prepared to go out. Meng Wenhao, stop right there. At this moment, a delicate voice came from outside the house. Then, a girl in a light pink dress, slightly plump, and with a passable appearance, walked in. Then, she looked at Meng Wenhao with burning eyes and said, Meng Wenhao, are you in such a hurry to leave? Do you not want to see me that much? Meng Wenhao's footsteps stopped, and the expression on his face was extremely awkward. He murmured, Young mistress who you're here, call me Qing. The girl snorted and said with dissatisfaction, Meng Wenhao, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Could it be that someone here made you unhappy? Or are you not satisfied with your current salaries? Hearing what she said, the shopkeepers and workers in the grain store all kept quiet out of fear. Then, they looked at Meng Wenhao anxiously, afraid that this young man would say something he shouldn't. Meng Wenhao waved his hands and said, No. I'm very happy here, shopkeeper Shen and the others take good care of me, and squire who gives me a very high salary, there's nothing I'm dissatisfied with. After he said that, the shopkeepers and workers all breathed a sigh of relief. Hu Qingwan frowned and said, Since you're happy here and satisfied with your salary, then why do you still want to leave? After saying that, the girl put her hands on her small waist, cough. She put her hands on her waist and took a step forward, looking at Meng Wenhao with burning eyes, with an aggressive posture. Meng Wenhao timidly took 2 steps back and said, Young mistress who, Qingwan, I'm very grateful to you and squire who for giving me such a high salary, but it's already August. I came here to be an accountant just to help reduce my mother's burden. Although I made a lot of money, I missed a lot of things because of it. I, Meng Wenhao, am a disciple of Mr. Li, and I'm studying engineering. Yanhuang College started construction more than a month ago, and the students from the School of Mathematics all went to Yunshan to help, but I couldn't go. Now that school is about to start, I have to go back to Yunshan to help. So, I can only leave. Hu Qingwan pouted her small mouth, holding the belt of her skirt with her hand, and hesitantly said, Then after you leave the college, you don't have me in your hearts? Cough, cough, cough. Hearing that, Old Man Shin's face turned red, and he coughed violently. Then, he waved at the workers in the grain store who were gossiping and scolded, What are you all standing here for? Come with me to move the grain. Let's go, let's go. The workers suddenly understood, and under Old Man Shin's lead, they all left the grain store. Before Old Man Shin left, he even considerately closed the door. Seeing that, Hu Qingwan also knew that she had misspoken, and her face quickly turned red. However, although she was shy, she still raised her head and looked directly into Meng Wenhao's eyes. Meng Wenhao was sweating profusely. This was the first time someone had confessed to him, and he didn't feel any better. His face was even redder than Hu Wanqing's. After hemming and hawing for a long time, Meng Wenhao opened his mouth and said, Qingwan, I'm very grateful for the care you and Minister Hu have given me during this period of time, but I don't intend to consider a romantic relationship right now. Your feelings, Hu Qingwan didn't wait for Meng Wenhao to finish and interrupted him. It's okay. If you don't consider it now, I can wait. Meng Wenhao rubbed his eyebrows, and his face was full of speechlessness. For more than a month, he was indeed very happy to be able to use what he learned to earn money, but this girl in front of him was his nightmare for the past month, and it made him very distressed. Chapter 583. Brother. Meng Wenhao left. Help me persuade him. Xinghua Square, Hu family. Hu Qingwan went straight to the backyard after returning from the grain store in the East Market. She found her brother, Hu Yuanbao, and said angrily. Looking at her, her confession just now must have failed. Oh, Meng Wenhao? Little sister, who is Meng Wenhao? Has he formed his core? A plump and fair man was lying on a bamboo bed reading the Tang Dynasty daily. From afar, he looked like a pile of fat meat on the bed. When he heard Hu Qingwan's complaint, he casually replied, That's right. Core formation? What core? Hu Qingwan, who was angry, couldn't help but be stunned when she heard these inexplicable words and asked in confusion. Hu Yuanbao felt that he had misspoken and coughed dryly. Ahem. Nothing. I'm saying that Han Li is about to break through to the core formation stage. He hadn't read A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality for a few days, so he planned to start reading it today. Just as he was reading it with relish, Hu Qingwan angrily came to find him. Therefore, before his mind could break away from the novel, he subconsciously replied to her. Hu Yuanbao. There was always a price to pay for being willful, and Hu Yuanbao thoroughly experienced it at this moment. After figuring out what core formation was, Hu Qingwan yelled angrily, which resounded throughout the Hu family's courtyard. The birds on the branches flapped their wings and fled in fright. Hu Yuanbao. I'm talking business with you. Can you not just stay at home and read novels all day long? Can you? Hu Yuanbao was so scared that his cheeks were trembling. He hurriedly said, Little sister, that's Big Brother's fault. Do you have something to say? Combined with Hu Qingwan's description of him just now, if he was in the modern world, he would definitely be a fat otaku. Hu Qingwan snorted angrily. Meng Wenhao is gone. Help me keep him. Hu Yuanbao scratched his head in distress and asked weakly, Ahems. Little sister, I forgot who Meng Wenhao is. You didn't mention it just now. Hu Qingwan was so angry that her chest heaved up and down a few times. Meng Wenhao is the new accountant of our family's grain stores. Say, Daddy asked you to help take care of the family business, but you didn't listen. Do you know how long it's been since you went out? You don't even know who your own accountant is. Hu Yuanbao licked his lips and walked over to grab Hu Qingwan's arm. Don't we still have you, little sister? You and Dad are enough for those businesses. Bullshit. I'm going to get married in a few years' time. Won't the family business that father earned still have to be passed to you? If you don't worry about it now, I'll see what you'll do in a few years. Hu Qingwan broke free from Hu Yuanbao's fat hands and cursed angrily with her hands on her hips. Hu Yuanbao shrunk his neck and said gloomily, "Sigh. Annoying. Let's talk about these things later. Little sister, you just said that Meng Wenhao is our accountant. Since the accountant left, we can just find another one. In Chang and City, there are at least 800 people who know how to do accounts." Hu Qingwan stomped her feet angrily and said, "No, no. I like Meng Wenhao. You have to help me find a way to keep him." Even though Hu Yuanbao was used to his sister's outspoken words, he couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this sentence. He was stunned for a while before he said, "That, little sister, didn't you say that you would wait a few years before getting married? If you have someone you like, wouldn't I have to help Dad manage the store a few years in advance? Little sister, do me a favor and give me a few more years." "Ah. Hu Yuanbao, I'm going to kill you. Changle? Qingqian? Why are you here?" On this afternoon, Li Zixuan had just returned from the workshop when he saw the two siblings, Li Qingqian and Li Lizzie, coming over. Changle was talking to Han Yushi, but Li Qingqian awkwardly didn't have anything to talk about. His eyes kept looking outside. When he saw Li Zixuan return, Li Qingqian's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly called out, "Little Xian, you're finally back. Husband. Brother little Xian." Han Yushi and Changle looked over and hurriedly stood up to greet him. Li Zixuan nodded in agreement. He walked into the front hall, and everyone sat down again. Li Zixuan asked again, "Qingqian, Changle, why are you here today?" Li Qingqian opened his mouth to answer, but Changle beat him to it and said, "I'm here to chat with Sister Yushi. I haven't seen her for a long time, so I wanted to come over and take a look. It's quite boring to stay in the palace." "Looks like you're embarrassed to say it. Then I'll help you say it." At this time, Li Qingqian laughed loudly and interrupted, "Xiao Xian, Changle wants to sit in your celestial lamp, so I brought her here. I didn't see you here, so I wanted to sit for a while before returning to the palace. I didn't expect you to come back." Changle's cheeks heated up and she said angrily, "Brother Crown Prince, you're talking nonsense. Didn't you want to sit too? Otherwise, why would you be so kind to bring Changle over?" Li Zixuan smiled and waved his hand. It's okay, since you want to sit, then go ahead. It's not like it's a rare item. But didn't I already give the blueprint of the fairy lamp to His Majesty earlier?" Calculating the time, the craftsmen who will be supervising can make 1 or 2 fairy lamps by themselves. Li Qingqian shook his head and said, "They can make it, but how can the fairy lamp they make be as stable as yours, little Xian's? Your fairy lamp has been used for several days without any accidents, so I came over with Changle's." Qing Ke originally said that she wanted to come over, but Yan Shaoning called her to Yunshan. Li Zixuan suddenly understood and nodded. "Qingqian, Changle, follow me to the west courtyards. The fairy lamp is over there." The siblings nodded happily. After Han Yushi saw that Li Zixuan had returned to entertain the 2 second-generation emperors, she went to do her own things and didn't follow him. Hey, little Xian, don't untie this rope." When they arrived at the west courtyard, Li Zixuan was about to untie the long rope binding the fairy lamp when Li Qingqian hurriedly stopped him. "What? If I don't untie this thing, how will the fairy lamp fly away later?" Li Zixuan was puzzled. Li Qingqian explained, "Just fly above your house, there's no need to fly out. Also, don't fly around on the fairy lamp like on the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival. As far as I know, Father won't like it." The general idea was, don't do that, Father won't like it. Li Zixuan was speechless. Chapter 584. Alright. Then both of you can come up together. Li Zixuan already knew that Li Er didn't like fairy lamps flying everywhere. Otherwise, Li Er wouldn't have given him a hard time at the beginning. While cursing Li Er's stinginess in his heart, Li Zixuan checked the fairy lamp and said to Li Qingqian and Li Lizzie, "Xiao Xian, aren't you coming up?" Li Qingqian was slightly startled. He looked at the unfamiliar fairy lamp and asked weakly, Although he had seen this thing before, he didn't know how to operate it. If some unknown malfunction occurred in the sky, wouldn't he and Chang'e be dead? Chang'e also looked at Li Zixuan with some worry, but she didn't question him. Li Zixuan asked curiously, "Of course I'll go up. If I don't go up, how can this fairy fly into the sky?" Li Chengqian opened his mouth wide and said in disbelief, Then why are you asking us to go up together? This thing can only hold 2 people at most, right? Li Zixuan was speechless. Who told you that this fairy lamp can only hold 3 people? There were 4 people on it last night. It's okay, come up together. After saying that, he took the lead and walked up, waving at the siblings. Li Chengqian was skeptical. After hesitating for a moment, he shook his head and said, No, no, no. It's better to do it one by one. This way, even if the fairy lamp malfunctions, you can still save Xiaoxian. Chang'e, you go up first. Chang'e nodded and said, Okay. Then the little girl walked happily to the fairy lamp. Li Zixuan said helplessly, Okay. Then let's do it one by one. However, he muttered in his heart, the richer and more powerful people are indeed afraid of death. After a series of operations, the celestial lamp slowly rose into the sky. Because there was a rope between the bamboo basket and the ground, the celestial lamp could only rise up to the height of a 4- or 5-story building. Moreover, the flying range was limited to the western courtyard. Facing the afternoon breeze, Li Zixuan's exhausted body and mind were greatly relaxed at this moment as he looked at the 108 streets of Chang and in picturesque disorder. If it weren't for Chang'e and Li Chengqian beside him, he would definitely roar a few times to relax. The main thing was that there were too many things to do recently. Li Zixuan had never felt so tired, mentally and physically. Qing'an City looks so beautiful from the sky. It's so beautiful. After the fairy lamp stabilized, Chang'e walked to the edge of the bamboo basket and held it. She couldn't help but exclaim as she looked at the scenery below. The sun's reflection on her pink palace dress made her look like a fairy princess who had just come out of the palace. She was beautiful and beautiful. That's right. In this world, I'm afraid there's no city more beautiful than Chang'e. When Li Zixuan heard this, he sighed faintly and said, Those who were born in this era were very lucky. Those who were born in this era and in Chang'e and were extremely lucky. They sat in the world's #1 city and enjoyed the protection of the most powerful empire in the world. Wherever they went, they could hold their heads high and not be bullied. But now he, a person with a modern soul, had inexplicably entered this time and space. Everything he did now would speed up the Tang Empire's path to invincibility. Although it was a little tiring, it was all worth it. After the academy was built, he would be much more relaxed. Brother Xiaoxian, have you been to many places? Chang'e turned around and asked crisply. Li Zixuan shook his head and said, No, I don't like to travel. But I've heard my master talk about many interesting places. Chang'e nodded and looked at the bulging ball-shaped canopy above her head. Suddenly she asked, Brother Xiaoxian, if we let this celestial lamp fly all the way up, will we fly to the moon? Then, we'll be able to see Fairy Chang'e. Li Zixuan was amused by her childish words and couldn't help but laugh. How is that possible? The moon is at least a few 100,000 miles away from us. How can we fly to the moon with this little celestial lamp? Also, we won't be able to breathe on the moon. We'll suffocate to death. Chang'e opened her mouth in shock and said in disbelief, That's so far. And according to what Brother Xiaoxian said, how does Fairy Chang'e live on the moon? Don't deities need to breathe? There are no deities in this world. Chang'e is just an ancient legend. There's nothing on the moon either. It's just a lonely rock without any life. Brother Xiaoxian, you know so much. No wonder Father is always praising you. Li Zixuan was stunned. Is that so? His Majesty praises me? Logically speaking, it was good enough that Li Er didn't insult him. Why would he praise him? If the person who said that wasn't Chang'e, he would definitely slap her. Although Father is strict on the surface, he knows who is virtuous and who is mediocre. It's just that he won't say it in front of you. Brother Xiaoxian, don't be fooled by Father's appearance. Changel giggled and winked playfully. She was extremely adorable. Li Zishuan couldn't help but smile and say, "Ha! If His Majesty knew that Changel told me all this, he would definitely be sad." Changel was slightly embarrassed. She just smiled and stared blankly at the scenery under the bamboo basket. However, she didn't continue the conversation. After a while, Li Zishuan suddenly asked, "Changel, aren't you afraid to look down from such a high place?" In ancient times, there were no airplanes or tall buildings with more than 10 or 20 floors. Most people wouldn't be able to adapt to such a high place for the first time. However, Changel was completely unaffected when she came up. It was really rare. Changel squinted her eyes and smiled. "I'm not afraid. Because I know that even if I fall from here, Brother Xiaoxian will definitely be able to save me." Her smiling face and confident expression made her look like a little fairy. She had a huge charm that made people lose themselves in her. After a while, Li Zishuan shook his head and forcibly broke free from his obsession. He secretly thought that this little loli had a lot of charm. Then he touched his nose and said resentfully, "Ha! Changel, you really think highly of me." Changel smiled and turned around without saying anything. However, her eyes flashed with unconcealable joy. Chapter 585. The next day, after Li Zishuan finished his breakfast, he arrived at the Cloud Mountain early in the morning. However, he unexpectedly saw an unexpected person. Wenhao? When did you come? Shouldn't you be at Huji Grain Store?" Li Zishuan couldn't help but ask when he saw Meng Wenhao, who had disappeared for a long time, in Yan Xiaoning's temporary office. The last time he came to Cloud Mountain, Li Zishuan had invited a group of students from the School of Mathematics for a meal. He had heard a few students mention Meng Wenhao. They said that he was working as a bookkeeper in a grain shop to earn money to support his family. That was why he didn't come to Cloud Mountain with them. Li Zishuan understood that at that time. In his previous life, he had also worked during the holidays, so he didn't blame Meng Wenhao for this. "Sir, you're here. I just came the day before yesterday. I'm a little late. Please don't blame me." Meng Wenhao saw Li Zishuan coming in and quickly stood up to greet him excitedly. However, Yan Xiaoning interrupted in annoyance, "Look at your students. All of them are more active than you. A few days ago, someone was sitting on a fairy lamp and walking around Chang and city. How carefree." Li Zishuan was speechless. "I was just proving to everyone that I wasn't bragging, okay? It's not for my personal enjoyment. To a certain extent, I was also doing it for the future development of Yanhuang College." Yan Xiaoning curled his lips. "Fine, fine, fine. You're the only one with such twisted logics. But speaking of which, your student is really good. Not only is he good at accounting, but he's also very charming." Li Zishuan was confused and asked, "What do you mean?" Meng Wenhao's face was red as he quickly said, "Nothing, Commander Yan, please don't say it. This is something to be proud of. What's there to be embarrassed about?" Yan Xiaoning patted Meng Wenhao's shoulder and laughed. Then he said to Li Zishuan, "Little Xian, you still don't know, right? After you went to Huji Grain Store, not only did you beat their 4 bookkeepers in mathematics, but you also almost kidnapped their eldest daughter when you left." Li Zishuan was taken aback and asked with great interest, "Oh, there was such a thing? Xiaoning, quickly tell me about it." After saying that, this guy quickly moved a stool over and sat in front of Yan Xiaoning. He looked like he was eager to hear some gossip. He didn't look like a gentleman at all. Meng Wenhao's eyelids twitched as he watched. He was speechless. Yan Xiaoning, on the other hand, was used to Li Zishuan's impulsive personality. He also sat down and began to tell Li Zishuan about Meng Wenhao's romantic affairs. Thus, the 2 men in the room began to gossip while the half-grown young man was sitting awkwardly at the side. After a few minutes, Li Zishuan understood the whole story. He stood up and laughed. "Wenhao, you're really something. You haven't even graduated and you've already learned how to flirt." Not bad, not bad." Meng Wenhao was embarrassed. Although he didn't know what flirting meant, he could roughly guess. He muttered, "Sir, I just want to use what I've learned to earn some pocket money. I don't intend to provoke anyone." Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "Ha! You don't have to explain to me. I still believe in your character. But why didn't you accept the eldest daughter of the Hu family? Meng Wenhao scratched his head in embarrassment. He didn't know how to answer. Li Zixuan looked at Yan Xiaoning and asked, "Is it because of her appearance?" "Xiaoning, what does the eldest daughter of the Hu family look like?" Yan Xiaoning held back his laughter and said, "Her facial features are all right. It's just that her figure is slightly plump. There's nothing bad about it." "Oh." Li Zixuan replied with a meaningful "oh." Meng Wenhao quickly said, "Sir, it's not because of her appearance. It's just that I'm still young and haven't considered marriage." Yan Xiaoning curled his lips and said, "Tisk, pretentious. If it wasn't because of her appearance, then it would be weird." "All right." Li Zixuan suddenly thought of something and asked, "Xiaoning, don't you like girls with plump figures?" He remembered that many books in his previous life wrote that the Tangs viewed plump people as beautifuls. Logically speaking, since Miss Hu's facial features weren't bad and her figure was slightly plump, such a girl should be more popular nowadays. But looking at them now, it was obviously not the case. Yan Xiaoning said in disdain, "Goes. Who said that I like girls with plump figures? I don't see you like girls like that. Why do we have to like them? Wenhao, do you like girls like that?" Meng Wenhao hesitated for a moment but still shook his head. Li Zixuan sweated and thought to himself, "Did I remember wrongly again?" He didn't remember wrongly, he was just misled. In his previous life, the saying that the Tangs viewed plump women as beautiful had been around for a long time and was widely spread. Some experts, after some research, asserted that the Tangs did view plump women as beautiful. They also pointed out several reasons why the Tangs viewed plump women as beautiful. The Tangs' economy was prosperous, and people had the means to eat well and wear warm clothes to maintain healthy and plump bodies. The Tangs' culture was open and inclusive, and they were generous and fat. The Tangs' Xianbei bloodline in the Tangs royal family made them innately fond of women with strong bodies. In reality, this saying was wrong, or at least not accurate. The reason why people thought that the Tangs viewed plump women as beautiful was mainly based on Yang Guifei's body shape and the images of women in the Tangs palace paintings and paintings. In fact, as long as one looked carefully at the famous Tangs Yan Liben's walking carriage painting and Zhou Feng's flower hairpin painting, it was not difficult to find that the palace maids and ladies in the paintings were not plump at all. The 9 palace maids in the walking carriage painting clustered around Li Shimin as they walked slowly. Some were carrying the carriage, some were holding umbrellas, and some were holding fans. They all seemed to have some strength and were definitely not sickly beauties who could not stand a gust of wind. However, looking at their figures, they were all quite slender. The women in the flower hairpin painting were probably of noble status and slightly older. Their figures were slightly plump, but their standing posture was graceful, as light as the spring breeze brushing the willows. There was no doubt that their figures could be described with the word slender. Regarding Yang Guifei, there were records in the literature that she was fat and afraid of heat. For example, the legacy of Kaiyuan Tianbao said that she was fat and hot until summer. However, Yang Guifei's fat body was definitely not as plump as people said today. At most, he had some muscles, which was what the outside biography of Yang Taizhen called just a little bit of muscle. A person who was good at dancing, the rainbow-colored feather dance, was her representative work, would definitely do a lot of physical exercises, so it was normal to have a bit of muscle. Yang Guifei's fear of heat was actually not because she was fat, but because of her physique. According to the legacy of Kaiyuan Tianbao, Yang Guifei often went to the back garden in the early hours of the morning to suck on the flower to moisten her throat. In order to moisten her lungs, Yang Guifei would have a piece of cool jade fish in her mouth every day in the summer. Moreover, there were no historical records that showed that Yang Guifei was favored by Emperor Ming of the Tang dynasty because she was fat or plump. According to the old and new Tang books about Yang Guifei was favored mainly because of her good aptitude. Specifically, it included good at singing and dancing, good at music, wise and alert, welcoming and understanding, the new Tang book. That was, she had literary skills, was smart, and understood others. In addition, Poet Saint Du Fu described in the poem Beauty's Walk, "Her posture is deep and true, her skin is delicate and even." That was gorgeous, dignified, temperament, and delicate skin. In reality, Emperor Ming of the Tang dynasty did not appreciate Yang Guifei's muscles. According to the biography of Yang Taishan, Emperor Ming of the Tang dynasty was reading the biography of Emperor Cheng of Han in the Baihua courtyard. After Yang Guifei saw it, she asked him what he was reading. Emperor Ming of the Tang dynasty smiled and said, "Don't ask. You will feel bad if you know." Yang Guifei snatched the book and saw that it said, "Emperor Cheng of Han obtained the flying swallow, and his body was light and unable to withstand the wind." Fearing that he was floating, the emperor made a crystal plate and ordered the palace servants to dance and dance. At this time, Emperor Ming of the Tang dynasty joked with her and said, "You can withstand the wind more than her." Yang Guifei was not convinced and confidently expressed that her rainbow-colored feather dance surpassed Zhao Fian's. When Li Bai was enshrined in Hanlin, he was ordered to write 3 songs of purity and peace to praise Yang Guifei's beauty and the life in the palace at that time. The second one was dedicated to Yang Guifei's beauty. "A stick of red dew and fragrance, the clouds and rain Wushan heartbroken. Who in the Han Palace can be like her? Poor flying swallow is wearing new makeup." In the poem, Yang Guifei was compared to a peony and Zhao Fian. If Yang Guifei was really a fat person, she could form a sharp contrast with Zhao Fian. Then, this comparison would be a mockery and disobedience. It was very likely that Yang Guifei herself also admired Zhao Fian and was willing for others to compare her to Zhao Fian. It was said that Yang Guifei had the nickname of Fat Maid, which was very likely a curse from people who were jealous and hated her, such as concubine Mei. From this, it could be seen that people at that time did not view fat as beauty. The most interesting were 2 lines of Bai Ji's poem, "A fat horse walks fast, a prostitute sings and dances," 3 poems with feelings. Fat horses are beautiful, the 6 horses of Zhaoling are all fat and strong, but thin and tall prostitutes are beautiful. Being fat is an unforgivable flaw for prostitutes. The famous poet Du Mu met a fat prostitute in Shangxi, a bar girl, who urged him to drink. He immediately wrote a poem that was extremely sarcastic and ugly. Take a look. At that time, Pangu had a distant grandson, and he still ordered today to show off his family. A cart of white earth covered with mud, and 10 red flags patched up. In the Wagwan temple there were traces of footsteps, and in front of Huaiyue mountain there were palm marks. There was no need to be melancholy and worry about marriage, waiting to ask Likuan. All kinds of evidence showed that the Tang people saying that fat was beautiful lacked evidence. Moreover, this was the first year of Jingguan, and the Tang dynasty had only been established for less than 10 years. Even if the Tang dynasty had a trend of fat being beautiful, it certainly hadn't been completely established yet. At the very least, Empress Zhangsun and Princess Changel were not fat, and were very slim. F***CK, there's a problem here. Li Zishuan muttered to himself. He suddenly remembered that he had seen Empress Zhangsun, and realized that at this time, people didn't think fat was beautiful. Otherwise, Empress Zhangsun wouldn't be so thin. Chapter 586. Hello, boss. Good. How are you guys? Is there any difficulty in harvesting the food at home? Hi. No difficulties. I asked my wife to ask the 3 uncles to help us harvest the food, so there's no problems. On the other hand, it's us who have taken too much money from you, boss. We feel a little ashamed. What's there to be ashamed of? This is all earned through your own sweat and hard work. Just take it with a peace of mind. Don't tire yourself out too much. It's not worth it if you get a heat stroke. Hey, don't worry, boss. We're not that delicate. Besides, Commander Yen doesn't let us work in the afternoon. We won't get a heat stroke even if we want to. After teasing Meng Wenhao in the house, Yen Xiaoning brought Li Zishuan to inspect the construction site. Li Zishuan looked at the tall buildings that rose from the ground and casually chatted with some of the workers by the roadside. Although it was called chatting, it wasn't really chatting. There was a lot of evidence that proved that a leader's occasional concern for his subordinates was very useful in improving the overall work efficiency. This couldn't be called showing off, but encouraging. Ever since Li Zixuan had brought the first crane to Yunshan, more and more people had discovered the huge advantage that machines had over humans. In response to Yan Xiaoning's strong request, the workshop had sent more than 20 cranes one after another. This was a sharp weapon that was ahead of the times. In addition to the large number of workers, it directly led to the construction speed of the academy to be greatly improved once again. Now, the situation on Yunshan was really changing day by day. Xiaoxian. A few old masters and I estimated that the main building of Yanhuang College, the bishop, canteen, dormitory, bathhouse, and library, will be completed by the end of this month. Walking on the hard and flat cement road, Yan Xiaoning felt quite emotional. He had never seen such a cement road and such high-rise buildings before, but now he had built them, which filled him with a sense of achievement. Perhaps with this academy, he could be ranked as a top master architect like his father. At this time, the two of them arrived at the back of the college. Yan Xiaoning said to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan heard it and said in surprise, "So fast?" Yan Xiaoning laughed and said, "Hes. It's not that fast. Little Xian, on your way here, you should be able to see that many of the buildings are about to be completed. In the future, I plan to divide these 10,000 people into 3 groups. One group will do the interior decoration of these buildings, another group will build other buildings, and the other group will follow your previous plan to create scenery for the academy. They will transplant trees and flowers, build fake mountains, dig lakes, and also build that sports field you want to build." Li Zixuan thought for a while and agreed, "Yeah, we'll do as you say." After the main building of the academy is completed, don't be in a hurry to dismiss the craftsmen and commoners. The later construction of the academy has been completed, and I don't lack money now. Also, in addition to the buildings that I have planned earlier, I need you to send a group of people out to help me build some independent buildings behind the academy. I will give you the blueprints later." Yan Xiaoning asked curiously, "What do you want these small buildings for?" Li Zixuan laughed and said, "Xiaoning, didn't you read the newspaper earlier? The academy will assign some professors to their own houses. Although the academy doesn't have any professors now, I have to prepare these houses in advance. You can't go back on your words. The environment here in Yunshan is beautiful, and I believe many people will be willing to live here. Later, I will find a good location here and build a house for myself." Yan Xiaoning was speechless and said, "I think you have too much money and nowhere to spend it. If you build a house here, how many days can you stay in a year?" Li Zixuan didn't think much of it and said, "That's hard to say. Who knows, maybe I will always live here." "Hey, Xiaoning, don't you want to consider building one too? The house I want to build is different from the one we are living in now. You will definitely be jealous when you see it." Yan Xiaoning was actually a little tempted. He thought for a while and said, "Cough cough. Little Xian, look at how hard I have worked for the academy these 2 months. Aren't you going to give me a house for free?" Li Zixuan sneered and said, "Chaish. In your dreams. At most, I will give you a 20% discount based on the cost of the house. The rest will be from me." Yan Xiaoning said angrily, "F*C Kate. You are too much, aren't you? If you are like this, I will quit. You can go find whoever you want." Hey, don't. Let's talk about it. How about I give you a 40% discount? Not good. 50%? How about 50%? Hee. Then I will go back and pack my luggage. Hey, don't. Consider it my bad luck to have such a bad friend. I will give it to you for free." After some bickering, Yan Xiaoning emerged victorious and obtained a cloud mountain villa that had yet to be built for free. Although Li Zixuan looked angry on the surface, he wasn't angry at all in his heart. Firstly, he didn't really care about this little bit of money. Secondly, Yan Xiaoning had a share in the first batch of cloud mountain villas. What he said just now was just a joke. "Xiaoning, how do you think the academy will solve the water problem in the future?" Li Zixuan came to Yunshan today not only to inspect the progress of the academy's construction, but also to solve the academy's water problem. However, after walking around Yunshan for so long and even walking around the forest behind the academy, he still did not see a waterfall or a river. This made him a little disappointed, so he asked, Yan Xiaoning was happy that he finally got some benefits from the miser, Li Zishuan. When he heard this question, he could not help but be stunned and answered subconsciously, "What's so difficult about that? There are so many wells in Plum Village and the Han family village at the foot of the mountain. Also, there is the Ba River beside Plum Village. Is there a lack of waters? We just have to find some people to carry water up every day." Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "This is not a long-term solution. The scale of the academy will definitely get bigger and bigger, and there will be more and more students. When that time comes, how can the academy's daily water consumption be met by just carrying water up the mountain?" Yan Xiaoning was helpless and said, "Then what do you think?" Li Zishuan thought for a while and asked, "Xiaoning, do you think we can use a water wheel to carry water up the mountain?" Things like water wheels didn't require a lot of technology. Tubular water wheels had already appeared in the Sui dynasty. Many protagonists in time travel novels who went to ancient times relied on water wheels to become famous. This was more or less inappropriate. Li Zishuan still had some knowledge of this common knowledge, so he asked directly. Chapter 587. Xiaoxian, are you talking about the water tanker? Yan Xiaoning looked at Li Zishuan on Yunshan Mountain and asked. Li Zishuan nodded. Yes, it's the water tanker. If this water tanker doesn't work, I can design a new water tanker with more power and a longer transmission distance. He had several water tanker models in his mind, but he wasn't familiar with them. He didn't know if they could be used in Yanhuang College. If it weren't for the fact that the power system wasn't easy to solve, he would definitely build his own water tanker. For him, it was easy to build a water tanker, but the difficult part was the problem of the power required for the water tanker. He still lacked the materials for an internal combustion engine, and he didn't have a stable power supply system for an electric motor. Therefore, he could only rely on the water tanker. Although Yan Xiaoning was confident in Li Zishuan's creativity, he still shook his head and said, I don't think it's possible. Yanhuang College is too far away from Ba River, and the terrain is too high. It's impossible to use a water tanker to transport water. Even if it can be transported up, it can't be too much. Even if you can make a water tanker with more power, I think it's still useless and not worth the loss. Li Zishuan rubbed his eyebrows and seemed to be a little distressed. After hesitating for a while, he gritted his teeth and said, How about this, Xiaoning? Help me find a group of well builders and ask them to find a suitable place on Yunshan Mountain and dig a few wells for me. In the early stage of the college, let's transport water from the foot of the mountain. Yan Xiaoning opened his eyes wide and said, Are you crazy? Yunshan Mountain is so high, how can you dig a well? However, Li Zishuan shook his head and disagreed. Xiaoning, you're wrong. Although Cloud Mountain is relatively high, the trees on the mountain are dense and there's plenty of rain all year round. Some places can still be dug out. When the time comes, you can find an experienced craftsman and you should be able to find a few good spots. There's a saying that it's futile to dig a well on the mountain. Many people think that it's impossible to dig underground water because of the high terrain on the mountain. This is a misconception. In fact, there are places on the mountain where underground water can be found. Underground water didn't only exist on flat land, but also on high mountains. Sometimes, there was no water at all in places lower than the horizon. The existence of underground water was related to the structure of rock strata. Some rock strata couldn't store water, while some rock strata had confined water. Besides, there were soil, trees, and flowers on the mountain. These things were the main factors for storing water. If the soil and water were well preserved, it was not impossible to dig up water by just digging 2 or 3 meters. In Li Zishuan's previous life, one of his relatives had contracted a mountain to raise chickens. Because the mountain was high and there was no running water, his relative had hired someone to dig a well on the mountain. In the end, they only dug 5 meters before they found water. Therefore, when it came to digging a well, the terrain was not the deciding factor. Yan Xiaoning, on the other hand, didn't understand these things. He asked skeptically, Can you really dig a well out of such a high mountain? Li Zishuan said confidently, Definitely. Don't worry, Xiaoning. As long as the craftsmen are experienced and can distinguish the water level, they will definitely be able to dig a well in Yunshan. Alright, tomorrow, I'll arrange for someone to go to Chang and to look for a well builder. In Yunshan, the construction of the college was in full swing. In Datang Daily, there were waves of publicity about Gong Shui and Yanhuang College. When Gong Shui was first publicized, Ma Zhou had arranged for a group of people to study Li Zishuan's published articles. Many people in the editorial department had a deeper understanding of Gong Shui, so there was no need for Li Zishuan to do the publicity. There were plenty of people in the editorial department who were talented in this field. Therefore, recently, the news section of the newspaper was almost filled with the words Yanhuang College and Gong Shui. Under such fierce publicity, more and more people knew what Gong Shui was, and what kind of college Yanhuang College was being built outside Chang'an City. Gong Shui, Yanhuang Academy. In an instant, their momentum was like a rainbow. Of course, in the past, there would be many Confucian defenders who would jump out and criticize Li Zishuan for bragging about Gong Shui in the newspaper. However, since Cui Yunhan left Cheongzhou and Li Zishuan flew to Chang'an City in the middle of autumn, almost all the voices of opposition died down. First, they were unreasonable, and second, they were cowards. Moreover, as the Wang family quickly sold the newspapers to other states and counties, Gong Shui and Yanhuang College's reputation began to radiate to other regions. In particular, the story of Li Zishuan flying into the sky on the Mid-Autumn Festival was particularly shocking. The most intuitive manifestation was that according to the data fed back by the branches of Tang Dynasty Daily, the number of students signing up for Yanhuang Academy began to show an exponential explosive growth. As early as 2 days ago, it had already exceeded 2,000 people. If this data were to be announced, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. This was because even the Directorate of Education and the Hongwen School combined didn't have that many students. Of course, there were many students who signed up on impulse after seeing the news. It was very likely that they hadn't fully grasped the subjects of Yanhuang College's entrance exam. Even if they came to take the exam, they wouldn't have any hope of getting in. More students chose to buy a new mathematics textbook and read it at home. If they could understand it and learn it well, then they would sign up. If they didn't understand it, then they wouldn't sign up. This could be seen from the sales of the new mathematics textbooks. Up until now, Chitsu Culture's mathematics textbooks had already sold more than 50,000 books. 50,000 versus 2,000. This was a very large disparity. Of course, there were also some mathematics enthusiasts who just wanted to study Li Zishuan's new mathematics textbook. In addition to the increase in students signing up, there were also more and more people who wanted to apply to be Yanhuang College's teachers. First, it was because Li Zishuan's salary was too generous. Second, it was because Gong Shui and Yanhuang College couldn't be more popular now. If they came to teach here, they could gain both fame and fortune. Only fools wouldn't come. First, there were some famous scholars in Cheng. They were the first to come to Li Zishuan for an interview. These days, Li Zishuan held 10 interviews, but he only hired one person, and it was an old acquaintance. When he was in the Directorate of Education, Assistant Professor Mao, who sat opposite him in the office, followed closely behind Su Hongji and also wanted to change jobs. The rest of the people were either too deeply influenced by Confucianism, or they didn't have any teaching skills at all. They were the type that completely followed the script. Li Zishuan said that he couldn't even listen to such boring lectures, so how could his future students be willing to listen? Therefore, of the 10 teachers who came to apply, only one was successful. The low acceptance rate of Yanhuang College's teachers gradually spread out. Chapter 588. On August 26, the first year of Zhengguan, Yanhuang College's main buildings, including the cafeteria, the library, the dormitory, and the bathhouse, were all completed. The magnificent cement skyscraper stood at the top of Yunshan Mountain, silently showing the world the majesty of Yanhuang College. Those who were observant had already discovered that there was a giant on Yunshan Mountain. On this day, many people saw that Yanhuang College's skyscrapers had been completed. Many people called their friends and came to Yunshan Mountain to watch the fun. Li Xianji is really rich. He built so many skyscrapers just like that. And he built it so quickly. He probably hired a lot of people, right? I heard that he hired tens of thousands of people. Our neighbor, Fatty Pan, has been hired, and the pay is not ordinary. Old Nyo, why weren't you invited? Is it because your body is weak and you weren't chosen by Lordly? Hee hee. Could it be that Chui Nyang emptied your body last night? A certain frivolous man made a frivolous joke, which made the people around him burst into laughter. The young man who was mocked blushed and then said angrily, "LV de Zhuang, F** king bullshit. Do you want to fight? Come on, I'm not afraid of you. Don't embarrass yourselves here. This is a place for educated people to study. How can you fight like this? That's right, that's right. This is outrageous. Old Meng, look at the road on this mountain. It's completely different from the bluestone road at the foot of the mountains. It's hard and flat. I wonder what material it's made of? Oh, I heard from the Han family village that it's called cement. Cement can be used to make roads when mixed with sand and stone. And look, it's not just the road. Yanhuang College's walls are also covered with cement. They're using cement to replace glutinous rice mortars. An old man with coarse white hair, holding a walking stick and stroking his beard, slowly told the truth. Cement? What's cement? Where can I buy it? Looks like it's pretty useful. The house built with this looks quite sturdy, but I wonder how much more expensive it is than glutinous rice mortar. The coarse-clothed old man shook his head and laughed. Many people want to buy it, but it's not on sale yet. Why is that? Is there anything money can't buy? What's so strange about that? It was said that this cement was invented by Lord Li himself. Of course, he would use it for his own academy first. It's not like Lord Li lacks money. Oh, so that's how it is. Lord Li has really put in a lot of effort for this academy. Yanhuang College's skyscraper looked so imposing. Which family's kid would be lucky if he could get in? I heard that there's no tuition fee here, and you can even learn Lord Li's skills. That's right. My child is already preparing for Yanhuang College's entrance exam. If he doesn't pass this year, he'll take the exam next year. Tisk. How can your stupid son get into Yanhuang College? Why is it impossible? For the first time, Yanhuang College's image was more complete in front of the world. The people who came to watch the fun saw this magnificent and mysterious academy. The older people with children of the right age were all thinking of ways to send their children to Yanhuang College. The younger people were thinking about how to persuade their parents so that they could apply for Yanhuang College. Excuse me. Please make way. At this moment, dozens of ox carts suddenly appeared on the mountain road. The person in the lead was Li Tai. When the little fatty saw that so many people came to watch the academy today, he couldn't help but frown and ask the people to disperse. When the crowd heard the shout, they subconsciously opened up a path. However, when they saw the contents of the car, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This is colored glass? This is top-notch colored glaze. Every piece is so big and beautiful. There are nearly 10 carts of colored glass. Why did Yanhuang College bring so much colored glass? Who knows? Maybe we can use it in one of the houses. Yanhuang College's architecture can't be estimated with common sense. Oh my God, how much is this? In fact, not only were the onlookers dumbfounded, but the people who followed Li Tai to the workshop to transport the colored glass were also dumbfounded. In this era, colored glass was worth as much as gold. When these people saw so much colored glass in the workshop in the morning, they were almost blinded. However, after walking for such a long time, they gradually got used to it. At this time, when they saw that there were people who were as shocked as they were at the beginning, they more or less felt a sense of superiority. Be careful. Come, bring all this colored glass to Guanghua Building first. We'll have to make 2 more trips later. Li Tai commanded the convoy as he spoke in a clear voice. When the onlookers heard that, they almost fell to the ground. So this amount of colored glass wasn't enough? They still had to make 2 more trips. Today, they finally saw what it meant to be a rich person. Even gold was transported by carts. But soon, they also understood why Li Tai brought so much colored glass over. Oh my God, look! They're using colored glass as windows. A sharp-eyed young man suddenly saw 3 craftsmen installing a piece of colored glass on a gap in the wall on the first floor of Yanhuang College's main building. He tilted his head and thought for a while, then suddenly came to his senses and couldn't help but exclaim in horror. "Oh my God! Is Lord Li crazy? Even if he's rich, he can't waste it like this. What a waste of natural resources." I was just wondering why there were so many gaps in the walls of Yanhuang College's buildings. Aren't they afraid of the cold wind in winters? I didn't expect them to be used to install windows. This window is enough for a family to eat for decades. Lord Li is really a rich man. If Lord Li doesn't have money, who else would have money? However, Lord Li earns money openly and honestly, so no one can say anything about it. Hey, you don't say. These houses with colored glass windows are quite beautiful. The inside of the house must be very bright. It's true. Not only are these colored glass windows beautiful, but they also let in light and block the wind. Lord Li really knows how to have fun. I really regret not letting my child prepare for Yanhuang College's entrance exam as soon as possible. It's probably too late now. Chapter 589. Although using colored glass to make windows had never happened in the Tang Dynasty, it was completely normal for a modern person like Li Zishuan. Moreover, unlike the current mainstream architectural style of courtyards, the high-rise buildings of the Yanhuang Academy contained hundreds of rooms in each building. This kind of house built with bricks and cement, if not for the glass windows, would be as dark as night even in the day. As for the expensive cost of colored glass that shocked others, it wasn't a problem for Li Zishuan at all. This was because the bright and transparent colored glass was just a pile of sand in his eyes. "Gu Xiaomao, how's the well-digging craftsman that I asked you to find coming along?" In the temporary office, Yan Xiaoning asked Gu Xiaomao to come in and asked. Gu Xiaomao bowed and reported to Yan Xiaoning. "Commander Yan, I've found many well-digging craftsmen in Chang'an City. When they heard that we were going to dig a well in the mountains, they all rejected us. They said that they wouldn't be able to dig water no matter how much money they were given. But this morning, I heard that there was a Master Liao in the south of the city who helped a temple dig a well in the mountains. So I went to his house to find him, but he was already out. I heard from his wife that he was digging a well for a village outside the city these few days." After saying that, he couldn't help but wipe the sweat off his forehead. He was really exhausted from searching everywhere for the past 2 days. Yan Xiaoning listened and frowned slightly. Since this Master Liao has experience in digging wells in the mountains, then invite him over as soon as possible. Time waits for no one. Go and tell him to put down the task on hand and we'll compensate him double for all his losses. After working with Li Zishuan for so long, Yan Xiaoning had learned to use money to solve problems that he couldn't solve. Cough cough. Besides, he didn't have to pay for it himself. Gu Xiaomao quickly replied, "Yes. Commander Yan. Then I'll go and find Master Liao now." Yan Xiaoning let out a soft and said, "Okay, go. Thank you for your hard work." Gu Xiaomao scratched his head excitedly and giggled. "Hee. It's not hard. It's not hard." In fact, installing glass windows in all the completed buildings was only the first step. Later, there were also tables and chairs for classrooms and cafeterias, boilers, water towers, and pipes for bathhouses, and beds for dormitories. Li Zishuan designed all these things according to the modern style. Of course, all of them were made by the workshop. This was also one of the reasons why the production of cement was only enough for Yanhuang College to use after so long. This was because in addition to cement, Li Zishuan would also assign tasks to the workshop from time to time. Today, they would produce a batch of colored glass. Tomorrow, they would produce a batch of cranes. The day after that, they would produce some strange tables and chairs. It could be said that half of Yanhuang College's work was done by the workshop. 3 days later, at Yanhuang College. "Commander Yan! Commander Yan! Out of the water! Out of the water!" Yan Xiaoning was sorting out the recent assessment results of various engineering teams in the office, when he heard Gu Xiaomao rushing in from outside while shouting, "What's out of the water?" Gu Xiaomao's words were very ambiguous, and Yan Xiaoning was dumbfounded. "Huff huff. Commander Yen, it's Master Liao and the others who dug out water in the east of the college. Gu Xiaomao bent over and panted heavily. Yen Xiaoning's eyes widened. He said in disbelief, "How is that possible? It hasn't even been 3 days. How can they dig out water?" Gu Xiaomao said anxiously, "It's true. If you don't believe me, you can follow me to take a look." "Xiaomao, bring me to take a look first." Yen Xiaoning nodded. After pressing some of the information on the table with an ink slab, he followed Gu Xiaomao out of the door. Not long after, they arrived at a flat ground in the east of the college. This place was filled with dense trees and was very cool. At this time, many people had gathered to watch the show. Yen Xiaoning took a step forward and saw a deep well. However, he couldn't see if there was water in it. "Master Liao, I heard that you guys dug out water?" Yen Xiaoning glanced at the excited old man beside him and asked aloud. How can it be fake?" "Zhangde, put down a rope and bring up a bucket of water. Prove to Commander Yen that we're not bragging." The old man showed off proudly and then instructed the tanned brawny man beside him. "Yes, got it, Master Liao." The brawny man laughed and then threw a wooden bucket tied with a rope into the well. Then there was a plop sound. Although the bucket wasn't out yet, Yen Xiaoning no longer had any doubts at this moment. After the tanned brawny man brought out a bucket full of well water, everyone exclaimed. Yen Xiaoning cupped his hands and said to the old man, "Master Liao is really capable. You can dig out a well in the Cloud Mountain in such a short time. I'm impressed." The old man grinned and waved his hand. It's nothing. It's nothing. We've agreed before." Yen Xiaoning smiled and said, "Don't worry, Master Liao. We agreed on 10 strings of coins. You won't be short of a single cent. I just don't know if you can tell us how you know that water can be dug out from this position?" The old man's face turned serious and said seriously, "It's not that difficult. The branches and leaves here are luxuriant, clear, and smooth. Its momentum is slightly higher than that of the white tiger on the right peak. It echoes with the white tiger, circling left and right, protecting the Ming Tang. It's like a green dragon emerging from the water. If you dig 5 feet down from here, there will definitely be waters." The onlookers were so surprised that their jaws almost dropped. They never thought that a well-digging master would know feng shui. Did he have to be so professional? Yen Xiaoning was also shocked. He opened his mouth and asked after a while, "Master Liao, you know feng shui too?" The old man laughed and revealed his mouth full of teeth. Then he said, When I was young, I was a Taoist priest in the Taoist temple for 7 to 8 years. Later, the Taoist temple was destroyed in the war, so I left the mountain. I only know a little about feng shui." Yen Xiaoning's mouth twitched slightly. A Taoist priest actually became a well digger. No matter how he thought about it, it didn't seem reliable. But no one expected that the combination of the two would have such a miraculous effect. "Then, Master Liao, help me dig 3 more wells. The price is the same as before." Yen Xiaoning exhaled a few times and said, Yanhuang College covered a huge area. 1 well was definitely not enough. Yen Xiaoning didn't expect this old man to be so efficient at digging wells. He decided to let him dig a few more wells while he was at it. With that, the Yanhuang Academy was basically ready. All that was left was for the final push. Chapter 590. While the construction of Yanhuang College was in full swing, Li Zishuan was not idle either. In fact, he was very miserable. "Sigh. This speed is not good. It's been almost half a month, and I've only written 2 textbooks. It's a bit difficult to continue at this speed." Li Mansion, West Courtyard, Study. Li Zishuan looked at the 2 textbooks, Mathematics, Volume 2, and Physics, Volume 1, on the table and sighed. If someone heard this sentence, they would definitely beat him up. One must know that compiling textbooks was a task that was done by a learned scholar. It would be good if he could compile 1 textbook in a year. But this guy had only compiled 2 in half a month, and he was still not satisfied. He wanted to go to heavens. However, Li Zishuan was not satisfied at all. The textbooks he wrote were all related subjects that he had learned in school in his previous life with abnormal mental strength. Naturally, others could not compete with him in terms of speed. But even so, Li Zixuan still felt that it was too slow because the academy would start in half a month. At first, he planned to open 4 courses for the students, but now there were still 2 textbooks that he had not written, chemistry and geography. Of course, the textbooks he wrote were not all mechanically copied. It was not that the first grade in Yanhuang College would learn what the first grade in the modern world learned. The 2 schools had different academic systems, which determined that the content of each stage of study was different. When he first wrote Mathematics, Volume 1, in Yanhuang College, the content in it already covered the first and second grade of primary school. But the students in the School of Mathematics had already learned almost half of the mathematics in Volume 1, so Li Zixuan wrote the mathematics in Volume 2. As for the 2 textbooks that were still missing, chemistry was not bad, but it would be very troublesome to teach because the chemical symbols in it were read according to the English alphabet in his previous life. But now, it was the Tang Dynasty. One could imagine the scene when the time came. Students, this is the chemical formula of water molecules, H2O, H2O. Come, remember it well. 233333. This scene was simply too beautiful to imagine. As for the geography textbook, Li Zixuan did not know where to start, because he did not know the current territory of Tang Dynasty. How could he make it up? Not to mention half a month, even if he was given half a year, he would not be able to make it up. However, he had no choice but to set up this course. Setting aside the issue of territory, there were many concepts in geography that were very useful. For example, the concept of scale in a map, the concept of up north and down south, the concept of left, west, right, and east, the concept of latitude and longitude, contour lines, and so on. Ancient maps were not based on north and south, left, west, and right. Many ancient maps of China adopted the setting of north and south, left, east, and right. This might have something to do with the fact that the emperor sat in the north and faced the south. This was convenient for users to see, but there were also many ancient maps that used the setting of north and south. There was no uniform rule for this. As for latitude and longitude, no one in this era had defined the prime meridian. In modern times, the longitude that passes through the original site of the Greenwich Observatory in London, England, is known as the 0-degree longitude, also known as the prime meridian. When he wrote the textbook, he could define the prime meridian as the longitude that a typical building in Chang and passed through. In this way, hundreds or even thousands of years later, everyone would look at the map according to the latitude and longitude defined by Tang Dynasty. Besides these, the most important use of geography was to allow students to clearly understand the world, to let them know that the Great Tang only occupied a palm-sized piece of land on the world map. This would be extremely useful in the era of great voyages in the future. Sigh. How should I compile this geography textbooks? Everything else is easy, but where should I go to find information about the mountains and rivers in Tang Dynasty? Li Zixuan rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. Husband, are you still busy? This is the iced mung bean soup that I just made. Stop and have a taste. At this moment, the door was pushed open from the outside with a creak. Then Han Yushi, who was wearing a thin white dress, walked in with a small bowl that was emitting cold air. When she saw Li Zixuan lying on the table and thinking hard, she couldn't help but feel a little sorry for him. Oh, my wife is here. Li Zixuan came back to his senses, then stood up and looked at Han Yushi and said, "Hess, my wife, why are you wasting your energy on such a hot day? Look at how hot you are. Let the people below do this works. Come and sit." Han Yushi smiled and put the mung bean soup on the table. Then, she said unhappily, "Husband, you also know that it's a hot day now. Then why have you been locking yourself in the house every day recently? Mother and I are worried that you will get sick from being cooped up. I know that my husband is working hard on the matters of the academy, but you can't tire yourself out because of this." Li Zixuan's heart warmed. He stepped forward and grabbed Han Yushi's soft hands. He smiled and said, "Wife, don't worry. Your husband has martial arts. A mere hot day can't do anything to me. You just have to take care of yourself." Han Yushi rolled her eyes and said angrily, "Husband, you're lying again. who said that people who have martial arts are not afraid of the heats. Lu Guogong, the old man, has already taken a few carts of ice cubes from our house. You still want to fool me? Cough cough. Li Zishuan was suddenly speechless. Han Yushi was right. They practiced martial arts. Although they were not afraid of the cold, they were generally quite afraid of the heat, unless you practiced the rare Yin attribute internal strength. Han Yushi picked up the small bowl and stuffed it into Li Zishuan's hand. She said, "Okay. I know that my husband is busy, but you should drink this bowl of mung bean soup first." How could Li Zishuan disagree? He quickly nodded and replied, "Okay, I'll drink it now." After saying that, he gulped down the bowl of mung bean soup in one gulp like a cow drinking water. A wave of unbridled coolness instantly erupted from within him, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Refreshing." Han Yushi smiled and put away the bowl. Then, she turned around and prepared to go out. However, she paused at the door and hesitated. "My husband seems to have encountered some difficulties. My ability is limited, so I'm afraid I can't help much. However, my husband can go out for a walk and relax. Don't you have so many friends? You can ask them for helps. There's no need to build a cart behind closed doors. I've been relying on the help of many people since I was young. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to marry my husband." After hearing this, Li Zishuan was silent for a while. Suddenly, he laughed and said, "I got it. Ha, wife, you're really my lucky stars." Chapter 591. Qi, you stop first. What's wrong? Xiao Xian, what's the matter? You stop first. Gu Xiaomao, from now on, you'll be the leader of the 8th team of the 1st Regiment. You'll be in charge of all the missions on Qingke. That afternoon, Li Zishuan went straight to Yunshan. After asking a craftsman, he found Li Tai, who was teaching others how to use the crane. He cut to the chase and went straight to the point. Li Tai, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. "Little Xian, what are you doing now? Why did you remove me from the team leader position for no reason?" Li Zishuan couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with this little fatty under the hot sun. He dragged him away and said, "What do you mean by removing you from the team leader position? You brat, are you addicted to playing here? Come back to Changchun with me." Li Tai tried to break free but couldn't. He could only ask, "Why are we going back to Chang? Did my father ask you to call me back?" Li Zishuan was furious. "I'm not a eunuch who delivers messages to Second Master Li. Why would I come all the way here to deliver an imperial decree for Second Master Li?" He paused and said angrily, "No, I'm here to promote you. How can a mere team leader be worthy of you, Qingke?" Li Tai was overjoyed and quickly asked, "Ha, that's good. That's good. Xiao Xian, are you going to promote me to a regiment commander?" "Wait, why are you bringing me back to Chang, and if you promote me to a regiment commander?" Hey, stop it. Bam. Get in. Why are you talking so much nonsense? San Bao, start the car. Li Zishuan tossed little fatty into the carriage with one hand and jumped onto the carriage himself. He then instructed San Bao. Luckily, Li Tai was still young. Otherwise, when he was in his 20s, he probably wouldn't even be able to enter the carriage. Luckily, "Don't touch me" was sturdy. Otherwise, with the little fatty's current weight, an ordinary carriage wouldn't be able to withstand his weights. Sigh. "No, little Xian, what exactly do you want me to do?" After returning to Chang, Li Zishuan directly brought Li Tai to the inner west courtyard of the mansion. Li Tai, who was following behind them, could not help but burst out in anger. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Didn't I just tell you? I'm here to promote you. From now on, you have been promoted from the captain of the construction corps to the deputy editor of the geography teaching materials of the academy. Before school reopens, you should just stay in Chang and city and write books." That's right, Li Zishuan's idea was to capture Li Tai and make him an able-bodied man. Although this little fatty was arrogant and a bit of a jerk, he was impeccable in terms of knowledge. The history book's evaluation of him was, "Li Tai is brilliant, intelligent, and has a love for literature. He has collected thousands of books." The most important point was that Li Tai had once presided over the compilation of the famous book Jiao Di Ji in the original history books. The book was divided into 358 states according to the 10 paths of Zhengguan. Then, with each state as a unit, it described the history, geography, names, mountains, cities, historical sites, myths, legends, and major historical events of each county. The extensive collection preserved many precious information from the geography books of the 6 dynasties, which had a deep impact on the later generations. Therefore, it was more than appropriate to get this little fatty to help write the geography teaching materials. Moreover, Li Tai had a literature center in his hands. Everyone there was a knowledgeable scholar. With these resources, it was simply half the work and twice the results. At that moment, Li Tai was puzzled and asked, "Geography? Deputy editor? I definitely can't do that." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Geography is similar to Shangshu Yugong and the classic of mountains and seas, but there are some new concepts added in it. You just need to be responsible for completing the part about the Tang Empire." The classic of mountains and seas was written in the Pre-Qin dynasty, and Shangshu Yugong was written in the Warring States period. This was considered the earliest famous geography book in our country. The author of Shangshu Yugong used geography as the basis for his ideal political division. He divided the world into 9 states, namely Ji, Yan, Qin, Su, Yang, Jing, Yu, Liang, and Yong. He also recorded all kinds of geographical phenomena in the country. It was a model of early regional geography research in China. It was cited in Commentary on the Classic of Water, Maps of Yuanhe County, and many other geographical works since the Tang and Song dynasties. Oh, so it's this. But doesn't Yanhuang College teach engineering? Why are you teaching geography now? Can't I? The college is mine. I can teach whatever I want. That hand is on me. If I don't want to, then I won't. Li Zishuan was already prepared for this little fatty's character. He smiled and said, "Are you sure? There are many benefits to being a compiler." "What benefits can there be?" Li Tai couldn't help but ask. Li Zishuan stretched out 3 fingers and said with a smile, "For example, in the first month of school, I'll allow you to take 3 days off. Take note, in the first month of school, I plan to let all the students undergo intensive training. Those days will be unbearable. Tsk, Qin, you have to think about it." Li Tai felt Li Zishuan's devilish smile and couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. He paused and said, "Only 3 days? No way. It has to be 5 days." Li Zishuan snorted and said, 3 days means 3 days. If you don't want to do it, I'll find someone else. 3 days is already the limit of my tolerance." Li Zishuan knew very well that when dealing with people like this little fatty, he couldn't give in at all. Otherwise, this guy would definitely take advantage of him. Sure enough, Li Tai saw that Li Zishuan wasn't willing to budge. After hesitating for a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. 3 days it is. Tell me, how should we compile this geography textbook?" Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "You don't have to worry about this first. When you go back, gather all the scholars in your mansion to help you collect all the mountains and rivers in the Tang Empire. Then about 7 days later, I'll send you a book. In this book, except for the part about the Tang Empire that has problems, the rest of the book and all the concepts in the book are all correct. When the time comes, you just need to make some adjustments on this foundation." This was also the most reasonable method that Li Zishuan came up with at the moment. First, make a complete copy of the modern geography book, then deduct the domestic part and give it to Li Tai to fill in. He believed that with this little fatty's understanding and ability, he could complete the whole book. Li Tai nodded thoughtfully and said, "Okay. Then I'll go back to the mansion to gather people. When your masterpiece comes, we'll start." "That's great." Chapter 592. After the little fatty left, Li Zishuan began another round of closed-door training. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. It was now September. In these 7 days, the renovations of the buildings that were previously completed in Yanhuang College had been completed. There were doors, windows, blackboards, tables, chairs, and lecterns in the classrooms. There were bunk beds, windows, and candlesticks in the dormitories. There were also small windows in the cafeteria that were similar to modern school cafeterias. There were also rows of neatly arranged tables and chairs. There were also rows of showerheads in the bathhouse. The current appearance of Yanhuang College was infinitely similar to that of a modern university. Other than the lack of electrical, multimedia, and other high-tech equipment, the gap between the two was getting smaller and smaller. From this point of view, Li Zixuan had spent a lot of money to buy a feeling of modernity. If a modern person were to transmigrate and see Yanhuang College, they would definitely think that they had transmigrated back. It was a pity that Li Zixuan had been busy compiling the teaching materials and did not see this scene at the first moment. Feiji, send this book to the Prince of Wei's residence now. You must deliver it personally. Do not lose it on the way. In the Li residence, Li Zixuan walked out of the west courtyard with a haggard expression. He handed a book to Pang Feiji and solemnly instructed him. Of the 4 teaching materials, the one that required the most effort was undoubtedly geography. Other than the names of various places that needed to be corrected, there were also many maps. It was very troublesome to draw. Even with Li Zixuan's abnormal mental strength, he was still somewhat exhausted after so many days of work. If not for the fact that this college was the foundation for his family to establish themselves in the Tang dynasty, he would not have worked so hard even if he was given a mountain of gold and silver. Speaking of which, when the geography was printed in the future, the workshop would have to spend a lot of effort. This was because the text could be directly printed with movable type. However, the maps and the like would have to be carved by a master carver before they could be printed. The cost of this would be much higher. Yes, Lord Zhu. Seeing Li Zixuan's serious expression, Pang Feiji knew that this book was very important. He put the book into his pocket and cupped his fists towards Li Zixuan. Go. Li Zixuan rubbed his forehead and waved his hand. Logically speaking, he had spent so much effort on this book. Of course, he attached great importance to it. If it weren't for the fact that he was too tired, he would have gone there personally. However, when Pang Feiji was handling things, he was very assured. At least, Brother Chicken had never made any mistakes. Pang Feiji brought the plain-looking textbook out of Li Zixuan's house. Other than feeling a little reluctant to give away the textbook that he had worked so hard to write, he did not really care about anything else. What he didn't know was that the book he didn't care about had caused a huge commotion in the imperial court. Ha, little Xian. I heard that you've been staying at home recently. Are you practicing martial arts in seclusion again? Li Zixuan was about to return to the west courtyard to rest when he heard a hearty laugh from outside. Then he saw the 2 brothers, Dugu Xian and Dugu Feng, walking in from outside. The person who had spoken just now was Dugu Feng. Li Zixuan felt that something was wrong. He squinted his eyes and looked at the 2 brothers for a while. He was a little surprised and said, Xehu, you've entered the master stage? The reason why he felt that something was wrong was because when the 2 of them came in, he could feel a strong aura rushing towards him. In the past, the 2 brothers would definitely not have such an aura. Then, he took a closer look and realized where the problem was. Dugexen had broken through. In just over a month, this guy had actually entered the master stage from the late stage of qi cultivation. How could he not be surprised? Duguxian nodded and walked over. He bowed deeply to Li Zixuan and said, Thanks to you, little Xian. This is all thanks to you, little Xian, for helping me deduce the first 3 forms of the 9 swords beyond the swords. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to reach the Grandmaster realm in my lifetime. I, Duguexen, will never forget your kindness. In the future, if you need anything, I'll do my best. Yes, including me. Dugu Feng also chimed in. Li Zixuan was stunned and said in disbelief, 9 swords of Dugu? Axen, did you break through from the 9 swords of Dugu? Duguexen nodded and said, Yes. But I only helped you deduce the first 3 sword moves. How can you comprehend with only 3 sword moves? Speaking of this, Duguxian's expression became slightly excited. After I brought the 3 sword moves that you deduced back home, I practiced them a few times at first and found that they were extremely unfamiliar. Later on, I realized that this 9 swords beyond the swords could actually resonate with our Dugu family's solitary wind swordsmanship, so I tried to combine the 2. Unexpectedly, I actually comprehended the last two moves of the 9 swords beyond the whip move and the rope move. Then, I asked for leave from His Majesty and temporarily left the affairs of the Northern Yamen Imperial Army to focus on breaking through. In the end, hard work paid off. With the first 5 moves of the 9 swords of Dugu and the solitary wind sword technique, I broke through to the master stage 3 days ago. Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Dugu Xian to have such a fortuitous encounter. He also didn't expect that the 9 swords of Dugu, a sword technique that only existed in novels, could actually resonate with the Dugu family's solitary wind sword technique. This was a little unbelievable. Also, it was no wonder that when Cui Yunhan brought the scholar to the Li residence to cause trouble, the commander of the imperial army sent by Second Li wasn't Dugu Xin, but a small soldier in the imperial army, Sun Jiping. Sun Jiping also said that Dugu Xin had taken a leave of absence for a while. He didn't expect that he had taken a leave of absence to go home and cultivate in seclusion. Congratulations on breaking through to the master stage, Xin. Looks like our Tang Empire will have another young tiger. After a moment of shock, he congratulated Dugu Xin from the bottom of his heart. He and Dugu Xin were friends who had gone through life and death together. For Dugu Xin to have such a fortuitous encounter, he would only be happy for him and would definitely not be jealous. Moreover, his 9 swords of Taishan was not inferior to the 9 swords of Dugu at all, so there was nothing to envy others. Dugu Xin shook his head and said, "This is mainly due to your help, Xiao Xian. Moreover, compared to a 14-year-old master like you, mine is nothing." According to age, Dugu Xian was 27 or 28 years old this year. However, as long as he didn't compare himself to Li Zishuan, this monster, he could still be considered as one of the youngest people to break through to the master stage. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "No matter what, this is something worth celebrating. When we have time in the future, let's call Cho Ox and the others and have a good drink." Chapter 593. Little Xian, after my father found out that you were the one who gave me such a peerless sword technique like the 9 swords of Dugu, he was very grateful to you and wanted to thank you in person. He specially prepared some wine in his residence and sent us 2 brothers to invite you to his residence for a chat. I wonder if it's convenient for you? Li Residence, Front Hall. After Li Zishuan invited the Dugu brothers to take a seat in the front hall, Dugu Xin explained the purpose of his visit. Li Zishuan's hand that was holding the cup of water paused for a moment. He hesitated and said, "The 9 strategies beyond the swords was just an act of my heart. I didn't think that it could help Xin break through the realm by accident. This is completely your own good fortune. I don't dare to take credit for it. I'm very happy to accept your father's invitation, but I've been busy with the Academy's teaching materials recently and can't leave. So, let's meet another day. I hope your father will forgive me for my rudeness." Whether it was in ancient times or modern times, it was very rude to refuse an elder's invitation. What's more, Li Zishuan was rejecting the head of a powerful family. If it wasn't for the fact that he really couldn't get away, he wouldn't have done this. Dugu Xian came to a sudden realization. He glanced at Li Zishuan and said, "No wonder I heard that you've been cooped up in the manor recently, little Xian. So it's because of your Yanhuang College. It's okay. Your academy matters more. My father definitely won't blame you." Dugu Xian knew quite a bit about Yanhuang College. First of all, Li Zishuan had put a lot of effort into this college. Secondly, Li Zishuan also had high hopes for this college. Therefore, after hearing Li Zishuan's reason, he understood quite well. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Thank you for your understanding. When I'm free in the future, I'll definitely pay your father a visit in person." Dugu Xian nodded and got up to leave. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of God. He stopped in his tracks and pulled out a small booklet with a blue cover. He handed it to Li Zishuan and said, "Li Zishuan. Xiao Xian, this is our Dugu clan's solitary wind sword technique. Take it." Li Zishuan was stunned. "Isn't this lonely wind sword technique your Dugu family's heirloom sword techniques? Why are you giving it to me?" Dugu Xian nodded. "The solitary wind swordsmanship is indeed our family's swordsmanship. Logically speaking, it should not be passed to outsiders. However, You did not hesitate to pass the 9 swords beyond the swordsmanship to me. Without a doubt, the 9 swords beyond the swordsmanship is a better and more exquisite swordsmanship than the solitary wind swordsmanship. The solitary wind swordsmanship is almost equivalent to the introduction to the 9 swords beyond the swordsmanship. The solitary wind swordsmanship is almost equivalent to the introduction to the 9 swords beyond the swordsmanship. After obtaining the 9 swords beyond the swordsmanship, our Dugu family owes you a big favor. Therefore, my father has decided to give the solitary wind swordsmanship to you. When Li Zishuan heard this, his heart palpitated with eagerness, but he still refused. No. This is too valuable. I can't accept it. Dugu Exine did not take the sword manual back. Instead, he insisted, you must accept this. Previously, you were able to deduce the 3 sword moves of solitary 9 swords without practicing the foundation of solitary wind swordsmanship. This means that your talent in swordsmanship is far higher than mine. Now that the facts have proven that the solitary wind sword technique is helpful in comprehending the 9 swords of Dugu, Shaoxian, you must try to practice it. Who knows, you might be able to deduce all 9 sword moves of the 9 swords of Dugu. Seeing Li Zishuan's hesitation, Dugu Feng chimed in. That's right. Little Xian, this is my father's wish, quickly accept it. At most, you can wait until you have deduced all the 9 strategies beyond the swords, then share your insights with my big brother. Dugu Xian's expression changed, and he immediately interrupted, Flying Eagle. Shut up. Exchanging the first 5 moves of the solitary wind swordsmanship for the solitary wind swordsmanship is already a bargain for us. How can we be greedy for other things? Dugu Feng smiled embarrassedly. Actually, he was just trying to persuade Li Zishuan to accept the lonely wind swordsmanship. He didn't have any bad intentions. Li Zishuan hurriedly waved his hand and said, Don't. Axin, why are you still being so polite with me? Feng is right. How about this? I will accept this solitary wind swordsmanship, and I will definitely not teach it to outsiders. If I can comprehend all the sword moves of the 9 swords of Dugu in the future, I will share them with you. Absolutely not. This way, won't I owe you more and more? Li Zishuan laughed. It's fine, it's fine. There's nothing between us brothers that we owe each other. Axin, aren't you treating me like an outsider? Duguxin said helplessly, All right then. It's getting late, we'll take our leave first. Li Zishuan nodded and personally sent the 2 of them out. Before Dugu Feng left, he said, Shaoxian, does your academy teach martial arts? If it does, I'll enroll in it later. Teach martial arts? Well, it's not like it's impossible. After sending the 2 brothers off, Li Zishuan rubbed his chin and thought to himself. Who said that the academy can only teach knowledge? Cultivating both literature and martial arts is not bad. No. This bunch of kids are already fixed in their bones. It's too troublesome to teach them. This kind of unreliable thought came and went quickly. After a while, Li Zishuan threw it to the back of his mind and turned his attention to the manual of the solitary wind swordsmanships. F***ck. There's a mountain of treasures in the air, but I can't go in to see it. School was about to start soon, and he had to finish the last textbook, chemistry. He had no time to study swordsmanship. After stuffing the manual into the bookshelf, Li Zishuan bitterly became a porter again, a porter of knowledge. Ganlu Hall. Li Er put down his brush and leaned on the couch. After a while, he suddenly asked, What has Li Zishuan been doing recently? Why haven't I heard anything about him? Ever since Li Zishuan returned at the beginning of the year, he had been stirring up trouble in Chang'an City. Recently, he had suddenly been quiet for so long that Li Er was not used to it. That was why he asked this question. Zhao Song stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, Li Xianan has been in his residence recently. He should be busy with Yanhuang College. However, 7 days ago, Li Xianan personally went to Yunshan and brought His Highness Prince Wei back to Chang, and from the mountains. After hearing this, Li Er was puzzled and asked, Qingke? How could he bear to come back from there? What is he doing now? Zhao Song replied, I don't know. Ever since His Highness Prince Wei returned, he has been in his residence. I don't know what His Highness is busy with. However, there have been many scholars coming in and out of the Prince Wei's residence recently. Li Er said curiously, Hey, all of them are not coming out? Zhao Song, let Qingge enter the palace to see me later. After returning to Chang and for so long, I haven't seen this child enter the palace to greet his mother. This is outrageous. Zhao Song bowed and said, Yes. Chapter 594. Prince Wei's Mansion, Literature Hall. There were a dozen or so middle-aged scholars shuttling back and forth among the mountains of books. They were either reading ancient books, discussing with each other in low voices, or flipping through the books while taking notes. The room was filled with a dense aura of books. It had to be said that Li Tai's literature library had a large collection of books. There were at least 10,000 volumes, which was almost equivalent to a small-scale library. And what was Li Tai doing? This little fatty was currently hugging a book, immersed in reading at a table near the window. His expression was sometimes shocked, sometimes intoxicated, as if there was a peerless beauty in the book. Pui, there should be a table full of peerless delicacies, causing him to be deeply immersed, unable to extricate himself. Ahem, to the current Li Tai, beauty was far less attractive than delicacies. Your Highness. At this moment, a gray-robed scholar walked in from outside. He came to Li Tai's side and called out softly. There was only silence in response. Li Tai still sat there without moving. He didn't even look up. It seemed like he didn't hear him at all. The gray-robed scholar had no choice but to increase his volume and continue calling out, Your Highness! Your Highness! However, he muttered in his heart, ever since Prince Wei entered the Imperial College to study, he has never studied so seriously like now. What's wrong with him today? It's really strange. Li Tai finally noticed that someone was calling him. He raised his head and looked at the person. A trace of apology immediately appeared on his face. He stood up and said, Ahem. This prince obtained a new book and was fascinated by it. Scholar Xiao, what's the matter? The gray-robed scholar in front of him was called Xiaodin. He was a scholar of the Hongwen Library and was born in an official's family. His father and grandfather were high-ranking officials of the Qin Kingdom during the Southern Dynasty. During the Wuda era, they served as the Eastern Palace's subordinate, the crown prince, and washed his horse. This person belonged to the kind of person who spent his life pursuing the truth of knowledge. He was not interested in fame, fortune, or official struggles. My ambition is to study from day to night without rest. Every time you want to open the 5 classics, you have to tie your belt, wash your hands, and sit still. If history developed according to the normal trajectory, in a few years, Xiao Dian would become one of the main contributors to Li Tai's Kuodiji. Your Highness, His Majesty just sent someone to pass on a message, saying that he wants you to make a trip to the palace. Of course, Xiao Dian wouldn't get angry with a child like Li Tai. Seeing that Li Tai had returned to his senses, he hurriedly replied, Oh, I'll go now. Li Tai reluctantly closed the book, tidied his clothes, and left. As for the book, of course, he couldn't carry it around with him. Instead, he left it on the table. The literature hall was his. What was there to worry about if he put his book in there? What book is this? This old man has read all the books in the literature hall. Why have I never seen this book before? After Li Tai left, Xiao Dian was about to turn around and busy himself with his own matters. However, he was suddenly attracted by the book on the table that Li Tai had just closed and didn't have a single word on the cover. He stood in front of the table and muttered to himself, This son pays his respects to father. In the Sweet Dew Hall, the rotund Li Tai walked in with small steps and bowed to Li Er. His appearance looked rather comical. No wonder Li Er had always doted on this son. Qin Ke is here? Rise. Li Er raised his head when he heard the voice and smiled. Li Tai straightened his body and cupped his hands. Thank you, father. Li Er smiled, then put down the memorial in his hand that he was reading halfway and asked, I heard that you haven't been to Yunshan for the past few days, Qin Ke? Replying to father, that's indeed the case. Since that's the case, why are you still in a hurry these past few days? I don't see you entering the palace to pay your respects to me and your mother. Li Er frowned and asked in a deep voice. Previously, after Li Tai went to Yunshan to help build the academy, Empress Shangsun felt sorry for her son's tiredness from running back and forth every day. Thus, she exempted Li Tai from entering the palace to pay his respects every day. Now that Li Tai had returned from Yunshan for some unknown reason, he still hadn't entered the palace to pay his respects. This made Li Er a little unhappy. He could tolerate his son's lack of aptitude, but he couldn't tolerate them being disloyal and unfilial. Li Tai's fat face turned red. To be honest, he hadn't entered the palace to pay his respects for a long time and had forgotten about this. Of course, this was something that he couldn't say out loud. He had a legitimate reason. This is indeed this son's negligence. This son will go and pay his respects to mother later. This son has been too busy these past few days and has become muddle-headed. I hope father can forgive me. Muddle-headed from being too busy? What are you busy with? Replying to father, it's some studies that teacher has given to this son. Yanhuang College is about to start school. Teacher Li has been compiling textbooks behind closed doors for the past month. From what I heard, this son seems to be planning to open 4 courses for the new students. They are mathematics, physics, chemistry, and geography. About 7 days ago, Mr. Li brought me back from Yunshan Mountain because he wanted me to participate in the compilation of the geography teaching materials. Thus, this son has been collecting ancient books and literature with the scholars in the literature hall for reference. Li Er's face cleared up a little when he heard this. He frowned and pondered for a long time. Then he stood up and asked, "Geographies? Isn't he teaching engineering? Why is he teaching geography for no reason? Does this kid really think that he's Zhuge Kongming who knows everything from astronomy to geography?" When Li Tai heard this, he looked slightly excited and said, "Father is wise. Teacher Li really knows geographies." This morning, teacher sent the first draft of the geography textbook to this son's residence. This son opened it and was deeply immersed in it. I couldn't extricate myself. I didn't even eat lunch. Latitude and longitude, contour lines, sea level, and so on. Teacher put forward some new concepts in the book. It made this son feel as if he opened up a new world. This geography textbook is definitely better than any of the classics in the past. Li Er was slightly moved. No one knew a son better than his father. Li Tai had always been arrogant. A book that could make him praise it so much must be extraordinary. Latitude and longitude, contour lines, sea level? What are all these things? Li Tai cupped his hands and said, "Father, this latitude and longitude is a set of data that teacher specified for each place on the map. It's convenient to find the location on the map. Contour lines are curves that distinguish the height of the terrain on the map. The sea level is the average height of the sea. This is used as a reference for the height of the terrain on the ground." Li Er frowned when he heard this. He didn't understand a single word that Li Tai said. Thus, he frowned and said, "Where is that geography textbook now? I want to see how magical it is." Chapter 595. The geography textbook that Li Arian wanted to read was currently being observed by several scholars. The earth under our feet is actually spherical? How is this possible? Li Tai already knew that the earth was spherical, so he wasn't surprised at all when he saw these things. At first, Xiaodian didn't suppress his curiosity and quietly opened the book that Li Tai left behind. When he saw the first page, he couldn't help but exclaim. This inexplicable exclamation also attracted the attention of the 2 scholars beside him. However, Xiaodian couldn't care about this at this moment. He had already put all his attention into the book. He wanted to find out the truth. The first chapter of the geography textbook compiled by Li Zishuan talked about the Earth and maps. After saying that the Earth was spherical, Li Zishuan gave some evidence that could be given under the conditions of this era to prove that the Earth was spherical. After Xiaodian finished reading, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His head was buzzing. He originally wanted to refute the point of view in this book, but after reading this small chapter, he could no longer refute it. However, he found it hard to accept that the Earth was spherical for a moment. Oh my God! The Earth under our feet is so big. The Tang Empire only occupies such a small area. There are so many countries in the north, west, and south of the Tang empires? 70% of the Earth's surface is ocean, and 30% is lands? How is this possible? The meridian from the south to the north that passes through the Taiji Palace is called the prime meridian or the 0-degree meridian. From the 0-degree meridian to the east and west, it increases to 180 degrees. From the equator, 0-degree latitude, to the north and south poles, it increases to 90 degrees. It divides the Earth, and each part corresponds to a latitude and longitudes. Who wrote this book? Who proposed the longitude and latitude? It's too bold. He wants to use the Tang Empire as a reference to divide the world. This idea, this boldness, it's simply amazing. At first, only 2 people were attracted, but when they saw the wonderful parts of the book, the 3 people exclaimed again and again. Finally, all the scholars in the room were attracted. Gradually, as time went by, the people in the room were all shocked by the spirit of pointing at the sky and drawing the earth. No one had ever told them that the earth was round, no one had ever told them how big the earth was, and no one had ever told them how big the earth was, or how many oceans and lands there were, and no one had ever divided the earth by latitude and longitude. Just by reading the first chapter of the book, these grand scholars felt that their worldview had been completely overturned, and they were still in a state of confusion. Scholar Xiao, His Majesty has sent someone here. He said that he wants to help Prince Wei take away the geography textbook that he was reading earlier. Just when everyone was shocked to the point of being speechless, a manservant walked in from outside and cupped his hands at Xiaodian. Seeing that an outsider came in to escape from the Tang Empire, to escape from the Tang Empire, escape from the Tang Empire, Tang Empire was to the Tang Empire to the Tang Empire to read the book. After all, this book was Li Tai's private book. It was against the rules for them to read it without permission. Xiaodian's face turned red. He stood up and looked at the servant and asked, "Geography teaching materials? What geography teaching material? Did His Highness say it clearly?" Although the servant felt that the atmosphere in the room was strange, he did not dare to raise any questions. He directly answered, "His Highness said that it was the book that he read earlier." Xiaodian suddenly understood. He picked up the book on the table and looked at it. He reluctantly handed it over and said, "Then it's this book. Take it and give it to the person sent by His Majesty." The servant took it solemnly and then left. Everyone in the room looked at each other. Xiaodian sighed and said, "So this book is called Geography. It's really a peerless book?" Another scholar also sighed and said, "Yes. Let's not talk about whether the things in this book are correct or not. The person who can come up with these ideas is definitely a peerless genius. Just this courage and boldness is something that this old man can't compare to." Xiaodian nodded in agreement and said, "Brother Xie's words are reasonable. I just don't know who wrote this book. How did it appear in the literature hall out of thin air?" This brother Xie was Xie Yan. He was also a scholar in Li Tai's literature hall. He was also one of the people who would revise and write GDG in the future. Xie Yan replied, "This book seems to have been sent to His Highness Prince of Wei by someone in the morning. After His Highness Prince of Wei received the book, he has been reading it. He didn't even eat lunch." Xiaodian frowned and said, "His Highness said that this book is a geography teaching material. What kind of literature hall would use this kind of teaching materials? I have never heard of this before." Xie Yan thought for a while and suddenly shouted in shock, "Yanhuang College! Only a strange existence like Yanhuang College would use such a strange teaching materials. Also, His Highness asked us to search for the past few days. It's very likely that it has something to do with this geography teaching materials." When Xiaodian heard this, he agreed and said, "Brother Xie's analysis is right. If that's the case, then the person who wrote this book can only be pointing to the sky and drawing the earth, dividing the world. This kid is really bold. Not bad, not bads." In the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Er received the geography book from Prince of Wei's residence. After reading it for half an hour, he clapped his hands and laughed. The reason why he said it was not bad was mainly because Li Zishuan defined the 0 meridian as the meridian that passed through Taiji Palace. This made Li Er, who valued the holy name, very proud and satisfied. As for the theory that the Earth was spherical, Li Tai had introduced it to him before. Now that he saw it written in the book, he wasn't too surprised. Is this a world map? Why does my Tang Empire only occupy such a small area? And why are there so many gaps in my Tang Empire's territory? Casually flipping through the teaching material, a large map instantly attracted Li Er's attention. After looking at it carefully for a while, Li Er raised his head and frowned. Li Tai coughed and explained, "Father, although the Tang Empire has a vast territory, it's really only so big on Earth. As for why there are gaps, it's because Mr. Li doesn't know much about our Tang Empire's mountains, rivers, provinces, and counties, so he handed the task of perfecting this book to me. After receiving the book today, I'm planning to start perfecting it." Li Er nodded and stared at the map for a long time. Then, he raised his head and an indescribable expression flashed in his eyes. He said to Li Tai, "Good. Then, Xingyi, you can go back. You must pay attention to the perfection of this book." Chapter 596. Scholar Xiao, Scholar Xie, you guys haven't left yet? Li Tai hugged the geography book. When he came back from the palace, he saw that no one was missing in the literature hall. He couldn't help but be surprised. When Li Er called him to the palace, it was already very late. At this time, the sky would probably turn dark in a while, so Li Tai was surprised. Xiao Dian went forward and chuckled, "We were all waiting for your highness to come back. May I ask your highness, why is his majesty looking for you?" Under normal circumstances, Xiao Dian definitely wouldn't ask such an unruly question. But today, he was already stunned by the views in the geography book. Moreover, Li Er specially sent people to retrieve the geography book. This meant that Li Er looking for Li Tai today definitely had something to do with geography. He really wanted to know what Li Er thought of this book. Li Tai was startled. Although he felt that Xiao Dian's question was very impolite, he still answered, "And it's nothing big. This prince had already planned to do this long ago. It doesn't matter if Father Emperor sends a mission or not." Oh, damn. Speaking until here, Li Tai seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He slapped his head and said with regret, "AI. After getting the book in the morning, I was too engrossed in it and actually forgot to tell everyone about proper business. AI. It shouldn't be. What proper business?" Xiao Dian, Xie Yan, and the others asked in unison. Li Tai took out the book from his chest and said, "This book is called Geography. It's Yanhuang College's teaching material. This morning, Mr. Li asked someone to send it to this prince. This teaching material was compiled by him, but there are some missing contents and needs to be supplemented. This is the reason why this prince gathered everyone to help collect the mountain and river records. AI. This prince has accidentally wasted another day." Xiao Dian's eyes lit up, and he said somewhat excitedly, "Does your highness mean that you want us to help perfect this geography books?" Xiao Dian had already guessed who the author of this book was, so he was not surprised at all. But now, he was suddenly interested in the task that Li Tai was going to assign to them. To Xiao Dian, who had been pursuing knowledge and truth all his life, it was simply too blissful to have the opportunity to participate in the compilation of such a peerless book. Li Tai nodded and replied, "Scholar Xiao is right. That is exactly what I meant. Next, I will have to trouble you all. My imperial father is also very concerned about this matter. Therefore, from tomorrow onwards, everyone will start to improve the contents of this book. We must hand over a complete textbook of geography within 7 days. When the time comes, I will reward you handsomely." When the scholars heard this, some frowned and some rejoiced. Xiao Dian thought for a while and asked, "Your Highness, isn't 7 days a little short?" Li Tai spread his hands helplessly and said, "That can't be helped. Yanhuang College will start school in half a month, so we must complete it as soon as possible. This prince will work hard with everyone in these few days. What's more, Mr. Li only spent 7 days to complete 90% of the book's contents. With so many of us, can't we complete the remaining 10% of the book in 7 days?" Only 7 days? When Xiao Dian heard this, he couldn't help but be flabbergasted. He never would have thought that the book that overturned his worldview was actually written by a single person in just 7 days. This directly made him doubt his life. The rest of the scholars were not much better. Their eyes were even bigger than Qing Yaojin's eyes. Since ancient times, scholars despised each other. As the saying goes, there is no first place in literature, and there is no second place in martial arts. Among scholars, no one was willing to submit to anyone. But at this moment, when they heard from Li Tai about Li Zishuan's abnormal speed, who would dare to say that they were unconvinced? Your Highness, rest assured, this old man will do his best. Although Li Zishuan's abnormal speed left many of them in the dust, Li Tai's last sentence still aroused Xiao Dian's competitive spirit in his heart. He cupped his hands and said in a deep voice, Your Highness, rest assured, we will do our best. When the rest of the scholars saw this, they also cupped their hands and said. Li Tai laughed loudly and said, Ha, good. This prince will also do his best with everyone. Why is Erlang so energetic today? Late at night, in Empress Zhangxuan's bedroom, the candlelight was still swaying in the room. There were some faint sounds that were not suitable for children, which made the little palace maid guarding outside the door blush. For a long time, it was calm. The two palace maids could not help but look at each other, and they both breathed a sigh of relief. Inside the room, Empress Zhangxun lay in Li Er's arms and said lazily. Li Er heard this and laughed. He put his head less than an inch away from Zhangxuan's face and said meaningfully, listening to Guanin's words, It seems that she is complaining that I only come here once every day? Then I will be like today every time in the future, how about that? There were 4 great joys in life: rain after a long drought, meeting an old friend in a foreign land, the wedding night, and being nominated for the imperial roles. Although they had been husband and wife for many years, the relationship between Li Er and Empress Zhangxun belonged to the type of aged wine. The longer it was, the more mellow. Therefore, after a certain someone got married twice, he was in a very good mood. Empress Zhangxun symbolically punched Li Er's chest and said angrily, Erlang, you are not serious again. I am asking you seriously. I feel that Erlang is a little unusual today. Li Er laughed loudly and then said, Maid Guanin, you know me. That's right. My heart is full of fighting spirit today. Empress Zhangxun asked curiously, Oh, what? Li Er turned sideways and hugged Empress Zhangxun completely in his arms. He patted Empress Zhangxuan's jade back and sighed deeply. After the Wei River Alliance, the whole Tang Empire is hoarding provisions and preparing the soldiers and horses. Seeing the Tang Empire's national strength gradually increasing, while I am gratified, I also can't help but feel a little lonely. I am thinking that my Tang Empire is full of talents and fierce generals. According to this trend, in less than 2 years, the Turks will be destroyed. At that time, who can be my opponent? I didn't expect that child Qingke to give me something today that actually untied the knot in my hearts. Maid Guanin, guess what it is? Empress Zhangxun looked at the man beside her who was smiling from the bottom of his heart and suddenly felt very happy. She shook her head and said, I can't guess. Erlang, tell me. Li Er smiled and said, It is a map, a world maps. I only found out today that my Tang Empire's vast territory is not even the size of a palm on the world map. I only found out today that other than the Turks, Tibetans, and Xinlua, there are so many countries and so many powerful opponents on the aristocratic families. Chapter 597. To the west of the Tang Empire, there's a country bigger than the Tang Empire called the Arab Empire. Further west, there's a big country called the Byzantine Empires. This world is really interesting. I have to ask Li Zishuan about the strength of these 2 countries. Speaking of the source of his excitement, Li Er couldn't help but laugh proudly. Zhangxun wasn't stupid. After listening for such a long time, she had long understood that the man beside her had the competitive spirit again tonight. However, she had never heard of the Arabian Empire and the Byzantine Empire. Therefore, she asked softly, Erlang, is this world map accurate or not? How does that kid Xiaoxian know about those countries in the far west? Li Er was stunned and replied, The map should be accurate? That kid is preparing to use this as a teaching material for Yanhuang College in the future. How can he teach something that isn't accurate to the students? As for how he knows about those countries, that's hard to say. This kid has too many doubts, so this one won't make a difference. As long as his heart is with the Tang Empire, I'll turn a blind eye. Empress Zhang Sun nodded. After a moment of silence, she suddenly said, "Oh right, Erlangs. Speaking of Yanhuang College, I heard from my subordinates that many houses on Yunshan Mountain have been completed. In Xiaoshuan's college, the architectural style is not only strange, but also extremely luxurious. Yunshan Mountain used to be cold and cheerless, but now it has become a place where the people of Chang flock like ducks. It suddenly became lively. I'm really curious about how many students he will be able to recruit this time." Li Er smiled slightly and said, "It must be a lot. This kid is very good at creating public opinion. With the overwhelming publicity of Datong Daily, there's no place in the 358 provinces of the Tang Empire that doesn't know about the engineering school and Yanhuang College. But this college, I've only seen the sand table and haven't seen what it really looks like. When I'm free in the future, I'll accompany Maid Guanyin to take a look." Empress Zhang Sun smiled sweetly and said, "Okay." Li Er used his chin to press against Empress Zhang Sun's forehead, slowly saying, "Just geography, this brat gave Jin such a big surprise. I heard from Qingke that this batch of students from Yanhuang College will be learning 4 courses. We are now looking forward to what surprises the other 3 courses will bring to us and the Great Tang. Dad, why do you have to wake me up early in the morning every day?" The next morning, Duke Lu's mansion. Cheng Chumo rubbed his sleepy eyes and complained to Qing Yaojin. "Good morning. Early my ass. Don't you see that your schoolmates are already on their way to Yunshan? You're the only lazy one who's late every day." Cheng Yaojin slapped the table and reprimanded in a bad mood. Cheng Chumo pursed his lips and said nonchalantly, "Isn't it the same whether we go sooner or later? Xiaoxian and I are good brothers. Xiaoxian won't blame me if I go late. This is really a dead pig that isn't afraid of boiling water, thick-skinned, stinking shameless." Cheng Yaojin was so angry that he glared. He picked up the stick next to him and waved it over. "You stinking brat. You don't know how to make progress and you still have a reason? You don't let Lousy study hard and always score last in the exams. You don't let Lousy practice martial arts well. You're already so old and you're still a dabbler in the body tempering stage. How did Lousy give birth to such a disappointing son?" Cheng Chumo fled in all directions while shouting, Hey, Dad, stop it. Why are you acting crazy so early in the morning? So what if my grades are last? I'm not in the last 5, and I've never been on the roll of shame. So what if I'm in the body tempering stage? A lot of people haven't even succeeded in drawing qish. To be honest, Cheng Chumo felt wronged. He knew what he was capable of and he also knew that he wasn't outstanding. However, he originally thought that his father would also know. He hadn't been outstanding for so long, so why did his father suddenly explode today? Could it be that he was provoked by something? You little bastard, you're really shameless? See if Lousy doesn't beat you to death today. When Cheng Yaojin heard his son's shameful words, he, who was already angry, completely exploded. He dodged and easily caught Cheng Chumo, who was still trying to escape. Then he raised the stick and greeted Cheng Chumo's butt. Ouch! Mother! Save me! Cheng Chumo's stick hit hard. Cheng Chumo immediately cried out in pain. Ah no, it should be crying for his mother. Stop! Sure enough, Madam Ching didn't let her son down. She came out after being called for a long time. She angrily walked over and snatched the stick from Cheng Yaojin's hand. Then she scolded, You old thing, why are you acting crazy so early in the morning? It's fine if you're crazy, but why are you venting your anger on Ugly Cow? Cheng Yaojin snorted. I'm educating this ignorant thing. Madam Cheng didn't let it go. What do you mean ignorant? Did you only know what kind of character your son has today? If you're angry, go to the backyard and move stones. Don't vent your anger on your son. Did you only know what kind of character your son has today? Cheng Chumo was so touched that he almost cried. For the first time, he felt that the feeling of being looked down on was so good. Qingyang was hit where it hurt, and he angrily said, "A loving mother is a loser's. Let's not compare Xiaoxian. Look at that kid from the Dugu family. He became a master before he was 30. What about this kid? He only knows how to be lazy and idle all day long." Cheng Chumo was stunned. He finally understood why his father went crazy this morning. It was because he saw someone else's outstanding child and was provoked. He chuckled and said, "Ha, Dad, so that's why you're angry. That kid, Duga Xen, only became a master by luck with Xiaoshuan's help. Besides, he has a strong foundation in martial arts. Do you have to compare him to me?" Qing Yaojin said angrily, "Oh, you still have the nerve to say that? Between you and Duga Xen, who got to know Xiaoxian first? And in the end? In the end, Xiaoxian helped Duga Xen to break through, and you're still sleeping at home. You don't know how to reflect on yourself." Cheng Chumo was puzzled. What should I reflect on? Reflect on why Xiaoxian helped Duga Xen to break through and not you. How would I know why? You, Qing Yaojin really wanted to say, I'm really F***ed up. However, his wife was beside him and he could not say that. He could only say angrily, "Isn't it because you're lazy and don't know how to improve yourself that Xiaoxian doesn't want to be with you?" Cheng Chumo pursed his lips and said, "That's not it. Xiaoxian is much lazier than me." Cheng Yaojin was speechless. Chapter 598. The Choose. Choose. Li Zishuan, who was engrossed in writing in the study, inexplicably sneezed twice. He was already under pressure from a bunch of chemical reactions, and at this moment he was even more depressed. Damn, which family's little girl is thinking of me? Sigh. It's also a sin to be too outstanding. As the saying goes, when you sneeze once, someone will scold you. When you sneeze twice, someone will think of you. When you sneeze thrice, someone will think of you. And when you sneeze thrice, someone will think of you. That's why Li Zishuan shamelessly muttered to himself. Who are you thinking of? Han Yushi pushed open the door at this time and quietly came to Li Zishuan's side. Li Zishuan blushed and quickly said, "Cough, cough. Do you still need to ask?" "Of course, I'm thinking of you." Han Yushi sneered and said, "Glib tongue, it's clearly not like that." Although that was what she said, Han Yushi didn't intend to dig into it seriously. She was mostly joking. Li Zishuan smiled embarrassedly. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of the cup of bright red juice that Han Yushi brought in. He said in surprise, "Ah, this is iced watermelon juice?" Logically speaking, there were no juicers in the Tang dynasties. Han Yushi smiled gently and said, "Ah, how did you know?" I smelled it." Was there anything more blissful than having a cup of iced watermelon juice in front of him on a hot summer day? Li Zishuan didn't bother to ask Han Yushi how she squeezed the juice at this time. He directly picked up the cup and enjoyed it while answering Han Yushi's question. Now it seemed that although writing books at home was a little tough, it felt good to have a considerate person by his side to take care of him. 6 days later. I'm finally freaking liberated. Damn it, I didn't expect being a rich second-generation heir to be so tough. On this day, Li Zishuan finally walked out of his western courtyard. His 1-month closed-door training had made the people of Chang very lonely. Without the big news that he made every now and then, the people of Chang felt that their lives were less interesting. Fortunately, they still had the De Tang daily to pass the time. Young master, have you come out of seclusion? Xiao He trotted over from a distance and said with a bright smile. That's right. What do you think? I went into seclusion for a month. Xiao He, did you miss me? Li Zishuan squinted his eyes and teased. Actually, it couldn't be said to be flirting. He had been with the 2 maidservants for so long that they couldn't be more familiar with each other. Rather than flirting, it was more like playing around. Li Zishuan would never joke about this kind of thing with an unfamiliar girl. Speaking of which, during the month of his closed-door training, not only were the people outside unable to see him, but even many people in the mansion rarely saw him. Xiao He, who spent every day in the western courtyard, could only see Li Zishuan's real body when he came out to go to the toilet every day. Hee. No way. Young master, aren't you afraid that young madam won't let you enter the room at nights? Xiao He wasn't afraid of Li Zishuan. She stuck out her tongue and said mischievously. Li Zishuan was amused by her words. He laughed carelessly and said, "Heh, my Yushi isn't such a person's. On the other hand, little girl, when you get married in the future, you might become a fierce shrew." Young master Xiao He was furious. She put one hand on her waist and pointed at Li Zishuan with the other. She said angrily, "Young master, you're too much. Xiao He doesn't want to get married. I'm ignoring you." If the person in front of her wasn't Li Zishuan, with Xiao He's unruly temperament, she would have already verbally abused him or punched him. It was rare that the little girl could still maintain her last bit of rationality at this time. Little girl, you still want to fight with me? Li Zishuan looked at Xiao He's back and muttered to himself happily. It seemed pretty good to be able to bicker with such an unruly little girl every day. Husband, you're really too much. How can a girl like Xiao He withstand your words? Han Yushi walked in from outside the courtyard and complained to Li Zishuan slightly. Li Zishuan laughed and said, It's fine, it's fine. This little girl forgets everything after a meal and a nap." Han Yushi was speechless. She looked at Xiao He's back and then turned to Li Zishuan and said, "By the way, Mother just said that the villagers of the Han family manor and Plum Village have begun to urge us to collect rent. It just so happens that you've finished your work, husband, so I won't participate." Li Zishuan was stunned. Only then did he remember that he was a big landlord. Under normal circumstances, he only needed to eat at home and wait for death. However, since ancient times, when would a villager take the initiative to urge the owner to collect rents? It was really strange. Shaking his head and throwing away the messy thoughts in his mind, Li Zishuan replied, "That's fine. I'll go on a trip. But wife, how's the harvest on the farm this year?" With his current wealth, of course, he didn't care about the rent. The quality of the annual harvest didn't affect him much, but the impact on the villagers was too great. That was why he asked this question. Han Yushi's face darkened when she heard this. She said softly, "There's little rain this year. I heard from my father that the harvest on the farm wasn't very good. Overall, it will be about 10 to 20% less than last year." The villagers of the Han family manor and Plum Village didn't have much of an impact because you gave them a discount on raising chickens. However, the villagers of the other farms probably didn't have it easy. Li Zishuan heard this and couldn't help but ask, didn't the imperial court also issue a decree to reduce the burden of raising chickens? Although it's not as strong as our families, it can at least reduce their burden? Han Yushi rolled her eyes and said helplessly, "Husband, aren't you asking the obvious? Although the imperial court's decree can reduce the burden of some people, that's only for the villagers who have land to enjoy. Most of the villagers farm the land of the landlords. Those landlords can't wait to collect 100% of the rent. Why would they care about the lives of the villagers?" The Tang dynasty implemented a system of equalization of fields. Yongye fields and oral fields were divided. Yongye fields could be inherited and didn't need to pay taxes. Oral fields had to pay taxes and had to be returned to the country when they died. Every adult could be allocated 80 mu of oral fields and 20 mu of Yongye fields. Yongye fields could be bought and sold. When the year wasn't good, many people's oral fields weren't enough to pay taxes. They had no choice but to sell their Yongye fields. The landlords collected a lot of Yongye fields, but their oral fields were only 80 mu. They only needed to pay a small amount of taxes. What about the villagers who sold their Yongye fields? Although they received a large sum of money from selling their land, they still had 80 mu of oral fields to pay taxes. When the year wasn't good, they would still have to spend a lot of money. Therefore, many people eventually went to the landlords to rent land to make up for their income. Chapter 599. The land equalization system implemented at the beginning of the Tang dynasty was one of the means to cultivate the feudal landlord's annexation power and consolidate the foundation of the feudal regime. The law itself was to protect the landlord class, so of course, it would be more lenient to them. The reason for this situation was mainly because the era was different. The The sharpest contradictions in society were also different, so the policies implemented were naturally different. At the beginning of the Tang dynasty, when the country was just established, there were many things waiting to be done. A lot of land was wasteland, so there was no need to worry about land. On the other hand, the ruler had to cultivate a group of feudal landlords to consolidate the regime. But later, with the development of land annexation, farmers lost a lot of land, and rent adjustment could not continue to be implemented. The government's land tax income was greatly reduced, and financial difficulties. Therefore, during the Tang Dizong period, the tax system was reformed and implemented two tax systems. The biggest change was to change the tax based on the number of people to the tax based on the amount of land. This increased the country's land tax income and weakened the landlord's power. Li Zishuan sighed helplessly, "AI. If you are poor, you should take care of yourself. If you are rich, you should help the world. Now I, Li Zishuan, can be considered to have a small fortune, but I am powerless to help the world." Logically speaking, he also felt that the current land tax system of the Tang dynasty was a trap, but what could he do? Although his rank was not low, he did not have much authority in the imperial court. With his strength alone, he could not change the situation at all. Han Yushi stepped forward and took the initiative to hold Li Zishuan's hand. She said, "Helping the world has nothing to do with one's personal wealth. No matter how rich husband is, it's impossible to support everyone in the world, right?" Laozi said, "Instead of giving a man fish, it is better to teach a man to fish. Instead of giving others money, it is better to teach them a survival skill. In fact, husband, what you are doing now is helping the world." Yanhuang College teaches and educates people. 10 years later, or even 100 years later, people will forget how glorious and rich our family is now, but there will definitely be a lot of people who will remember that our family's Yanhuang College has cultivated a large number of talents. Although husband did not go to the battlefield to kill the enemy and expand the country's territory, what husband did is more glorious than those generals on the battlefield. This concubine feels extremely honored to have married such an outstanding person like my husband. Han Yushi's words could be said to be true. That love that came from the depths of her heart, no one doubted that it was fake. After Li Zishuan heard this, he could not help but be stunned on the spot. Right now, he felt really comfortable in his heart. That's right, so comfortable. After living for 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he had a female fan, and it was a liquor. How could he not feel comfortable? Also, Han Yushi almost praised him as a saint. This made him a little smug. Such a real female fan, pinks? Li Zishuan wiped his nose and said, "Cough, cough. Wife, you're praising me so much that I'm almost embarrassed. Come, say a few more words." The words that were just about to come out of Han Yushi's mouth were immediately blocked by Li Zishuan's big turn of events. She almost choked. She was both angry and amused as she said, "I was serious just now, but you're being sarcastic again." Young master. When the husband and wife were flirting, Xiaoxi took small steps and ran in from outside. She bowed to Han Yushi and then said to Li Zishuan, "Young master." Old Mr. Li Gang sent his little grandson to pass a message. He said that there's something important for you to go to his residence for a chat. Li Zishuan was stunned at first, then he reacted and said to Han Yushi, "Wife, looks like I have to go and get busy again. In the afternoon, let Uncle Wang go to the manor to collect the rents. Father-in-law is there to take care of it, so there shouldn't be any problems. You just rest at home." Sigh. "What's the matter, husband?" Han Yushi asked in confusion, but Li Zishuan's figure had already disappeared. This made her a little depressed. "Xiaoxi, old Mr. Li, why are you looking for my husband?" Since the main character had run away, Han Yushi could only ask Xiaoxi, the witness. Xiaoxi's face was bitter as she shook her head and said, "Young mistress, even you don't know about this, how would I know?" When Han Yushi heard that, she felt that it made sense and felt slightly depressed. At this moment, Li Zishuan ran back in a hurry and shouted as he ran, Hey, wife, hurry and help your husband to tie up my hair and change my clothes." Just as he ran out of the front yard, he realized that he was wearing the short-sleeved shirt and shorts that his wife had specially made for him. Moreover, his appearance was very bad. Because he had been staying at home to write his book, his long hair was messy. If it weren't for his handsome face, he would probably be treated as a beggar walking on the street at this moment. Han Yushi was speechless by Li Zixuan's actions. She followed Li Zixuan into the house and covered her mouth as she laughed. Since when did my husband care so much about his appearance? After dressing up, Li Zixuan brought Li Gang's 6 or 7-year-old grandson, Li Anren, and rushed to Tsujiang Square. When he heard Xiao Shi say that Li Gang was looking for him, he immediately thought of the time when he personally visited Li Gang. Li Gang had told him that he would help him find a few respectable teachers from the academy. Among them, there were a few people who knew about mechanisms and machines. Li Zixuan had always wanted such talents. That was why he was so concerned about his appearance today. He didn't want others to look down on him because of his sloppy appearance. That would be too much of a joke. Furthermore, if he wore short-sleeved shirt and shorts over, Li Gang would probably kick him and scold him for being a disgrace. Anren, how can your grandfather be at ease and come over alone? Li Zixuan had his own way of coaxing children. After stuffing a few pieces of the Li family's exclusive delicacies, Li Anren instantly started calling out Brother Xian, Brother Xian. The speed of his betrayal was within Li Zixuan's expectations. An old grandpa and 2 big brothers came over. Grandfather couldn't leave, so he asked Anren to come over. Li Anren licked the syrup at the corner of his mouth and said in a childish voice. When Li Zixuan heard this, he couldn't help but feel happy. Ha! Good. Looks like Li Gang really found a teacher for me. A teacher from Yanhuang College is here. When he thought of this, Li Zixuan patted Li Anren's head and smiled. Anren, let's go. Let's go see your grandfather. When he thought of the mysterious teacher that Li Gang mentioned who was proficient in machines, Li Zixuan couldn't help but feel unusually excited. Chapter 600. His family's carriage had just been pulled to the rear courtyard for a thorough cleaning this morning, so it shouldn't be dry yet. Li Gang didn't seem to be in a hurry either. From the looks of it, he should be freeloading at Li Zixuan's house for lunch. Therefore, Li Zixuan brought Li Anren with him and rushed to Crooked River Square on foot. For nearly a month, they had not strolled outside like now. Li Zixuan looked at the people coming and going around. He felt that Chang and city seemed to be more lively than before, but this was only a guess in his heart. He was not sure. Hey, little brother, please wait. At this moment, a young man carrying a bookcase, who looked like a scholar going to the capital to take the exam, walked over quickly and greeted Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan looked around. After making sure that the scholar was asking him, he asked curiously, Your Excellency, what's the matter? The scholar smiled shyly, then cupped his hands and said, I heard that Yanhuang College is spreading the knowledge of making mortals soar in the sky, and on the 18th of this month, they are recruiting students. Therefore, I came all the way from Bingzhou to see this grand event. I am ashamed to say that I have just arrived in Chang, and am not familiar with the place. I have passed by several inns, but there are no vacant rooms. I don't know if there are any other inns where I can stay. I hope this little brother can give me some guidance. Li Zixuan was stunned. It turned out that the person in front of him had come all the way from Taiyuan to take the exam of Yanhuang College. Thinking about it, today was the 8th of September, and Yanhuang College's entrance exam would begin in 10 days. No wonder there were so many people in Chang'an City. Most of them should be candidates from other places. Thinking of this, Li Zixuan could not help but smile and said, So you are here for Yanhuang College. Sorry for the disrespect. Brother, if you want to stay in a hotel, I recommend you to go to Chongren Square. There are all kinds of inns there, and I am sure there will be vacant rooms for you. Chongren Square in the northwest of the East Market of Chang, and was a place where inns gathered. To the west of this square was the Imperial City, where the government was located. It was very convenient to go there for the examination. To the southeast was the East Market, where it was convenient to go shopping. To the south was the Peace Square, where it was convenient to talk to the prostitutes. Because of these advantages, this square became the residence of scholars from other places who came to Chang, and for the selection of officials and the imperial examination. The service industry, such as restaurants that were attached to it, were also very prosperous. It was noisy day and night, and the lights were endless. It was just like the nightlife center of Chang. Of course, the cost of living in a bustling place was naturally incomparable to other places. Li Zishuan also saw that the young scholar in front of him was dressed exquisitely and had a good temperament. He reckoned that his family background was not bad, so he recommended him to Chongren Lane. Now that so many examinees had gathered in Chang, those cheap inns were almost full. Only high-end inns could satisfy the needs of this man in front of him. The young scholar asked, "Where is this Chongren Square? Little brother, please enlighten me." Li Zishuan felt his teeth ache. He thought that this scholar's speech was a little troublesome. He pointed to the north and said, "Brother, follow this road to the north. After passing through 4 residential squares, you will see Chongren Lane." The scholar's face lit up. He hurriedly cupped his hands and thanked, "Little brother, thank you for your advice. I am Di Zhishuan. If fate allows us to meet again in the future, I will definitely invite you to drink and chat." Di Zhishuan? Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. In his previous life, when he read Young Di Renjie, there was 4 heroes of capital city. One of them was Di Zhishuan, Di Renjie's father. However, he had been here for so long and was still a native of Chang. He had never heard of the 4 heroes of capital city. It was obvious that the stories in the novel were all fabricated. However, he did not expect to meet the future divine minister of Tang, Di Renjie's father. He really had the halo of a main character. "Brother Di, you are too polite. I believe that we will meet again in the future." "Brother Di, don't you have any relatives in Chang'an? Why do you want to stay in an inn?" Li Zishuan smiled faintly and asked with deep meaning. If he remembered correctly, Di Renjie's grandfather, Di Zhishuan's father, should be an official in the imperial court. According to historical records, Di Zhishuan's father, Di Xiaoxiu, had been the general manager of the army, the general, the left minister, the military envoy of Bian province, the golden-purple Guanglu Daifu, the scattered cavalry officer, and the provincial governor of Feng and Bian province. Later on, he was conferred the title of Lin Yingnan and had a prominent position in the early Tang dynasty. Di Zhishuan was Di Xiaoxiu's 5th son. He was a man of great talent. Since his father was a high-ranking official in the imperial court and his family was wealthy, Di Zhishuan had received a good education from a young age. According to the normal course of history, Di Zhishuan would have taken the imperial examination in the 4th year of Zhengguan and become an official. In the same year, he would have given birth to Di Renjie, the divine minister of Tang. At this time, Di Zhishuan's face turned red. He cupped his hands and said, "I do have relatives working in Chang. However, I don't want to cause any trouble when I come to take the examination of Yanhuang College, so..." It was also because Di Zhishuan saw that Li Zishuan was dressed in luxurious clothes and had an extraordinary temperament that he explained that he was definitely not the son of an ordinary family. After all, they were in Chang, a city where officials were as numerous as dogs. Although his father was an official, he did not want to make enemies for his father. Li Zishuan chuckled when he heard that and hurriedly waved his hand. "Ha! I know. Brother Di, you don't have to say any more. Let's go to Chongren Square." From Di Zhishuan's words, he guessed that Di Xiaoxiu didn't bring all his family members to Chang, and when he was an official. He also hoped that Di Zhishuan would take the imperial examination and become an official. Di Zhishuan was young and frivolous. He was attracted by the large number of reports about Yanhuang Academy in the newspaper. However, because of Di Xiaoxiu's opinion, he could only secretly come to Chang and to take the examination. This was a rebellious young man who left the Li family without permission. Di Zhishuan breathed a sigh of relief and said, Then I will take my leave. Thank you very much, little brother." Li Zishuan smiled and cupped his hands in return. He said, "Brother Di, I wish you all the best in the examination and have a good time in Chang'an. If you are free in the next few days, you can go to Yunshan Mountain in the eastern suburbs of Chang and take a look at Yanhuang College. Brother Di will not be disappointed." Di Zhishuan's eyes flashed. He nodded and said, "I will go and take a look." After that, the two of them cupped their hands and said goodbye. Li Zixuan took Li Anren and continued to rush to Crooked River Square. Looking at the crowded Chang, he muttered to himself, "It's the golden autumn of September. Talents from all over the world are gathering. I wonder how many students will pass the examination this time." Chapter 601. According to the statistics of the various branches of the Tang Dynasty daily, there were a total of 3,800 students who applied for the Yanhuang Academy. Even if they used the 50% reference rate, there would still be more than 1,900 students who came to take the exam. This number was more than the number of examinees who came to Chang in every year. The imperial exam of the Tang Dynasty was held in January or February every year. Generally, registration would start in November of the previous year. The exam location was at the southern courtyard of the Ministry of Rites of the Shangshu province. The examiner was the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rites. Generally, the number of examinees who came to Chang and for the exam every year was around 1,000. At its peak, it could reach 2,000 examinees. However, Li Zixuan's academy was able to attract 4,000 examinees. One had to say that his publicity work was really on point. In many people's eyes, Yanhuang College's entrance exam was second only to the imperial exam. After all, the imperial exam had a limited number of examinees. Mingjing could not exceed 100 examinees, Jinshi could not exceed 30 examinees. Yanhuang College didn't seem to have any restrictions as long as one could pass the exam. After entering Yanhuang College, one could use the Yanhuang College's mathematics to participate in the imperial exam. If one failed, one could use engineering to earn money to support his family and become a rich man. Or one could invent a divine artifact. Like Li Zixuan, one could directly become a baron from a commoner and reach the pinnacle of life. Of course, there were fewer people who took the imperial exam than the Yanhuang College's entrance exam. Another reason was the threshold. The threshold for the imperial exam was obviously much higher than the threshold for Yanhuang College. The examinees who took the imperial exam came from two sources. The examinees who took the imperial exam came from Shengtu and Xianggong. There were many subjects in the imperial exam. According to the examinees' conditions and the content of the exam, they were divided into Xiuzai, Mingjing, Jinshi, Mingfa, Mingjing, etc. Shengtu were the examinees who passed the entrance exam of the Imperial College, Hongwen Institute, Chongwen Institute, and various institutes. Xianggong, on the other hand, was a person who had passed the capital and state examinations. They were also known as high scholars. They had to be recommended by someone. The examinees who came to the capital for the imperial examinations had to find a backer, hoping to be recognized by others. Therefore, it wasn't until the Kaiyuan age that the number of examinees participating in the imperial examination finally broke through the 2,000 mark. This number was far less than the number of examinees in the Song dynasty. In the 5th year of Zhenzong Xianping of the Northern Song dynasty, there were more than 44,000 examinees in the imperial capital. In comparison, the threshold for Yanhuang College's entrance exam was much lower. As long as one had a basic understanding of the 4 books and 5 classics, and then delved into new mathematics, it was very likely that one would be admitted. There was no need to go to the top of the school, give gifts, or give red packets, and so on. Naturally, the number of people applying for the exam was much higher. After walking for about half an hour, Li Zixuan finally arrived at Sujiang Square with Li Anren. "Ah, you're finally here. How rude of you to make us 2 old bones wait for a junior like you for so long." When they arrived at the Li family's house, Li Gang heard someone knocking on the door and came to open it. When he saw Li Zixuan, he couldn't help but laugh. Li Zixuan hurriedly clasped his hands and apologized. "I was delayed by something on the way here. Please don't blame me for it." After saying that, he saw 3 men in brown linen clothes following behind Li Gang. One of them was slightly older, estimated to be in his 40s or 50s. His hair was faintly silver, and his face was serious. His skin was slightly dark, and there were many wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. He was tall and gave off a strong impression. However, why did this person look like a laborer and not a teacher? Why did Li Gang invite him over? Could it be that he guessed wrong? The other two people were slightly younger, but they were a little thin, and belonged to the kind of people who were only skin and bones. At first glance, it was obvious that they were malnourished and often suffered hardships. However, the aura of these two young people was actually at the early stage of qi refining. This really surprised Li Zishuan. "Sir, who are these people?" Li Zishuan looked at the three of them and asked Li Gang. Although these three people didn't look like teachers from their appearance, Li Zishuan still had to ask out of politeness and respect. Moreover, he wasn't a person who cared about appearance. For men, as long as they didn't look scary and were capable, he didn't care about whether they were handsome or not. Cough cough, when it came to women, he still paid a little attention to appearance. "Ah, let's talk inside." Li Gang laughed and led them into the front hall. When they entered the room, they felt a trace of coolness. Li Zishuan smiled slightly. This was the ice that Li Gang had asked his subordinates to send to Li Gang's house every day after Li Gang agreed to work at Yanhuang College. It could be considered an exclusive benefit from the college. After they sat down, Li Gang raised his hand and laughed. "Ah, little Xian, let me introduce you. This is the 45th generation of the Mo family, Mr. Mo Huai. These two are the younger generation of Mr. Mo's family. They are Mo Zhong and Mo Yun. Brother Mo, this is Li Zishuan that this old man told you about. Don't be fooled by his young age, his ability is not small at all." After Li Gang finished speaking, Li Zishuan's eyes widened in shock. There was a huge wave in his heart. The Mo family, the Mo family's giant, this top school or top organization that originated from the Warring States period, its leader actually looked like this? And sat in front of him? The Mo family's giant. In the legend of Qin, the Mo family's giant, the six-fingered black warrior, wore a black cloak and held an ink plum that looked like a sword but not an attack. He had black eyebrows without a sharp edge and was all-powerful. Even the 5 elders of the Yinyang school could not take him down. There was also the third generation of the Mo family's giant, the mysterious Yen Dan. What kind of existence was that? Why did the Mo family's giant in front of him look so unsophisticated? Even if he was a low-level version of the six-fingered black warrior, he would not be so low-level. Also, the Mo family chivalry was so strong. From the Qin dynasty to the Han dynasty, the various rulers had never stopped suppressing the Mo family. Under such an environment, how could the Mo family survive until the Tang dynasty? Li Zishuan did not read about this in his previous life. His understanding of the Mo family was still limited to the anime of the legend of Qing dynasty. As for the status of the Mo family in the Tang dynasty, he had no idea at all. Greetings to Mr. Mo and the two brothers Mo. With a stomach full of questions, Li Zishuan cupped his hands and greeted the three of them. "I'm just a villager in the mountains. I can't accept the courtesy of Mr. Li." Mo Huai's cheeks moved slightly as he said with a solemn expression. There was no trace of a smile on his wrinkled old face. Li Zishuan's mouth twitched. This old man was not someone who was easy to get along with. That's right, he was the giant of the Mo family. How could he become a teacher so easily? Looks like my mission today is not easy. Heh. This is the first collision of modern and ancient scientific knowledge, right? Let's see who's stronger and who's weaker. Li Zishuan thought maliciously in his heart. His principle in life was that if others were not convinced, then he would torture them until they were convinced. Chapter 602. Cough cough. Old brother Mo, little Xian is outstanding in both martial arts and knowledge among the younger generation of our great Tang. Don't look down on him because of his age. In the main hall, Li Gang stroked his beard and said to Mo Huai with a spurious smile. He had lived a lifetime from the emperor to the common people. What kind of person had he not seen? He had seen Mo Huai's reaction just now and remembered it in his heart, which was why he had reminded him. Of course, he was extremely dissatisfied with Mo Huai's contemptuous attitude because Li Zishuan was his superior. Mo Huai's contempt was also an insult to him, Li Gang. Mo Huai's expression froze. He looked at Li Gang and said with some dissatisfaction, "Wenji, you came all the way here to send this Mo to Chang, and just to let this Mo work under a 14 or 15-year-old child. Although the Mo clan has declined and disappeared from the world today, our Mo clan has not fallen to the point of listening to the orders of a child. Mo, why you? Li Gang's face flushed red. Li Gang had wanted to give the dying Mo clan a chance to prolong its feeble existence and display its remaining strength. But now, not only did Mo Huai not appreciate his kindness, he was even so arrogant. Li Gang could not help but feel anger rising in his heart. A hero's background does not matter, and a man's ambition does not depend on his age. Every dog has its day. Don't bully the young for being poor. The great son of the Mo clan is actually so short-sighted. It seems like the Mo clan's decline is not without reason. Before Li Gang could finish speaking, Li Zishuan mocked him. Some people, even at the lowest point in their lives, were still unwilling to give up their lofty status and exuded an air of arrogance. This kind of person needed to be taught a lesson, and Li Zishuan would never indulge this bad habit of theirs. Mo Zhong and Mo Yun paled at these words. Mo Huai slapped the table and stood up, scolding Li Zishuan angrily, "Impudent! How dare an ignorant child humiliate our Mo clan?" Mo Zhong drew his sword and said, "Uncle, I'll go teach him a lesson." Then, he ignored Li Gang's attempt to stop him and channeled his qi into his sword to stab Li Zishuan. "Tisk! You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Li Zishuan sneered. With his current strength in the Grandmaster realm, Mo Zhong's sword was like a child's play, so he didn't even bother to dodge. He just stood there and stretched out two fingers in an extremely pretentious manner, accurately capturing the trajectory of Mo Zhong's sword. With a clang sound, Mo Zhong could no longer move forward. Silence! Everyone in the room, including Li Gang, widened their eyes in disbelief. Mo Zhong's face turned red. He was so ashamed that he wanted to die. In his opinion, the child in front of him was so much younger than him. How could he not be able to defeat him? However, reality was always so cruel. Right now, he only wanted to withdraw and retreat, but Li Zishuan's two fingers seemed to have infinite strength, making his sword immovable. "Those who kill will die, those who injure will be punished. You call yourselves followers of the school of Mo, but have you forgotten the philosophy that your Mo clan has always pursued? Today, I'll teach you a lesson." Li Zishuan sneered. Then, everyone heard a clang. Mo Zhong's sword broke from the middle. Half of the sword fell to the ground, reflecting the sunlight from outside on Mo Zhong's face. Mo Zhong said in shock, "Grandmaster? No. Impossible. How can there be such a young Grandmaster?" Mo Huai's expression changed slightly. He looked straight at Li Zishuan and said, "Those who kill will die, those who injure will be punished. This is the way of the school of Mo that my Mo clan has pursued for thousands of years. Where did you learn this from?" Li Zishuan was stunned. He just vaguely remembered that someone in The Legend of Qin had said this before. He didn't expect that he would actually run into the main character. His luck was really unparalleled. There was a related story about those who kill will die, and those who injure will be punished. The fourth generation of the school of Mo had his abdomen in the Qin kingdom. His son had killed someone and should have been executed according to the law. However, King Qin Hui thought that his abdomen was old and only had one son, so he ordered that his son not be killed. However, his abdomen said that the way of the school of Mo stated, "Those who kill will die, and those who injure will be punished." This was a necessary measure to prohibit killing and injuring others. It was in line with the righteousness of the world. However, he still insisted on killing his son. This story vividly reflected the strict discipline of the school of Mo. It was precisely because of this that the followers of the school of Mo were very good at fighting. They had the spirit of walking on fire and dancing on the sword, even if death does not come. The way of the school of Mo? Do you still know that this is the way of the school of Mo? You use weapons at the slightest disagreement. Not to mention that I'm an official of the imperial court, even if I'm just a commoner. Do you people of the school of Mo have the right to draw your swords against me? Li Zishuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back. With a righteous look on his face, he spat out unforgiving words. Mo Huai's face darkened. He hesitated for a moment, then lowered his voice and ordered, "Mo Zhong, You violated the way of the school of Mo. Hurry and apologize to Li Xiannans. Mo Zhong's face turned red. He said reluctantly, Uncle, go quickly. If Li Xiannan doesn't forgive you, you will no longer be a member of the school of Emo's. Mo Huai waved his hand and said coldly. When Mo Zhong heard this, his body couldn't help but tremble. Bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. One had to know that there were ice cubes in this room to lower the temperatures. Li Xiannan just now was. After struggling for a long time, Mo Zhong finally moved his feet and arrived in front of Li Zishuan. He then bowed and cupped his hands in apology. Li Zishuan shook his head and didn't let Mo Zhong continue. He said directly, No need. I, Li Zishuan, am not someone who will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Just treat today's matter as a misunderstanding. Before figuring out what these three members of the school of Mo had, Li Zishuan didn't want to offend them too much. Mo Zhong was in disbelief. He thought that Li Zishuan would definitely not let go of such a great opportunity to hit someone when they were down, but he didn't expect the outcome to be like this. Mo Zhong opened his mouth. After a long while, he finally squeezed out the words, Thank you. Then, he returned to his original position gloomily. When Li Gang and Mo Huai saw this, they both looked at Li Zishuan in surprise. Li Zishuan smiled and continued the original topic. He asked, Juzi, from what you said earlier, you feel that coming to Yanhuang College as a teacher is beneath your status, right? The corners of Mo Huai's mouth twitched when he heard this. This kid is really cunning. A moment later, he replied, Earlier, Brother Wenji said that you're outstanding in both martial arts and knowledge among the younger generation of the Great Tang. You've already proved that you're indeed very talented in the path of martial arts. Now, it's time to prove your knowledge. Then we will talk about other things. Chapter 603. Prove my knowledge? When Li Zishuan heard this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. If Kong Yingda wanted to compete with him in terms of knowledge, he might be afraid because he didn't know much about the Confucian classics. However, the person in front of him was a big shot of the school of Mo, so it was a different story. Although his engineering knowledge did not originate from the Mo family, it had a lot to do with them. The Mo family was most famous for machinery and machinery. Back then, Moz was proficient in handicraft and could be compared to the craftsmen of that time. As a modern engineering student, Li Zishuan felt that he should have a lot in common with the people of the Mo family. I can prove my knowledge, but there has to be a prize. Otherwise, if anyone doubts my knowledge, won't I have to waste my time debating with them? Li Zishuan said slowly. He was trying to lure him into a trap. If anyone else dared to treat him like this today, he would definitely fall out with them. With his current capital, there was no need for him to tolerate anyone. However, the person in front of him was from the Mo family, so it was different. He really wanted to see how capable the only school with the highest technological content of the 100 schools of thought in the Preaching dynasty was. Mo Huai frowned and said, Do you think you have victory in your hands? You're really a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger. All right, to prevent others from saying that I'm bullying the weak, you can decide the rules and the prize. Mo Yun panicked and said, Uncle, you can't do that. Li Zishuan laughed loudly and said, Good. Big shot, you're so bold. Since that's the case, I won't take advantage of you. Next, you and I will each come up with 5 questions in our field of expertise. The 5 questions will be limited to 1 hour. Whoever can answer the most questions will be the winner. If I win, you will have to stay in Yanhuang College to teach your knowledge. If I lose, I'm willing to take out 1,000 taels of gold as compensation. How about that? 1,000 taels of gold? Mo Zhong and Mo Yun's eyes widened and their breathing quickened. They were so shocked by this huge sum of money that they lost control of their hearts and souls. Although the Mo family was glorious for a period of time and had hundreds of thousands of disciples at its peak, after Moz, the Mo family no longer had a master of Moism. Coupled with the suppression of the ruling class, the Mo family's glory was long gone and there were fewer and fewer followers of the school of Mo in the world. Today, only the core followers of the school of Mo were still adhering to and carrying out the original intention of the school of Mo. In terms of life, They were no different from farmers and could barely afford to eat and wear. Mo Zhong and Mo Yun probably couldn't even imagine how much this 1,000 taels of gold was worth. Even Mo Huai's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. He clenched his hands behind his back and said, "Since you're so confident, how can this old man back down? If I lose, I'll go to your Yanhuang Academy to teach, and I won't ask for any salary. If you lose, I don't want your 1,000 taels of gold." The disciples of the Mahist family use rope ink for self-defense, and in case of emergencies, we wear fur as clothes and sable as uniforms. We work day and night, and suffer ourselves to the extreme. We don't need these worldly things. At this moment, Li Zishuan had a higher opinion of Mo Huai. The school of Moism in the Preqin era was originally a school of thought formed by workers and peasants. Unlike the Confucian school of thought, which was never tired of eating and never tired of eating, the members of the school of Moism had to endure the hardships of life and had to have a heart of universal love for everyone. They could not talk about personal feelings. The current Mo Huai had a very good character, but he was a little arrogant. Then, Juzi, please set the question first, Li Zishuan said with a smile. If Mo Huai wasn't willing to accept the 1,000 taels of gold, then he wouldn't force him. Mo Zhong and Mo Yun had a look of pity on their faces, but they didn't dare to object. Li Gang, who was watching from the side, glanced at Li Zishuan rather worriedly. He wasn't worried that Li Zishuan would lose face if he lost this competition, but he was worried that if Li Zishuan lost this competition, then it would be a blow to the current momentum of Yanhuang College. At that time, there would probably be many people who would kick Li Zishuan while he was down. Mo Huai nodded. Actually, ever since Li Zishuan took the initiative to let Mo Zhong off, he didn't have much ill will towards Li Zishuan. However, that didn't mean that he was willing to teach at Yanhuang College. These were two different things. After pondering for a while, Mo Huai said in a deep voice, "First question, what is the universe?" Li Zishuan was shocked and cursed in his heart. He didn't expect Mo Huai, a person from the Tang dynasty, to know about the universe. He just didn't know if the universe he was asking about was the same concept as the universe he knew. After hesitating for a while, he could only bite the bullet and answer, "The universe is the general name of all things. It is the unification of time and space. It is the existence of time is endless, space is boundless, and mass is infinite." This answer was the broad definition of the universe in the books of his previous life. The narrow definition of the universe referred to the space and matter outside the Earth's atmosphere. Of course, he couldn't explain the latter concept. What Li Zishuan didn't expect was that after hearing this answer, Mo Huai didn't laugh at him, nor did he have any doubts or confusion. Instead, he was a little shocked. Yes, he was shocked. At this moment, Mo Huai's heart was in turmoil. He said over and over again in his heart, "Impossibles! Impossible! How could this little kid in front of me know the holy ancestors' definition of the universe?" That's right, as early as the Preqin era, Mo Zi had a detailed definition of the universe. He believed that the universe was a continuous whole, and that individuals and parts were separated from this unified whole. They were all parts of this unified whole. In other words, the whole contained individuals, and the whole was made up of individuals. There was an inevitable organic connection between the whole and the individuals. Starting from this continuous view of the universe, Mo Zi then established a theory of spacetime. He believed that spacetime was both limited and infinite. To the whole, spacetime was infinite, but to parts, spacetime was limited. He also pointed out that continuous spacetime was made up of spacetime elements. He defined spacetime elements as beginning and end. Beginning was the smallest unit in time that could not be divided again, and end was the smallest unit in space that could not be divided again. This formed the theory that spacetime was continuous and infinite. This continuous and infinite spacetime was made up of the smallest units. There was a limit in infinity, and there was a discontinuity in continuity. Although Li Zishuan's theory couldn't be said to be completely consistent with Mo Zi's theory, it coincided with the general idea. How could Mo Huai not be shocked? At the same time, it also showed how awesome Mo Zi was in the field of ancient science. Correct. Please listen to this old man's next question. Mo Huai didn't argue and directly admitted that Li Zishuan had answered correctly. Then he continued. Chapter 604. Please ask Zhi. Li Zishuan heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Mo Huai's affirmative answer. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel shocked. Since Mo Huai said so, didn't it mean that people in this era were really beginning to understand what the universe was? This made Li Zishuan feel incredulous. The second question, what is force? Li Zishuan was shocked, but how could Mo Huai not be? He had read the definition of the universe from Mo's handwritten notes. He thought that this question alone would make Li Zishuan retreat. He didn't expect Li Zishuan, a 14 or 15-year-old kid, to be able to turn the tables. This made Mo Huai very puzzled. After thinking for a while, Mo Huai asked the second question. Force? Is it the force of force? Li Zishuan suspected that he had heard wrong and asked uncertainly. Mo Huai nodded and said, yes. Li Zishuan smiled and answered, force is the interaction between several objects. Interaction refers to the movement of an object that changes due to the existence of other objects. Objects only have two attributes, mass and speed. Therefore, force can change the state of motion of an object. If the speed of increase is defined as acceleration, then for the same object, the greater the force it receives, the greater its acceleration will be. Li Zishuan talked non-stop about all the knowledge points about force in the physics books of the later generations into words that the ancients could understand. Li Gang, who was listening at the side, was confused, not knowing what the hell Li Zishuan was talking about. Mo Huai, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes and stared at Li Zishuan with an extremely solemn expression. At this moment, it was as if his heart had experienced a violent storm, and he was unable to calm down for a long time. The ancestor of the Mahist family, Moz, once had a detailed definition of force in the Mahist classics. He said, force is the reason for the movement of an object. In other words, force was the reason for the movement of an object, even if the action of the object's movement was called force. In this regard, he gave an example and said that it was like lifting a heavy object from bottom to top. It could only be done because of the action of force. At the same time, Moz pointed out that when an object was under force, it also produced a reaction force. For example, after two objects of equal mass collided, the two objects would move in opposite directions. If the difference in mass between two objects was great, although the object with greater mass would not move after the collision, the reaction force would still exist. Then, Moz gave the definitions of movement and stop. He believed that movement was due to force pushing and stop was the end of an object's motion after a certain period of time. Although Moz didn't clearly point, he realized that the object's motion after the external force, he realized that the object's state of motion could not exist forever after the external force disappeared. To a certain extent, Moz's research in the field of physics and mechanics was definitely more than 2,000 years ahead of the entire world. If the Mahist family could replace the Confucian family and become the orthodox school of physics, then China would very likely become the origin and prosperity of the world's physics. After a full quarter of an hour, Li Zishuan finally stopped. The two young men, Mo Zhong and Mo Yun, no longer looked at Li Zishuan with contempt. As the core disciples of the Mahist family, they certainly had a certain understanding of Mozi's handwritten notes and works. However, they spent most of their time learning martial arts. In comparison, their knowledge in this area was far inferior to Li Zishuan. Mo Zhong and Mo Yun, who had always flaunted themselves as the children of reclusive masters, felt very hurt in their hearts. They couldn't win in terms of martial arts, let alone in terms of knowledge. Mo Huai closed his eyes and digested what Li Zishuan had just said in his heart, trying to find some loopholes in it. However, after a long while, he opened his eyes somewhat dispiritedly because he found that what Li Zishuan had just said was not only impeccable, but also more detailed than what was recorded in the ancient books of the Mahist family. He even went a step further in explaining and proving some of the concepts. He had never heard of some of them, but he had to admit that Li Zishuan's words were very reasonable. Li Xianen, you got this question right. Mo Huai looked at Li Zixuan with a complicated expression and said, although there were rare copies of the Mahist classics circulating in the world, in the social context of Confucianism, how many people in the world would read such an obscure books? Moreover, Li Zixuan's theories had clearly surpassed the definition of force in the Mahist classics. He had expanded force into a complete and detailed knowledge on the basis of Mahist classics. Where did Li Zixuan's knowledge come from? Why did he know so many things? There were many questions buried in Mo Huai's heart, but now was obviously not the time to ask, so he could only endure it. Li Zixuan smiled slightly. He was really liking this Mahist master in front of him more and more now. Where could he find such an advanced physics teachers? Li Gang had helped him a lot this times. The person involved, Li Gang, was now dumbfounded. He really wanted to ask Mo Huai, how did he get it right? He didn't understand at all just now. Mo Huai put his hands behind his back and walked 2 steps on the spot. Then he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He turned to Li Zixuan and asked, third question, put a small hole behind an open candle. What is the phenomenon behind the small hole? With that he stared at Li Zixuan. Although he knew the answer to this question from the Mahist classics, he only knew how and did not know why. He planned to make things difficult for Li Zixuan later. Li Zixuan widened his eyes. He now suspected that Mo Huai was a transmigrator. He even knew about the image of a small hole. He was going to ascend to the heavens. What? Mr. Li can't answer? Mo Zhong asked happily when he saw this. Li Zixuan was shocked and speechless, but in Mo Zhong's eyes, he could not answer. Li Zixuan came back to his senses and suppressed the shock in his heart. Then he smiled and said, it's not difficult. There will be an inverted image of a candle flame behind the small hole. As the small hole in the middle moves back and forth, the size of the image will also change. Juzi, am I right? As a modern engineering student, although Li Zixuan easily answered Mo Huai's question, he had a stomach full of questions like Mo Huai. This was because the image of a small hole involved the knowledge of geometrical optics. How could the people of the Tang dynasty know about it? However, he did not know that Mo Huai only saw this knowledge from the Mahist classics. The real person who proposed the image of a small hole was Mozi. Not only did Mozi research in mechanics, but he also had deep attainments in geometrical optics. Chapter 605. More than 1,000 years ago, Mozi had conducted an experiment on the imaging of small holes. He clearly pointed out that light traveled in a straight line, and the image formed by an object passing through a small hole was an inverted image. This was because when light passed through an object and then passed through a small hole, due to the straight line travel of light, the upper part of the object would be reflected below, and the lower part of the object would be reflected above. He also discussed the relationship between the size of the image, the object's tilt, and the distance of the light source. He pointed out that if an object was tilted or far, the shadow would be long and thin. If it was reflected light, the shadow would be formed between the object and the light source. In addition, Mozi also conducted a systematic research on flat mirrors, concave mirrors, convex mirrors, and so on, and came up with a series of basic principles of geometric optics. He pointed out that flat mirrors formed images of the same size and symmetrical distance, but left and right were reversed. If 2 or more flat mirrors were to face each other and shine light, there would be repeated reflections, forming countless images. The image formed by a concave mirror was a positive image within the middle, a large image if far from the middle, a small image if near the middle, and a large image if near the middle. Outside the middle, an inverted image would be formed, a large image if near the middle, and a small image if far from the middle. A convex mirror only formed a positive image, a large image if near the middle, and a small image if far away. The middle here was the center of the spherical mirror. Although Mozi had not been able to distinguish the difference between the center of the sphere and the focal point, and had confused the center of the sphere and the focal point together, his conclusion was basically consistent with the imaging principles of modern spherical mirrors. In the history of optics, Mozi was the first scientist to conduct systematic research on geometric optics. It was not an exaggeration to say that Mozi had laid the foundation of geometric optics, at least in China. As Joseph Needham said in the physics volume of The History of Science and Technology in China, Mo's research on optics was earlier than what we know of Greece, and not even India. At this moment, when Mo Huai heard Li Zishuan's answer, he was not as surprised as the previous 2 times. Instead, he continued to ask, "Why is there an image of an inverted object? If you don't want to explain, you can treat this as my 4th question." Li Zishuan waved his hand and smiled. No need. Since you want to know why, then I'll explain it to you. It's not considered one of the 5 questions. His desire to rope Mo Huai in was growing stronger and stronger. Therefore, he had changed the way he addressed himself. Although he was confident that he would win this bet, he had to give Mo Huai some face and make him accept his loss wholeheartedly. This way, Mo Huai would be willing to teach his students wholeheartedly in the future. This is not called cowardice, but the demeanor of a winner. Li Gang, on the other hand, frowned slightly. He secretly thought that Li Zishuan was a little careless. However, Mo Huai was also his old friend. He couldn't possibly jump out to stop him at this time, right? Li Zishuan asked Xiao and Ren to bring a brush and ink, then gestured for Mo Huai to come over. He drew the light path diagram of the small hole imaging system and said slowly, "Juzi, please look. This is a candle. The flame of the candle can be seen as composed of many small luminous dots. Each luminous dot emits light in all directions. There will always be a small beam of light that goes straight through the small hole, forming a small luminous spot behind the small hole. Therefore, each luminous dot on the candle flame will form a corresponding luminous spot on the white paper. All the luminous spots on the white paper will form the image of the candle flame on the white paper." After listening to Li Zishuan's explanation, Mo Huai suddenly understood. Now, he finally knew how and why. However, at the same time, he looked at Li Zishuan very strangely, as if he was looking at a monster. At this moment, Mo Huai was very curious about Li Zishuan's background. First of all, to be able to become a martial arts master at the age of 14 or 15 was already a special case in the world. However, Li Zishuan actually had such deep attainments in these very obscure fields. He was a dual cultivator of both literature and martial arts, and he could reach an existence that ordinary people could not reach in every aspect. Mo Huai could not imagine what kind of family, what kind of master, could teach such a monster. How is it? I wonder if this kid is right? Li Zishuan's scalp tingled under Mo Huai's gaze, so he could not help but ask. Mo Huai nodded silently and did not say a word. Li Zishuan said, "Then, Juzi, please continue with the 4th question." When Mo Huai heard that, he shifted his gaze away from Li Zishuan and sighed deeply. Then, he bowed to Li Zishuan and cupped his hands. "There's no need for that. This old man admits defeats. From now on, this old man's old bones will be at your disposal. I don't ask for any remuneration, and I will do whatever you want." "Uncle." "No. Uncle, don't." Mo Zhong and Mo Yun were shocked when they saw this, and they shouted one after another. As the Juzi of the Mo family, Mo Huai's knowledge and martial arts were all the role models that they, who adhered to the Mo school, worshipped and chased after since they were young. Now, the godlike man in their eyes actually bowed to a young man of 14 or 15 years old. How could they tolerate this? Although Li Zishuan was indeed very powerful, Mo Zhong and Mo Yun still could not accept this reality. "Shut up. As the Juzi of the Mo family, how can I go back on my words? Mo Zhong, Mo Yun, the 2 of you can leave first. In the future, this old man will choose the next Juzi of the Mo family." When Mo Huai heard that, he hurriedly reprimanded them loudly. Then, he cupped his hands to Li Zishuan and said, "Lord Li, please give this old man a month's time. After this old man returns to the Mo family's encampment and chooses the next Juzi, I will return to Chang and to teach the students wholeheartedly." Now, Mo Huai's gentle pleading was no longer as high-spirited as he was at the beginning. Instead, he looked more like a hero at the end of his road. Li Gang looked at him and could not bear to see this. After all, this was an old friend he had known for many years. Thus, he said, "Brother Mo, you don't have to do this. Your position as a Juzi does not conflict with your identity as an instructor at Yanhuang College. Xiao Xian is not an unreasonable person. He will not restrict your freedom. You can manage the Mo family's affairs while teaching at Yanhuang College. Besides, the Mo family has declined to this day. How many affairs do you still need to manage? The corner of Li Zishuan's mouth curled up. He secretly thought that his opportunity had come. He hurriedly interjected, Mr. Li is right. Jizi, if you go to Yanhuang College to teach, this young man will definitely not restrict your freedom. Furthermore, this young man will definitely not shortchange your salary by a single cent. Also, Jizi, you can move the Mo family's encampment to Chang'an. At that time, this young man will be in charge of settling all the followers of the Mo family. If there are any followers of the Mo family who are proficient in mechanics, optics, or machinery like you, this young man is also willing to hire them to Yanhuang College. As for the salary of the teachers at the college, I'm sure you already know about it, so this young man will not repeat it. What do you think? Chapter 606. It had to be said that Li Zishuan's ambition was really big. He wanted to take in all the capable people in the Mo family under his command. Of course, he couldn't be blamed for this. Mo Huai's abilities, especially in astronomy, physics, and optics, made him the perfect candidate for Li Zishuan, who had just finished building Yanhuang College. With Mo Huai's addition, his workload at Yanhuang College would be greatly reduced. After Li Zishuan said that, Mo Zhong and Mo Yun's eyes flashed, and a glimmer of hope appeared on their faces. To put it nicely, they were the core disciples of the Mo family, but their work was no different from that of farmers. They also had to do farming on a regular basis. Otherwise, what would they eat? What would they drink? They would only return to the Mo family when they were not farming to accept the organization's training or other arrangements. They were all capable, but because of their identity as followers of the school of Mo, they had to stay in a desolate place and do hard work. Originally, it wouldn't have been a big deal if they continued like this, but after seeing the prosperity of Chang'an and city with Mo Huai, their hearts wavered. The suffering of the followers of the school of Mo was something that the disciples of other sects could not understand. Now that Li Zishuan had said this, they could not help but let their imagination run wild. Why couldn't they rely on their own abilities to let their families live a good life? However, although that was what they thought, they wouldn't easily say it out loud. After years of being a follower of the school of Mo, the organization's discipline was deeply engraved in their hearts. Mo Huai frowned. He straightened his body and stared at Li Zishuan seriously. This old man appreciates Lord Li's good intentions. However, as a follower of the school of Mo, I have to wear fur as my clothes and sassafras as my clothes. I have to work day and night, and I have to suffer myself to the extreme. How can I be a follower of the school of Mo if I only covet worldly pleasures? This old man has already violated the school of Mo's laws by agreeing to become an instructor at Yanhuang College. In the future, I will no longer be qualified to lead the followers of the school of Mo in the world and carry forward the school of Mo. Therefore, this old man must resign from this position. As for the other followers of the school of Mo, I advise you not to waste your efforts. As soon as Mo Huai finished speaking, Mo Zhong and Mo Yun's faces instantly became 70% ashamed and 30% regretful. They lowered their heads and didn't say a word. Li Gang frowned and said, "Younger brother Mo, you're muddle-headed. The Mo clan had hundreds of thousands of disciples during the peak of the Pre-Qin dynasty, but now, there are less than 100 disciples. Have you not thought about the reason for this? Do you think that the decline of the school of Mo was only caused by the suppression of the various emperors?" Mo Huai said indignantly, "Isn't that so? If it wasn't for the martial emperor dismissing the 100 schools of thought and respecting only Confucianism, how could the Mahist school have fallen to such a state?" When Li Gang heard this, he said rather painfully, "Ridiculous. I didn't expect Brother Mo to still be unable to see the true reason behind the decline of the Mo family. Fine, this old man will enlighten you. The onlooker sees more clearly than the person involved. Although this old man studies Confucianism, this old man will not help the Confucian school or your school of thought today. This old man will analyze with you as an outsider. You said that the decline of the Confucian school of thought was due to the suppression of the various emperors. However, Ever since the martial emperor dismissed the 100 schools of thought and respected only Confucianism, why did the school of thought, which was known as a prominent school of thought in the world, decline so quickly while the school of thought and the school of thought could survive until now in the cracks of Confucianism? Have you ever thought about the reason behind this? Li Gang's words directly revealed the fundamental reason for the decline of the school of thought. Mo Huai could not help but be stunned, and his face turned pale. Li Zishuan listened seriously at the side. It was obvious that Li Gang knew more about these old matters than him. It was not bad to take this opportunity to learn. Li Gang did not wait for Mo Huai to reply and continued. In my opinion, the reason why the school of thought fell to its current state is because your school of thought's requirements for your disciples are too harsh. Why can sage Confucius not be tired of eating and not be tired of eating, but you school of thought can only wear fur as clothes, wear silk as clothes, work day and night without rest, and suffer to the extreme? Perhaps this is because you have your own beliefs, but who says that people with beliefs can't rely on their own hands to live a good life? Could it be that living in the abyss of suffering every day makes you school of thought superior to the rest of the world? It had to be said that Li Gang's words could be said to hit the nail on the head. Li Zishuan could not help but clap and cheer when he heard it. What he said made too much sense. Among the 100 schools of thought in the Pre-Qin dynasty, the ones with the greatest influence were naturally the 4 schools of Confucianism, Moism, Taoism, and legalism. However, after the unification of the Qin and Han dynasties, their fates began to diverge. Confucianism became the orthodox and mainstream of Chinese culture. Legalism, due to its special nature, dominated the politics of the imperial court for 2,000 years. Taoism, on the other hand, recruited believers and occupied civil society, becoming the spiritual home of the secluded people. Only the school of Mo, after a moment of glory, disappeared into the long river of history, whether as a school of thought or as an organization. Why did the school of thought end up so tragically? Was the school of thought not brilliant enough? Definitely not. The school of thought was filled with great humanitarianism and scientific spirit. Even from the perspective of a modern person in the 21st century, it was still so dazzling. In addition to the external reason of dismissing the 100 schools of thought and respecting only Confucianism, there was also an internal reason for the demise of the school of thought. If a person wanted to be a loyal believer of the school of thought, he must have a strong spirit of sacrifice and dedication. He must have a heart of universal love for everyone, and he could not talk about personal feelings. Therefore, Zhuangzi, the world, criticized the school of thought. His life is hard, his death is shallow, his Tao is great. He makes people worry, makes people sad, and his actions are difficult. I'm afraid that he can't be a saint and have the heart to rebel against the world. Although the school of thought alone, what can he do to the world? Apart from the world, he is also far away from the king. In contrast, being a disciple of Taoism was much better. The goal of Taoism was to become an immortal. This was a beautiful wish that could attract a large number of believers. Moreover, for Taoism, especially for Xingyi, which had a long history, there were not many rules about abstinence. Sexual intercourse was even a secret technique of the immortals. As a religion that was born, although Buddhism required abstinence, the monks could enjoy spiritual satisfaction while abstinence. Thus, they saw all suffering as a raft that led to happiness. It was because of this chicken soup for the soul that devout Buddhist disciples could ignore the physical hardship and pursue the metaphysical Zen. However, the school of thought's love with impartiality, non-aggression, respect for the virtuous, respect for the common, non-life, non-pleasure, frugality, and frugality in funerals. These ideas were not enough to be the foundation of the school of thought's belief. If it was not based on a firm belief, that bitter and abstinent life would not attract new blood to join the school of thought. The number of followers of the school of thought in the world would only decrease. This was the internal reason for the decline of the school of thought. Chapter 607. In the main hall, Li Zishuan saw that the time was right, so he stood up and said, "Juzi, the previous causes and effects are all gone, but they will also serve as a warning. If you don't want the Mo family to continue to decline, you have to make some changes." Didn't Moz establish the Mo family to use his talent in manufacturing to let the farmers in the world live a good life? Although the Mo family is declining now, Moz's knowledge must have been passed down. You are content to stay in a corner and forget Moz's original intention to save the world. In the long run, the only thing waiting for the Mo family is complete extinction. Back then, Moz called himself a humble man and was called a commoner. He used to be a doctor in the Song Kingdom and was a scholar with considerable cultural knowledge. He was also closer to the workers and farmers. He boasted that there was no ruler above, no farmer below. He was a scholar who sympathized with farmers and workers. Moz had once studied under a Confucian scholar and learned the skills of Confucius. He was called Yao Shun the Great and learned Confucian classics such as poems, books, spring and autumn. But later, he gradually became tired of the cumbersome etiquette of Confucianism and finally abandoned Confucianism to form his own school of thought. Before the rise of legalism, which represented the interests of the new landlord class, the Mo family was the largest school of thought in opposition to Confucianism in the pre-Qin dynasty. Han Fizi, Eminent Learning, recorded, "The eminent learning of the world is Confucianism. Where Confucianism is, Confucius is. Where Mo is, Mod is." At this moment, Mo Huai sighed deeply and looked at Li Zishuan with a complicated expression. He said, "After the divine ancestor passed away, the Mo family was divided into 3 factions: the Mo family of Xiangli, the Mo family of Xiangfu, and the Mo family of Dengling. The Xiangli family was led by the divine ancestor's chief disciple, Qin Liali. He had the Juzi's keepsake, the inky snow sword." Speaking of this, Mo Huai pulled out the inky sword at his waist and looked at the sword with a solemn and sad expression. He continued, "The inky snow sword is inscribed on the world, and only the heart is unmoved." Since ancient times, the Mo family's Juzi has always held on to this belief even if they died in battle. As the 45th generation of the Mo family, it took me until today to recognize the root cause of the Mo family's decline. I deserve to die. Mo Huai have let down the holy ancestor. After saying that, 2 drops of turbid tears fell from the corners of his eyes. Li Zishuan comforted him, "Don't blame yourself, Juzis. It's never too late to mend the pen after the sheep is lost." Truth be told, the reason why I was able to answer all 3 of Juzi's questions was because my skills have a lot in common with the Mo family's Mo school. If you're willing to bring your school of Moism disciples to Yanhuang College to teach, then not only will we be able to discuss knowledge together, we'll also be able to bring engineering and Moism to greater heights, allowing the students to bring this knowledge to the people of Great Tang. Mo Huai was puzzled. "Engineering? What is engineering?" Li Zishuan asked with a smile. "Juzi, didn't you read the previous editions of De Tang Daily?" Mo Huai said awkwardly, "I've heard of it before, but I've never seen it for myself." It wasn't that he couldn't afford newspapers, but he felt that as the Mo family's Juzi, he had to set an example and stay away from those vulgar things that only entertain the masses. Mo Zhong and Mo Yun hung their heads dejectedly, feeling that their boss had embarrassed himself greatly. Li Zishuan didn't mind and explained patiently, "Engineering is the study of engineering. Its main purpose is to serve the needs of the people and improve their lives. Its ultimate goal is to achieve prosperity for all. Civilian houses, palace pavilions, river dams, imperial tombs, and agricultural production can all be supported by engineering. In short, engineering is only for the benefit of the people of the world, not for the fight between schools." Mo Huai was stunned and muttered, "Engineering is only for the benefit of the people of the world? How similar is this to the Moism's purpose?" The Moism's purpose was for righteousness, while Mencius said it was for the benefit of the world. Zhuangzi, the world, said it was for the sake of the world. The Moism gathered disciples to teach and practice. They were the main opposition of the Confucian school. Back then, in order to realize his ideas, Moz personally led his disciples to various countries so that the Moism could bring convenience and benefits to the people of the world. After a while, Mo Huai came back to his senses and said, "Forgive me for being presumptuous, But Lord Ju, you said that your engineering has many similarities with the Moism. Do you have any proof? Now that things had developed to this point, Mo Huai's attitude towards Li Zixuan had changed greatly. From the initial arrogance and contempt to the new respect after losing the bet, and now, after hearing that Li Zixuan had created his own engineering, he already regarded Li Zixuan as someone of the same generation. Since ancient times, a capable person, regardless of age, beauty, or ugliness, would be respected no matter where they went. Li Zixuan laughed and said, "What's so difficult about that? Mr. Li, can you let your servant go to my house and fetch 2 books?" Li Gang naturally agreed. After a while, a servant in Li Gang's house rode an old horse out of the back door and rushed to Yongla Lane. The people in the house were not idle either. After seeing that Li Gang had arranged for someone to fetch the books, Li Zixuan cupped his hands and said to Mo Huai, "Juzi, to be honest, I was very surprised by the 3 questions you raised just now. I originally thought that I was the only one who studied astronomy, mechanics, and engineering. I never thought that I would meet a like-minded person today. If it's convenient, can you tell me where the 3 questions came from?" There was no other reason. Li Zixuan asked this mainly because he wanted to confirm whether Mo Huai was a transmigrator or not. After all, the 3 questions Mo Huai asked just now were really shocking, and he could not help but be suspicious. Mo Huai heard this and said, "Those 3 questions were all recorded in the notes or books left behind by the divine ancestor. I originally thought that I only needed to use one of them to stump Lord Ju, but I never thought that Lord Ju would be so knowledgeable about these things at such a young age. I'm ashamed to say that as the Mo family's Juzi, I'm not as knowledgeable as you, Lord Ju. I can only guard the knowledge left behind by the divine ancestor and struggle at death's doors. So, not only me, but none of the previous 43 Juzi could reach the divine ancestor's achievements." It was not easy for Mo Huai to have this kind of awareness. As he said, after Moz, there was no other great thinker in the Mo family, and there was no further improvement of the Mo family's thinking to maintain its vitality. They did not keep up with the times. As for the other schools of thought, after Confucius, there was Mencius, Sun Zi, Dong Zhongshu, and so on. After Laozi, there was Zhuangzi, Luan, and so on. The legalists were even more valued by the ruling class. Especially at the beginning of the Western Han Dynasty, when the country was under great rule and the ruler needed good strategies to govern the country, Dong Zhongshu of the Confucian school offered the spring and autumn dew, and the 3 strategies for heaven and man. Luan of the Taoist school offered the Huainanzi. As for the Mo family, they did nothing in terms of academics and governance at that time. This was also one of the reasons why the Mo family was on the decline. Chapter 608. It's Moz? Li Zixuan was extremely shocked when he heard Mo Huai's reply. Since when was Moz? Qin dynasty. It was more than 1,000 years since the Tang dynasty, and more than 2,000 years since the modern era. Moz had already started researching astronomy, mechanics, and optics at such an early age. Li Zixuan suddenly had an extremely absurd thought. Could it be that Moz was also a transmigrator like me? And he was also an engineering student in his previous life? All right, after this incident, Li Zixuan expressed that he would never underestimate the ancients again. Brother Mo, don't be too harsh on yourself. Moz was also a godlike figure back then. It's extremely difficult for future generations to surpass him. Let's not talk about surpassing him. It's already very difficult to carry forward the knowledge that he left behind. And Shao Xian's Yanhuang College's content is somewhat similar to the Mo family's teachings. Brother Mo, why don't you take this opportunity to carry forward the Mo family's teachings and benefit the world? Li Gang couldn't help but console Mo Huai when he saw his dejected expression. However, as he spoke, he took the opportunity to advertise Yanhuang College. As the saying goes, the older you get, the wiser you become. Although Li Zixuan concealed it well, how could Li Gang not see that Li Zixuan wanted to recruit Mo Huai? Li Gang admired Li Zixuan very much for this rather ambitious young man. Naturally, he would help him if he could. Mo Huai was silent for a while. He narrowed his eyes and didn't reply. No one knew what he was thinking, but Li Zixuan caught a fleeting glimpse of interest in Mo Huai's eyes. Thus, Li Zixuan struck while the iron was hot and said, "Juzi, you just said that although the Mo family's bloodline hasn't been cut off until today, the Mo family hasn't made any fundamental progress after so many years. In the long run, the Mo family will completely disappear. From the way I see it, if you want to bring the school of Mo to greater heights, you have to bring the remaining followers of the school of Mo out into the world. Any sect that was content to stay in a corner and build a cart behind closed doors would not be able to progress and develop. On the other hand, Yanhuang College is a place where the young talents of the Great Tang's 360 provinces and counties are gathered. This is the best opportunity for you to promote the Mo school." When Mo Huai heard that, he couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Didn't Lord Zhu establish Yanhuang College to spread engineering? If I go and teach, aren't you afraid that your disciples will change their allegiance to the Mo family?" Li Zixuan laughed and said, "First of all, no matter if it's you or the other followers of the school of Mo, after being hired to teach at Yanhuang College, you only have one responsibility, and that is to teach the knowledge in the textbooks to the students of Yanhuang College. You only have one identity, and that is to be the teachers of Yanhuang College. In the college, there will no longer be a hierarchy between you. You will all be colleagues who will work together. I've said a long time ago that engineering will not compete with other schools. My purpose in spreading engineering is to benefit the people of the world. Therefore, in the future, Yanhuang College will be a very clean and pure place. There will be no fighting, no deception, and only the pursuit of truth and knowledge. During the teaching period, no activities unrelated to teaching are allowed. If there are students who are interested in the school of Mo and want to join the school of Mo after class, I, Li Zixuan, will not stop them in any way. Everyone has the freedom to choose." When Li Zixuan first had the idea of roping in Mo Huai, he was worried that this giant of the school of Mo would preach and steal his students after entering Yanhuang College. Later, when Li Gang dug up the past and analyzed the reasons for the rapid decline of the school of Mo, Li Zixuan's worries disappeared without a trace. He did not believe that the students of Yanhuang College would give up a good life and insist on becoming ascetic monks in the school of Mo. On the other hand, if Mo Huai brought the followers of the school of Mo to Yanhuang College, Li Zixuan felt that with the luxurious facilities and rich and friendly academic atmosphere of Yanhuang College, those followers of the school of Mo might be assimilated. Mo Huai did not know the evil plan in Li Zixuan's heart. When he heard these righteous and tolerant words, he praised, "Everyone has the freedom to choose. Lord Zhu is so bold, this old man is ashamed. This old man believes that in the future, Yanhuang College will definitely become my Tang Empire's academic holy lands. Master, this little one has brought back the books that Lord Li wanted." At this moment, Li Gang's servant came back riding an old horse. Li Gang nodded. Li Zixuan hurriedly went forward to take the two teaching materials. One was mathematics and the other was physics. He handed the two teaching materials to Mo Huai and said with a smile, "Giant, please take a look. These two books are the teaching materials that Yanhuang College will use. Of course, Yanhuang College's curriculum is definitely more than these two." Mo Huai did not dare to be careless at this time. He solemnly took the teaching materials with both hands, then excused himself to Li Zixuan and Li Gang. He could not wait to sit on the stool and start reading seriously. Li Zixuan and Li Gang smiled to show that they understood. Then, the two of them started chatting in low voices. On the other side, Mo Huai first opened the mathematics textbook. As a giant of the Mo family, he was quite proficient in mathematics. However, after getting used to the Arabic numerals with great difficulty, his eyes could not help but widen as he read. Algebra, equations, geometry, and so on. There were many new concepts defined in the textbook. Then, Mo Huai realized that many of the problems he had encountered before became very simple after using these things. What was even more unbelievable was that he seemed to have seen many of the concepts in the mathematics textbook before in the Mo family's classics. After flipping through another 10 pages, Mo Huai put down the mathematics textbook and opened another physics textbook. Li Zixuan's physics textbook was very rich in content. It included a preliminary introduction to basic physics concepts such as motion, speed, sound, heat, light reflection, light refraction, and mechanics. There was also Newton's 3 laws. Ahem, of course, Li Zixuan shamelessly used his name here again. He called it Xiaoshuan's 3 laws. Unlike the mathematics textbook, Mo Huai flipped through the physics textbook very quickly. In less than half an hour, he had flipped through more than half of the physics textbook. Then, he closed the book and put it away. He took a few deep breaths, then suddenly stood up and went to Li Zixuan. He bowed and said excitedly, "Thank you for your help." The 45th generation of the Mo family's giant, Mo Huai, pays his respects to the divine ancestor. Li Zixuan, who was still wondering why Mo Huai would bow to him, felt that it was ridiculous when he heard Mo Huai's words. He stomped his feet and said, "Divine ancestor? How can I be your divine ancestor? Are you all right, giant?" Chapter 609. In the main hall, Li Gang, who was sitting on the couch, was so shocked that he almost pulled his beard off when he saw this absurd scene. Mo Zhong and Mo Yun, who were supposed to be guarding Mo Huai, saw that their boss actually bowed to Li Zixuan and even called him divine ancestor. Both of them looked as if they had seen a ghost. As disciples of the Mo family, no one knew better than them what the 2 words, divine ancestor, meant. In the Mo family, the giant was called a saint, and there was only one person who could be called the divine ancestor since ancient times, the founder of the Mo family, Moz. As the giant of the Mo family, would Mo Huai use the 2 words, divine ancestor, as a joke to others? Obviously not. Even if he died, it was impossible. But how was he going to explain the current situation? At this moment, Mo Zhong and Mo Yun were completely dumbfounded. Mo Huai did not let everyone wait for long. He said firmly, "You are the reincarnation of the divine ancestor. You are the Mo family's divine ancestor." Li Zixuan was speechless. Reincarnation? Juzi, did you make a mistake? You believe in something as non-existent as reincarnation? Actually, he was more certain than anyone that he was not the reincarnation of Moz because the soul in his body had transmigrated from the modern world and had nothing to do with Moz. Thus, Brother Mo, reincarnation only exists in supernatural novels. There is no such thing as reincarnation in reality. Brother Mo, are you too tired? Why don't you go back and rest first? Li Gang could not help but frown and interrupt. If it wasn't for the fact that he knew Mo Huai well, if it were someone else like Mo Huai, he would definitely think that this person was crazy. No. Brother Wenji, I am very clear-headed. I know that no one will believe in the existence of reincarnation. I didn't believe it at first either. However, after reading those 2 books, I am convinced that Sir Li is the reincarnation of the Mo family's divine ancestor. Mo Huai first shook his head and declined Li Gang's good intentions. Then he began to analyze. For example, in this book of arithmetic, the multiple, midpoint, circle, decimal system, and so on are basic concepts that I have seen in the divine ancestor's handwritten notes. 1,000 years ago, the divine ancestor proposed these concepts. What shocked me the most was that the things recorded in this book of arithmetic were actually more detailed than the divine ancestor's handwritten notes. Also, this physics textbook covers the concepts of motion, speed, sound, heat, reflection of light, refraction of light, mechanics, and so on. I've read all of these things in the sacred ancestor's notes. Moreover, this physics textbook's research on these problems is obviously more in-depth. Back then, the divine ancestor was a genius and spent his entire life to have some attainments in these aspects. However, Li Xianren, you are so young, but you can study these aspects more thoroughly than the divine ancestor. Other than the fact that you are the reincarnation of the divine ancestor and are born with the will of heaven, I really can't think of any other reason. Li Zixuan was dumbfounded. It turned out that Moz had studied the concepts written in his book before. He had to admit that Moz's interests and hobbies were really broad. His understanding of the world had been refreshed once again. However, did he count as being unjustly implicated? In fact, what Mo Huai said was not nonsense. In history, Moz was the first scientist in China's history to treat mathematical problems from a rational perspective. He gave a series of propositions and definitions of mathematical concepts. These propositions and definitions were highly abstract and rigorous. Secondly, Moz's research on physics involved the branches of mechanics, optics, acoustics, and so on. He gave many definitions of physics concepts and made many important discoveries, summarizing some important physics theorems. These included the principle of leverage, small hole imaging, light and shadow, as well as the imaging characteristics of flat, concave, and convex mirrors. Lastly, Moz himself was also an expert in mechanical manufacturing. He once spent 3 years to meticulously develop a type of wooden bird, kite, that could fly. He was also an expert at manufacturing vehicles. He could build a vehicle that could carry 30 tons in less than a day. Combined with the new horse carriage that was popular in Chong and City, Don't Touch Me, and the crane that had just appeared recently, Mo Huai was even more certain that Li Zixuan was the reincarnation of Moz. Juzi, this kid really isn't the reincarnation of your divine ancestor. The knowledge recorded in these 2 books were all taught to me by my master, spiritual master Ling Su, when he was still alive. I call them all the knowledge. The reason I set up Yanhuang Academy is to spread my master's knowledge to the world. Li Zixuan rubbed between his eyebrows and explained helplessly. Li Zixuan felt a little uncomfortable being the reincarnation of someone else's divine ancestor for no reason. Although this divine ancestor used to be a very awesome existence, this had nothing to do with him. He just wanted to be himself. Mo Huai said in disbelief, "Impossible. Other than the divine ancestor, who else in the world could have such deep attainments in these aspects?" Li Zixuan spread out his hands and said, "You haven't seen it, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Moreover, my abilities came from my master. There's probably no one in the Great Tang who doesn't know about this, right? Wake up. I'm definitely not the reincarnation of your divine ancestor." Li Gang also nodded and said, "Brother Mo, although there are many coincidences in this matter, Xiao Xian's abilities are also open and aboveboard. He definitely isn't the reincarnation of the Mo family's divine ancestor." Hearing Li Gang's words, Mo Huai finally wavered a little. His face was filled with disappointment as he muttered, "Is it really not?" Li Zixuan couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for this old man's disappointed look. He thought for a moment and said, "Juzi, I know what you're thinking. You're hoping that there really is the reincarnation of the Mo family's divine ancestor and then lead the Mo family to become strong again. But it's better to rely on yourself than on others. The spread of the Mo school still depends on you and the current followers of the Mo family." Mo Huai was stunned. Li Zixuan's words stabbed him in the heart. He did have such thoughts before. After a while, he cupped his hands and bowed to Li Zixuan. "Thank you for your advice, Lord Li Zixuan. I've made up my mind. I'll issue an order for all followers of the Mo family to come to Chang and help Lord Ju impart knowledge and enlighten the people." When Mo Zhong and Mo Yun heard Mo Huai's words, they couldn't help but look at each other. It seemed like they were happy with this result. Li Zixuan was overjoyed. He said excitedly, "That's great, that's great. Juzi, welcome to Yanhuang College. When the rest of the followers of the Mo family arrive in Chang, and just let me know and I'll take care of them." Chapter 610. Little Xian. Although the Mo family's Juzi has agreed to lead the rest of the Mo family into Yanhuang College, you mustn't reveal their identities to others. Moreover, many of these followers of the school of Mo are skilled in martial arts. You must pay attention to management and don't let these people go out and cause troubles. You must know that there are many people watching you now. After Mo Huai, Mo Zhong, and Mo Yun left with their mission, Li Gang looked at Li Zixuan and said earnestly. Li Zixuan was stunned. He didn't understand, so he asked, "Sir, why is that? Do you know why the emperors of the past have been suppressing the Mo family ever since the Qin dynasty unified the world?" Li Gang clasped his hands behind his back and sighed deeply. Then he turned around and stared into Li Zixuan's eyes with a burning gaze. Li Zixuan answered matter-of-factly, "Isn't it because Confucianism can better govern the peoples? That's why the other schools of thought can only slowly die out." This question was something that any modern person could answer, because countless historians had analyzed this problem. For the feudal rulers, Confucianism, which centered on the benevolence of hierarchy, was more suited to the needs of the ancient emperors to implement feudal autocracy. Therefore, when Confucianism became popular, other schools of thought would naturally die out. "You brat!" Li Gang glared and pointed at Li Zishuan. He was old and experienced, so of course he knew that Li Zishuan was speaking the truth. However, how could the truth be said so casually? He scolded jokingly, then said, "You can talk nonsense in front of me, but don't say these words outside." Li Zishuan knew that he had misspoken and hurriedly agreed. Li Gang shook his head and continued. "Actually, other than Confucianism, there's another important reason why the emperors of the past suppressed the Mo family. Under the background of great unification, a strong organization with strict internal discipline would inevitably make the imperial court extremely wary. Although the Mo family may only be hot-blooded and have no political ambitions, the emperors of the past were not afraid of greedy villains, but sages with the ability to mobilize people. For example, Xiao He. When Emperor Gaozu of Han stabilized the country, Xiao He's right-hand man advised him to buy more land and dirty himself. Only then would he feel at ease. Xiao He listened to the advice and forced the commoners to buy their houses and land at a low price. As expected, Emperor Gaozu was very happy. If Prime Minister Xiao wanted to benefit the world, like Moz, there might be another headless ghost in the Weiyang Palace. Therefore, after the first emperor, he immediately sent the secret shadow guards to kill the Mo family. In the Han dynasty, the imperial court suppressed the Mo family several times and almost wiped out the entire Mo family. Although these people are Xian, you still have to avoid suspicion to avoid to arise to lease. Don't give, you still avoid Araroff. You don't Araroff, you don, you to avoid Araroff, to avoid. Li Gang's words were not wrong. To a ruler, the most terrifying thing was not the ambition to rebel, but the ability to rebel. Therefore, as an organization, the Mo family could only exist in the era of the various kingdoms. At that time, there was no unification of the four kingdoms. The greatest danger that the rulers of the various kingdoms faced was the enemy countries around them. Therefore, they were much more relaxed towards the commoners under their rule. Once the 6 kings are gone, the 4 kingdoms are one, the ruler would definitely treat his subjects as his enemy. Not only would organizations like the Mo family not be able to continue existing, even those who inherited some of the Mo family's ideas and took the responsibility of eliminating violence and protecting the common people would not be tolerated by the imperial court because of using martial arts to violate the law. Li Zishuan stood to the side. As he listened, he couldn't help but think of that turbulent and bloody era. He couldn't help but feel sad that such a great school of thought like the school of Mo was born in this terrible era. After a long silence, he solemnly cupped his hands towards Li Gang and said, "Thank you for your reminder, I will be careful." He knew in his heart that if Li Gang didn't really treat him as a junior, he definitely wouldn't have said these words. Li Gang shook his head. It was obvious that he also felt pity for the Mo family's ending. At this time, he looked at the green bamboo at the corner of the door and said with a sigh, "The Mo family's motto is, words spoken by mouth must be carried out by body." The Mo family has many brave warriors, and every member of the Mo family is willing to go through fire and tread on blades without hesitation. This kind of dedication is valuable, but it can easily be expressed as a collective action, which is not beneficial to the long-term development of the school. In the past, when the Mo family's great son Meng Sheng was appointed as the lord of Yang City in the Chu Kingdom, he and his 183 disciples all died in battle. In the chaotic times at that time, such an incident was definitely not the only case for the Mo family. Although the Mo family had hundreds of thousands of disciples at its peak, no matter how many disciples there were, how many times could they withstand such a great battle? Therefore, this old man believes that the Mo family's bravery and ruthlessness are not desirable. Today, Yanhuang College is a good place for them to go. This old man hopes that they can peacefully teach and educate people in the college and don't cause any more trouble. With lofty ideals as the goal, a strict organization as the norm, and a willingness to sacrifice themselves for their ideals, this was the overall characteristic of the Mo family. When they participated in social change and practice in a collective and group way, they could demonstrate an extremely powerful force. However, the tragic result could also happen. When this group of people suffered a strong blow, with their dedication to justice and ideals, with their spirit that would rather die than retreat, the result would not only be a collapse, but also a complete wipeout. If the group collapsed, it could still be dealt with, but a wipeout would be impossible to continue. Forget it. Forget it. Let's not talk about these old things. It's getting late, and I know that you're very particular about your food. This old man only has coarse bran and pickles at home, so I won't keep you here to eat, lest you dislike it. After a long time, perhaps Li Gang realized that these topics were too serious, so he stood up and looked at the time, half joking. Li Zishuan blushed with shame and said, "Sir, what are you saying? I'm not a spoiled rich young master who can't bear hardships. Back then, my master and I ate wild vegetables in the mountains. To be able to eat at the same table as you, even if it's coarse bran and pickles." Li Gang waved his hand in annoyance and said, "Go, goes. This old man didn't cook for you, go home and eat by yourself." "Oh, right, in 2 days, 2 of my good friends will be coming to Changzhen. You should come and meet them." Li Zishuan was still gloomy at first, but when he heard the second half of the sentence, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he hurriedly asked, "Sir, your 2 good friends are?" "You'll know in 2 days, but you don't have to worry, they're just like me, easygoing people. I'm sure they'll be willing to stay at your college." Chapter 611. Prince of Wei's Mansion, Literature Hall. "Scholar Xiao, are you done with the proofreading?" Li Tai came in from outside and walked around the people around him. He went straight to Xiao Dian's desk and asked expectantly. Looking at Xiao Dian again, his hair was disheveled, his face was haggard, and he had 2 large dark circles under his eyes. He looked like a devil that had just come out of hell. Where was the gentleness from a few days ago? When he heard Li Tai's question, he replied without raising his head, Soon. Your Highness, please wait a moment. The last proofreading is about to be completed." When Li Tai heard this, he nodded in relief and did not rush him. This was because he knew that the people in the literature hall were already working to their limits. Therefore, he acknowledged and sat by the side to wait for the results. After about an hour, Xiao Dian slammed his brush on the inkstone and laughed loudly. "Ha! The proofreading is complete. There are no mistakes. The book is done. It's finally done." Li Tai, who was lying on the desk and flipping through the manuscripts in boredom, suddenly quivered. He ran to Xiao Dian's side and said happily, "Scholar Xiao, are you done with the proofreading?" Xiao Dian nodded excitedly and said, "I'm done with the proofreadings. Your Highness, after 7 days of hard work by the 13 of us, this geography textbook is finally done." Xie Yan could not help but say excitedly, "Unbelievable! It's really unbelievable." Although Li Xiannan had already completed most of the geography textbook, even the remaining content added up to quite a lot of work. "I didn't expect that we only used 7 days to complete it." Li Tai said warmly, "This is all thanks to all of you scholars who worked hard these few days. After this prince hands this book to Mr. Li, this prince will personally enter the palace to request for credit for all of you." Although Xiao Dian looked extremely tired, he could not help but laugh when he heard this. Your Highness is too serious. Even if I don't make any contributions, I, Xiao Dian, am still extremely happy to be able to participate in the writing of such a peerless book." Xie Yan smiled and said, "Dian is right. This geography book will definitely become a masterpiece that will be handed down from generation to generation. At that time, we might even be able to leave our names in history because of it. We are still basking in the glory of Your Highness and Li Xianen." That's right. The rest of the scholars agreed with him. When little Fatty heard the praises around him, he couldn't help but feel a little proud. He secretly thought that he had the best foresight back then. He was the first one who thought highly of Li Zishuan. After everyone had quieted down, Li Tai said to them, "No matter what, you have been busy these past few days. You have stayed up many nights because of this. Now please go and rest. This prince will return the revised textbook of geography to the teacher. With that, he reached out his hand, ready to pick up the book on the table and go to Yongla Lane to find Li Zixuan. In the end, he actually couldn't pick it up. Li Tai took a closer look. It turned out that there were 4 more hands on the book. He looked at the owners of the 4 hands again. It was Xiao Dian and Xie Yan. He couldn't help but wonder, "Scholars, what do you mean by this?" Cough cough. Xiao Dian coughed dryly and said embarrassedly, "Your Highness, please forgive me. The content of this geography book is really too brilliant. I am a little reluctant to part with it and would like to borrow it for a few days to make a copy for my collection. May I know if it's possible?" Xie Yan looked at Li Tai and nodded, indicating that he also had the same intention. The rest of the people came back to their senses and couldn't help but whisper behind them. They were eager to try. Li Tai suddenly felt a lot of pressure. Logically speaking, these people had put in so much effort to perfect this book. Therefore, lending the book to them to make a copy for their collection was not an unreasonable request at all. However, Yanhuang College couldn't wait. After thinking about it, Li Tai tactfully refused. "Scholars, you must also know that Yanhuang College will start school on the 18th of this month. At that time, we will need a lot of teaching materials, so we have to print them in advance. Therefore, this revised book must be sent to Mr. Li as soon as possible. If you too want to keep a copy for your collection, this prince will get the workshop to print a few more copies. When the time comes, I will give each of you a copy. How about that?" Those who could get along with Li Tai for so long were definitely not the kind of people who were one-track minded. Xiao Dian nodded and said, "Your Highness is right. This way, we can save a lot of effort." Xie Yan said, that's right. We have to thank Your Highness for giving us the book." "Thank you, Your Highness." In the afternoon, Li Tai brought the revised geography teaching materials to the Li residence. Li Zixuan, who was taking an afternoon nap in the west courtyard, got up and went to the front hall after hearing the report. "What? Could it be that the geography teaching materials on your side have been revised?" Li Zixuan asked as he looked at little Fatty, who was drinking fine wine and eating fresh fruits in the front hall. It was not because he could count, but because there was an extra book on the corner of the table. Looking at the thickness of the book, it should be the geography teaching materials that he gave to Li Tai the last time. Yes. Li Tai excitedly chewed the fruit in his mouth and swallowed it. Then, he said excitedly, "I finished the revision yesterday afternoon." After that, all the scholars in the academy did not rest and spent the whole night proofreading this book. It was almost noon today when they confirmed that there were no mistakes in it. After that, I personally sent it to you. Li Zixuan could not help but nod and say, "Yes. Not bad. They have all worked hard. How about this? In my own name, I will give each of the scholars who participated in the revision of this book 30 strings of cash as a reward for their hard work. Later, help me pass it to them." Li Tai nodded. He also understood that 30 strings of cash was not a small amount. Then, he caught a glimpse of Li Zixuan sitting at the side and yawning. He immediately said unhappily, "Hey, little Xian, did you just wake up? You're really not embarrassed? All of us over there have not slept properly for 7 days because of this book. You, on the other hand, are hiding at home alone. You're really relaxed and comfortable." Li Zixuan said unhappily, "Which eye of yours saw that I was relaxed and comfortable? All of you were busy these 7 days. Did you think I was idle these 7 days? Didn't I finish the 4th textbook in these 7 days?" Li Tai suddenly choked and was speechless. However, after hearing that there was another textbook, he could not help but ask curiously, "The 4th textbook? What's it about? Can you lend it to me?" Other than mathematics and geography, he did not know anything about the other 2 books. Of course, he was curious. Li Zixuan shook his head and said, "No. Now that the 4 books are done, I have to get the workshop to hurry up and print them. If you want to read them, you have to wait until school starts." Chapter 612. Master of the Mo clan? Junxian, are you sure? It was the middle of the night, but the Du Hall was still brightly lit. Li Er leaned back on his couch and stared at Li Junxian as he sternly asked. Li Junxian was dressed in a white robe, his face solemn. He clasped his fist and replied, "Replying to your majesty, this general is extremely certain that this person is the master of the Mo clan. A few years ago, this general personally saw him in Qingzhou. Moreover, the files of the 100 Horsemen Department have detailed records of the master of the Mo clan, so there is no doubt that this person is the master of the Mo clans." Li Er nodded, his eyes narrowed in thought. Li Junxian probed, "Your Majesty, should we arrest them?" "Arrest? Why should we arrest them?" Li Er raised his eyebrows and looked at Li Junxian. "Firstly, these people did not cheat or rob. Secondly, why should we arrest them? Do we have to arrest them just because they are members of the Mo clan, the sworn enemy of the Confucian school?" Li Junxian pursed his lips, hesitating to speak. Li Er seemed to know what Li Junxian wanted to say and chuckled. "We understand your intentions. But how can the current Mo clan be compared to the Mo clan of the past? We do not deny that Mod was an important figure, but how much ability can the current master of the Mo clan have compared to him? The people he is leading are just a bunch of stubborn disciples of the Mo clans. They can't cause any waves." Speaking up to this point, Li Er suddenly looked towards the north and sighed deeply. He recalled, in the past, the 42nd generation of the Mo family had interacted with my ancestor. Although they were not on the same side, she was still considered a heroine of her generation and was worthy of respect. The Mahist sect has many heroic and righteous people, and they are skilled in engineering. It must have been difficult for Li Zishuan to find their master. This time, Yanhuang College will be lively. Li Ying, the 42nd generation great son of the Mo clan, was the first female great son of the Mo clan. She was the daughter of the previous generation's great son, Mo Chen. She was born during the Northern and Southern dynasties and was one of the valiant generals of the Southern dynasties. She had fought with the Northern Wei dynasty many times and had even fought with the Erzhu clan. She had also fought with the Li's second great ancestor, Li Hu's father, Li Yun, and defeated the Erzhu clan. Li Junxian responded with silence. Although he had learned about these matters from the files of the 100 Horsemen Department, this matter concerned the imperial household, so he had no choice but to be cautious. After Li Er sighed, he walked a few steps with his hands behind his back and instructed, "Send someone to pass a message to Li Zishuan. Tell him that he can accept people from Mahist sect, but you have to be careful. If something happens, you'll have to bear the consequences." Li Junxian blushed with shame. It wasn't that he had never delivered an imperial decree for Li Zishuan, but an imperial decree in this tone could only be heard when delivered to Li Zishuan. This was a testament to just how much the emperor favored Li Zishuan. "Your Majesties." Although many strange thoughts were popping up in his mind, Li Junxian didn't hesitate to respond, clasping his fists and bowing. Li Er nodded and returned to his throne. Just when Li Junxian thought that there was nothing else for him to do and was about to leave, Li Er suddenly said, "That's right, Junxian, you should also work harder on your martial arts. Duge Xen broke into the Grandmaster realm several days ago, and logically speaking, your talent shouldn't be any worse than his. Yet you're still stuck at the Qi transformation realm. This truly shouldn't have happened." Li Junxian panicked and immediately bowed. "This general has sins. I have disappointed your Majesty." Li Er shook his head and softly said, "We don't blame you for anything. We just want to say that while the position of 100 Horseman officer often relies on one's brain, there are also times when one needs martial arts. Only if you can reach the Grandmaster realm as soon as possible will we be able to give you more tasks. However, the path of martial arts is often dependent on luck and fortune. There's no need for you to force yourself." Li Junxian fell into thought, and after a few moments, he clasped his fists and said, "This general understands. Thank you for your Majesty's grace." Luck and fortune? It said that Duge Xian's luck came from a sword style that Li Zishuan unintentionally created. Then where is my luck? After leaving the palace, Li Junxian looked up at the bright moon in the sky and sighed. He had known long ago that Duge Xian had broken into the Grandmaster realm, and he had also understood the various details. While he envied Duge Xian's good fortune, Li Junxian also felt a great pressure. He and Duge Xian were both outstanding talents of the great Tang's younger generation. After Li Er ascended to the throne, the two of them had served at Li Er's side, one in the light and one in the shadows. They were both good partners and potential rivals. Just as a matter of fact, Li Er had used Duge Xian to compete with him tonight. Although Li Er might not have had such intentions, it was said that with great power came great responsibility. If Li Junxian wanted to stabilize his position, he had to do both his duty and break through as quickly as possible. However, it was extremely difficult to break through to the Grandmaster realm. In the world, there were thousands of Qi transformation realm martial artists, but only a few dozen Grandmaster realm martial artists. This proved the value of Grandmaster realm martial artists. Li Junxian had been born into a poor family, and he did not have Duge Xian's profound family background. In his early years, he had served under Li Mi and later became Wang Shichong's general. But because he loathed Wang Shichong's conduct, he had led his men to defect to Li Yuan and was made a light carriage commandant. He had followed Li Er to the Central Plains. During the battle, he rode out alone, charging and breaking through enemy lines, fighting bravely. In the third year of Wuda, Li Junxian had followed Li Er to defeat Song Jingang in Jieshio. He had been made the general of agile cavalry and given palace servants and silk. In the fourth year of Wuda, Li Junxian had gone to Luoyang to attack Wang Shichong and was made the deputy commander of the cavalry. Wang Shichong's son, Wang Shenying, had transported grain into Luoyang from martial prison. Li Junxian had captured his army, and Wang Shenying had fled. He had followed the army to defeat Dou Jianda and Lu Haida. After Li Er ascended the throne, he had been made the Left Guard Residence's assistant commander. In the 8th month of the 9th year of Wuda, the great Tang dynasty, which had just undergone a coup less than a month ago, had been invaded by the Turks. At that time, the Turks had attacked Jingyang, which was only 40 li away from Chang, and the capital had been shaken. Li Junxian and Yu Qijingda had been ordered to meet the enemy and resolve the crisis in Chang. Li Er sighed, "Junxian is so valiant. What is there to worry about?" He had been made the general of the Left Guard, in charge of the Xuanwu Gates Guards, and had been made the County Duke of Wulyan. Li Junxian had been very diligent in his work during the war, and he had often been rewarded by Li Er. This year, Li Er had formed the 100 Cavalry, and the brave and intelligent Li Junxian had been made the commander of the 100 Cavalry Department. It could be said that he had been blessed by the emperor for a long time. Sigh. I can only take one step at a time. Nothing can be forced. Let the heavens decide everything. Li Junxian shook his head and sighed. Then he mounted his horse and rode off into the distance. However, he was not the only one who was troubled by the martial Dao. Chapter 613. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Bad news. But Li Zhao. Not long after his conversation with Li Junxian, Li Er was preparing to leave Ganlu Palace to rest in the rear palace when a young eunuch came running over, shouting at him as he ran. Li Er stopped in his tracks, looked at the young eunuch, and asked in a deep voice, "Zhao Song? What happened to him?" The eunuch panted and quickly replied, "Your Majesty, Eunuch Zhao. He seems to have gone berserk due to improper training. Right now, his room is like a furnace and no one dares to go near it." Li Er was shocked and said, "There's such a thing? Quickly summon Wang Jian and Wang Gang to the Minister of Internal Affairs." If something had happened to other eunuchs, Li Er would not be so concerned. But Zhao Song was different. Putting aside his martial arts, Zhao Song was an old man by his side. He had been by his side ever since he was still the king of Qin. It had been almost 5 to 6 years. It was said that the emperor was heartless, but that also depended on the person and the time. Right now, Li Er was not willing to see something happen to Zhao Song. "Your Majesty!" The eunuch had the ability to observe people's expressions. He could see Li Er's anxiety and quickly bowed in response before going to pass on the decree. Li Er frowned and ordered the eunuch beside him, "Prepare the carriage for the Minister of Internal Affairs." In the west of the palace, there was a short building complex. That was the Yeding Palace. It was where the palace maids and the family members of the officials who committed crimes lived. To the north of the Yeding Palace was Taizong, and to the south was the Minister of Internal Affairs, where all the eunuchs lived. When Li Er hurried over from Taiji Palace, the two eunuchs he summoned were already there. They were middle-aged men in their 40s and 50s and wore loose white robes. They had an elegant demeanor and stood out from the crowd. When the two of them saw Li Er, they quickly walked over and bowed. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Although the two of them were highly skilled in martial arts, but no matter how powerful they could not surpass the secular imperial power. Especially in the face of Li Er, this powerful and iron-blooded emperor, they did not dare to have a trace of neglect. Li Er nodded and asked directly, "How is Zhao Song now? Why don't the two of you go in and help?" One of the men with slightly darker skin cupped his hands and smiled bitterly. "Your Majesty, before you came, the two of us had already checked on Steward Zhao's situation. It's not that we don't want to help, it's just that our abilities are limited and we can't help." Li Er was shocked when he heard that. He said in surprise, "Even the two of you can't help?" The other consecrator shook his head helplessly and said, "Your Majesty, Head Steward Zhao's martial cultivation is already slightly higher than both of us. Now that the vital energy in his body is rampaging wildly, if we want to use external forces to help, we must find a martial arts expert who can completely suppress the vital energy in Head Steward Zhao's body. However, only a great grandmaster can do this. With the strength of both of us, if we rashly intervene, we will only harm Head Steward Zhao. The only thing we can do now is to see if Manager Zhao can make it through." "Great Grandmaster?" When Li Er heard that, he couldn't help but frown deeper. There were only 3 recognized Great Grandmaster experts in the world: Spiritual Master Ling Su of the Celestial Master Sect of Longhu Mountain, Abbot Xian Kong of the Shaolin Temple, and Tujua Nation Master Wu Jia. Now, one of the 2 Great Grandmasters in the Central Plains was gone, leaving only Abbot Xian Kong of the Shaolin Temple. If Li Er gave an order, Xian Kong would definitely do him a favor. However, was there really enough time? Li Er, who sat on the world and had hundreds of thousands of soldiers in his hands, was at a loss at this moment. Wang Jian. Zhao Song was fine before. How did he suddenly become like this? After thinking for a while, Li Er frowned and asked. "This?" The 2 consecrators of the imperial family looked at each other. Finally, the slightly darker and older consecrator stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Your Majesty, Manager Zhao's meridians are full of genuine qi. At first glance, it seems to be a sign of a breakthrough. However, the total amount of genuine qi in Manager Zhao's body is definitely not enough for him to break through to the Great Grandmaster realm. After thinking about it, I feel that the violent genuine qi in Manager Zhao's body seems to have been formed after being forcibly compressed before suddenly going out of controls." Li Er was stunned. He suddenly remembered the lie Li Zishuan told in the imperial court after he destroyed the 7 cultivators of Virtue Sect. Seeing Li Er's gloomy face, Wang Jian thought that he had said something wrong and hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, it was just my humble opinion. I don't think Manager Zhao would do such a thing without common sense." Li Er's face darkened and he said in a deep voice, "No, you're right. Zhao Song really did do such a thing without common sense." Previously, Li Zishuan mentioned the genuine qi bomb in the imperial court and told a big lie to deceive everyone. Later, only the 2 of them knew about the gunpowder. Zhao Song didn't know about it, which led to the current situation. Li Er was really anxious and annoyed now. Wang Jian and Wang Gang were dumbfounded. They never thought that this unreliable guess would become the truth. "I'll go in and take a look." Li Er thought for a while and was about to enter the house. Wang Jian was shocked and hurriedly stopped him. "Your Majesty, you can't. Manager Zhao is not conscious at the moment and his genuine qi is still in a violent state. It's very likely that he will accidentally hurt Your Majesty. Besides, this house is very hot at the moment. Your Majesty shouldn't go in. Your Majesty's body is priceless. Please think twice." The accompanying eunuchs and maids stopped him in unison. Li Er was helpless. He sighed and said, "Then you 2 stay here and take good care of him. You must protect Zhao Song's life. When he wakes up, inform me as soon as possible." Wang Jian and Wang Gang naturally cupped their hands and said yes. Qin Mansion. Although it was late at night, it was still brightly lit. Zhuang Qi, why hasn't Master come out yet? He's been in there for almost a day. Outside a house in the backyard of Qin Mansion, a group of anxious people gathered. There was Madame Qin, Qin Huayu, and the maids, servants, and guards in the mansion. At this moment, Madame Qin glanced at the tightly shut door and asked the burly man beside her with a worried expression. Zhuang Qi was not sure himself, but he still forced himself to be calm and said, "Madame Qin, don't worry. Master's body has been getting better day by day for the past few months. Ever since he started practicing Tai Chi, his old injuries have been recovering faster and faster. It must be a good thing that he suddenly went into seclusion today. Who knows, maybe Master will be able to recover to his peak strength this time." Madame Qin wiped the sweat on her forehead and sighed, "I only hope that Master can be healthy. As for the strength of his martial arts, I don't care about it." At this moment, Qin Huayu came over and patted Madame Qin's shoulder, comforting her. "Mother, Father will be fine. Go back to your room and rest. I'll stay here and guard." Chapter 614. The next morning, Li Zixuan had just woken up when he heard a piece of big news. What? Uncle Qin's injuries are completely healed? And he even broke through? Li Zixuan was eating breakfast in the main hall when Han Yushi suddenly came in and told him the news. Li Zixuan couldn't help but exclaim, "That's right. I heard that after practicing Tai Chi yesterday, Godfather suddenly felt something and locked himself up. Last night, Godfather broke out of seclusion. Not only were his old injuries completely healed, but his strength had also improved and reached the peak of the master stage. This way, Godfather doesn't have to suffer any more pain." Han Yushi happily shared the news she had heard with Li Zixuan. After saying that, she seemed to have thought of some unhappy things. She immediately wrinkled her nose and said, "Previously, some imperial physicians said that Godfather's body could only hold on for another 10 years at most. Let's see if they still dare to say that now. A bunch of quacks." Li Zixuan couldn't help sweating. He really wanted to say, "Wife, those imperial physicians were right. If it weren't for me, Qin Qiong wouldn't have lived for more than 10 years. Of course, he couldn't say that he had foresight. Transmigration was his biggest secret. Wife is right. Those are all quacks." Li Zixuan coughed dryly and agreed. Han Yushi smiled and walked to Li Zixuan's side. "Husband, let's go to Qin Manor to visit Godfather later, okay? You were busy with the matters of the academy previously and alienated some of the elders who are close to our family." Li Zixuan was stunned. He didn't expect Han Yushi to think so thoroughly, so he praised, "Yes. Wife is right. Let's go and visit Uncle Qin after dinner." Although they were married, they still addressed Qin Qiong by their own names. Anyway, Li Zixuan couldn't call Qin Qiong Godfather like Han Yushi. "But, young master, General Zhuowei is here with an imperial edict." After breakfast, Li Zixuan asked the servants to prepare some gifts and prepared to go to the Qin family. After all, Qin Qiong's recovery and breakthrough this time could be considered a joyous occasion. It was necessary to bring some gifts to congratulate him. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the gatekeeper, Fu, rushed in to report. Li Zixuan asked in confusion, "General Zhuowei? Who is it?" He already knew that there was one general and 2 generals in each of the 16 guards of the Tang dynasty. He also knew that the general of the Zhuowei was Qin Qiong. However, he really did not know who the general of the Zhuowei was. However, he could not be blamed for this. Fu was dumbfounded by the question. There was no one else like this wastrel young master. He replied, "Young master, it's General Li Junxian." "Oh, Li Junxian. Hurry up and invite him in," Li Zixuan said hurriedly with a look of sudden realization. "There's no need for that. This general is already here. Mr. Li, you won't blame this general for being rude, right?" Li Zixuan had just finished speaking when a white-robed man walked in. He stared at Li Zixuan and said half-jokingly, "It was Li Junxian." Just from appearance alone, Li Junxian had a tall and straight figure and an awe-inspiring demeanor. His sharp eyebrows and handsome face made him look even more heroic. TSK. It's actually a pretty boy. No wonder there were rumors about him and Wu Mainyang in the future, Li Zishuan muttered to himself. Then, he stepped forward and clasped his hands with a smile. General Li, what are you saying? You have the divine mandate on you. Please come in and have some tea. While Li Zishuan was sizing up Li Zishuan, Li Junxian was also sizing up Li Zishuan. He had met Li Zishuan before. When Li Zishuan had challenged Mount Beimang in order to save Han Yushi, Li Er had sent him to investigate the situation. Although the situation had already been decided by the time he found Li Zishuan, he had still met Li Zishuan before. But today was his first time meeting Li Zishuan face to face. As he looked at this youth who was about the same height as him but still somewhat childish, he couldn't help but sigh. If not for Li Zishuan, he and Duga Xian would have been considered outstanding talents of the great Tang's younger generation. But there were no ifs in reality. Although he held an important position at such a young age and was even a second-rank county duke, he was still a little dim compared to Li Zishuan. The other party wasn't even 15 yet, but he was already able to climb to such a high position. Who knew what he would be like when he was in his 20s or 30s? Besides, how could a martial arts grandmaster who wasn't even 15 years old compare to him? This general is only here to pass on an imperial decree. I won't impose on you. County Duke Li, listen to the decrees. Li Zishuan snapped out of his thoughts and sternly said to Li Zishuan. When Li Zishuan heard that it was a verbal decree from Li Er and not an official imperial decree, he immediately dismissed the idea of having someone set up the incense table. He stood to the side and bent his body slightly, pretending to listen attentively. His Majesty wants this general to inform you that Yanhuang College can accept people from the Mahis sect, but you have to know the limits. If something happens, you will have to bear the consequences. In the end, Li Junxian had to polish Li Er's words a little. Otherwise, he would have been too embarrassed to say it out loud. Even so, this imperial decree was still very straightforward. However, Li Zishuan really liked this kind of straightforward imperial decree. After hearing this, he hurriedly clasped his hands and said, "This subject receives the decree. Thank you for your grace." Li Zishuan's gratitude was sincere. Yesterday, after Li Gang analyzed the pros and cons of the Mahist sect joining Yanhuang College, he knew that the greatest power preventing the Mahist sect from entering the world wasn't the Confucians, but the imperial court and the emperors. Although the Confucians were powerful, their snobbishness couldn't be compared to Li Er's. Otherwise, how could there be a situation where Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism coexisted? Thus, Li Zishuan didn't really care about the attitudes of others. However, he had to care about Li Er's attitude. After all, Li Er was his immediate superior. After returning from Li Gang's house yesterday, Li Zishuan had been thinking about how to get Li Er to lower his guard against the Mahist sect. What he didn't expect was that he didn't do anything and Li Er took the initiative to deliver himself to his doorstep. This solved a huge worry in his heart. As for how Li Er knew that the head of the Mahist sect was going to join Yanhuang College, Li Zishuan could figure it out even with his eyes closed. Although he felt a little uncomfortable in this feudal society, wasn't it easy for an emperor to know the movements of others? For Li Zishuan, it was fine as long as it didn't affect his life. Besides, even in modern society, did you really have privacy? When he thought of this, Li Zishuan felt a little better. Chapter 6:15. Husband, is His Majesty angry at you? After Li Junxian left with Li Er's decree, Han Yushi pulled on Li Zishuan's arm and asked. Those who didn't know the situation would immediately think that Li Er was reprimanding Li Zishuan, which was why Han Yushi was so worried. Of course not. There are times when one can't just look at things from the surface. This imperial decree is a good thing for our family. Wife, there's no need to worry. Li Zishuan stroked Han Yushi's coiled hair and comforted her gently. Then he said, "Oh right, aren't you going to visit Uncle Qin? Sanbao and the others are just about done packing, so let's set off." Han Yushi naturally agreed. The husband and wife went out hand in hand. They rode a carriage with gifts and headed towards the Qin manor. When they arrived at the Qin residence, Li Zishuan realized that the place was already packed with carriages. 4 or 5 carriages were parked by the side of the road, and each carriage had a manservant who was giving the horses water to prevent them from getting heatstroke. It seems like it's going to be rather lively here. Li Zishuan jumped down from the carriage and helped Han Yushi down as well. He couldn't help but chuckle as he looked at the situation by the road. Han Yushi steadied herself and smiled. Adoptive father's recovery from his illness is a major event for all of the Great Tang. Many people will definitely come to congratulate him. Li Zishuan nodded and pulled Han Yushi inside. The gatekeepers of the Qin residence naturally wouldn't stop them. One of them was their patriarch's savior while the other was their patriarch's adopted daughter. Even if they had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to stop them. Second brother can finally ride a horse and hunt with me and go to the battlefield to kill enemies. How delightful, how delightful. Today, we brothers must not return until we're drunk. Needless to say, only Cheng Yaojing could have such a loud voice and speak in such a bold and unrestrained manner. You idiot, Shu Bao has just recovered from his illness. How could he drink so much with a fool like you? It was obvious that this voice belonged to Yu Qigong. He was the only one who would go against Cheng Yaojing like this. Yuchi old hey, what are you talking about? Not only has second brother recovered from his old injuries, but he is also more powerful than you and I. Why can't he drink? I think it's you, Yuchi old black, who can't hold your liquor well and doesn't dare to drink with us, right? Bullshit. I don't dare to drink with you? Today, whoever falls first will be the grandson. So be it. Do you think I, old Cheng, am afraid of you? Hearing this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but shake his head and walk towards the main hall. He thought to himself, these two old fellows can really fight anywhere. They are simply enemies from the previous life. No, it should be enemies from the previous life, because even enemies are not as fierce as these Tooch. It was originally a celebratory banquet for Qin Qiong's recovery, but these two people turned it into a catfight. Uncle Qin, I heard that you've recovered. Congratulations. From now on, you can continue to carry your spear and gallop on the battlefield. Li Zishuan stepped forward and cupped his hands to Qin Qiong before congratulating him. As for Han Yushi, she had already been led to the backyard by the Qin Manor's servants to talk to Mrs. Qin. After all, there were so many men in the main hall, and she had nothing in common to talk about here. Only then did everyone notice that Li Zishuan had arrived. Qin Qiong was the first to stand up and smiled kindly. This is all thanks to you, little Xians. Come and sit first. Hey, that's the result of your own perseverance, Uncle Qin. Li Zishuan said humbly. Then, after greeting some of the elders present, Li Jing, Cheng Yaojing, Yu Qijingda, Niu Jinda, Li Daozong, etc., he sat at the last seat on Qin Qiong's right. There was no choice. Who asked him to be the last to arrive and be the youngest person? This is your credit. No one can take it away. If it weren't for your unique medicinal wine, little Xian, and that blood-snatching method to prolong my life, this old man could only lie in bed for the next few years and wait for deaths. How can I still sit here and chat with all of you? Qin Qiong stroked his beard and looked at Li Zishuan with admiration. Cheng Yaojing said with a faint smile, we're all family. Second brother Qin, what are you thanking us for? Besides, even if you want to thank us, this is not a complete thank yous. Did you forget to tell us something? Qin Qiong was stunned and asked in bewilderment, what is it? Cheng Yaojing pursed his lips and said, it's that Taiji fists. Second brother Qin, didn't you break through to the peak of Grandmaster because of Taiji fist? A while ago, I heard that Dugaexen broke through to Grandmaster with a few sword moves that little Xian helped him deduce. Now, second brother Qin, you've reached the peak of Grandmaster because of little Xian's Taiji fist. This is enough to show that if a martial artist wants to break through, it's best to look for little Xian's. That's right. Now, little Xian has a small reputation in the martial arts world. Li Jing stroked his beard and smiled. However, Yu Qigong said, second brother Qin has just recovered from a serious illness this time, and his strength has increased by another level. It can be said that he has left us behind again. The reason why Yu Qigong said this was mainly because among them, when they were young, Qin Qiong's martial strength was the first to reach its peak. And according to the development of things, Qin Qiong's martial strength should be the first to decline. At the beginning it was indeed like this. At that time, they were chasing after Qin Qiong's footsteps, but Qin Qiong's martial strength kept declining because of his body. Everyone thought that it would end like this. Who knew that Qin Qiong would be reborn today? Not only did he wash away his old injuries, but he also took another step forward in martial arts and once again pulled away from these generals. Hee. Second brother Qin, can I practice Taiji Fist? I've been stuck at Grandmaster middle stage for a long time. If I can practice Taiji Fist, I might be able to break through. Cheng Yaojin asked shamelessly. At this moment, the rest of the people stopped talking to each other and turned their attention to this side. For martial artists, there was nothing more comfortable than improving their realm. Qin Qiong glanced at Cheng Yaojin and said, I don't have any objections, but you have to ask little Xian. After all, Taiji Fist is from him. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Li Zixuan hurriedly said, I don't have any objections either. If you want to learn Taiji Fist, you can all learn it. However, Taiji Fist emphasizes the word understanding. If you don't use your heart to understand it, in the end, even if you do make the final move, you can only make the shape look like the spirit but not the spirit. It won't be beneficial for breaking through the realm. Chapter 616. Zhao Song is in trouble because of you, and you still have the time to show off here. In the front hall of Qin Mansion, everyone was discussing the magical functions of Tai Chi. Suddenly, a loud voice came from outside the door. Then, Li Er stepped into the main hall in his regular clothes. Everyone in the room was shocked. They quickly got up and bowed. Greetings, Your Majesty. Li Er waved his hand and said, I'm here today to congratulate Shu Bao on his recovery. There's no need for formalities. Qin Qiong heard this and said gratefully, Your Majesty, thank you for your concern. Li Er stepped forward and helped Qin Qiong up. He smiled and said, Shu Bao is the pillar of the country. Shouldn't I be concerned about him? Qin Qiong's lips moved slightly and he said in a trembling voice, Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Er smiled. Then he did not greet the other officials in the room. He looked directly at Li Zixuan and paused before saying, Zhao Song tried to force a breakthrough last night. He used the method of compressing his vital energy that you mentioned last time. As a result, 30% of his meridians were damaged. If it were not for the help of the 2 imperial consecrators at the last moment, he would not have survived. Even so, his strength has fallen from Guru Peak to Guru Early Stage. Li Zixuan's jaw dropped in shock. He never thought that Zhao Song, that lunatic, would dare to do something like this and play it so big. It was as if he wanted to go to the heavens. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, he did not know if it was cold or hot, and said, Your Majesty, this? Why is Steward Zhao in such a hurry to break through? Logically speaking, the Tang Empire was at peace now. Although the Turks in the north were eyeing them covetously, these national affairs should not be rushed by a eunuch, right? So, what reason did Zhao Song have to be in such a hurry to break through? Putting aside the self-blame in his heart, Li Zixuan was very curious about the reason why Zhao Song was in such a hurry to break through. Li Er was obviously speechless about this. He looked away and was silent for a long time, as if he was considering his words. Then, he said unhappily, From what I've heard, he must have noticed that Duguexen had broken through to the Grandmaster realm at such a young age. Including you, there are now 2 Grandmasters in the younger generation. He felt the pressure and felt that if he didn't take the risk now, he wouldn't have a chance when he was old. That's why he took the risk last night. In the end, if it weren't for the presence of the 2 imperial consecrators, he would have lost his life. Li Zixuan broke out in a cold sweat as he thought about the entire situation. If Zhao Song had really lost his life because he had compressed his vital energy to practice martial arts, then even if he was not punished by Li Er, Li Zixuan would not be able to rest easy. He thought for a moment, then stepped forward and bowed. This is all my fault. I misspoke in the imperial court that day and misled head steward Zhao. I even caused him to almost lose his life. Your Majesty, please punish me. This apology contained 30% of Li Zixuan's guilt and 70% of his retreating in order to advance. This was because when Li Er had just entered, his tone was obviously unfriendly. Old Li had come with a temper today. Seeing this, Qin Qiong stepped forward and bowed. Your Majesty, this matter can't be blamed on Xiao Xian. When eunuch Zhao used the method of compressing his vital energy to break through to the next realm, he must have known the danger, but he still did it. This can't be blamed on Xiao Xian. Cheng Yaojin then echoed in a rough voice, Your Majesty, this really can't be blamed on Xiao Xian. That day, there were so many ministers and generals in the imperial court. Eunuch Zhao was not the only one who knew the method of compressing his vital energy. In the end, nothing happened to the others except for Eunuch Zhao. Can this be blamed on Xiao Xian? It was rare for Li Jing to speak. He said, Your Majesty, Xu Bao and Ji Jie are right. Eunuch Zhao is over 40 years old. He is not a 3-year-old child. There is no reason to blame others for his own decision. I think Eunuch Zhao himself has never blamed Xiao Xian. Seeing that everyone in the room was speaking up for Li Zishuan, Li Er's face was calm. No one could tell whether he was happy or angry. He paused and said, I haven't convicted this boy yet. Why are you all so anxious? Then he turned to Li Zishuan and said, Although Zhao Song's matter can't be blamed on you, it was more or less caused by you. However, today Xu Bao recovered from his injury and broke through to the next realm because of you. You can be considered to have brought back another tiger general for the Tang Empire. This is something that can't be exchanged for anything. At least your merit outweighs your fault. I bestow upon your wife the title of rank 6 noble lady as your reward this time. Do you have any complaints? Li Zishuan said happily, Thank you, Your Majesty. I have no complaints. The more time he spent with Han Yushi, the more Li Zishuan knew about the inferiority complex in Han Yushi's bones. He was now a higher and higher official, but the pressure on Han Yushi was getting greater and greater. Sometimes, he was also very troubled. He only wanted to live a simple and happy life without any external interference. However, in Han Yushi's heart, she still could not get rid of the secular concept of a well-matched family. Perhaps she agreed to marry him because she was moved by his persistent pursuit. However, ever since she married into the Li family, she didn't have a moment of rest. She learned this and that every day and even learned poetry. Li Zishuan once told her that she didn't need it. However, she said that she wanted to improve and she wanted to be worthy of him. Humble love, humble self. Many people felt that this kind of humble love was not worth cherishing, but Li Zishuan did not think so. In love, if someone loved more, naturally, there would be someone who loved less. It couldn't be equal. People who loved more would give more, and naturally, they would be hurt more. This wasn't because she was cheap. It was because she loved him and didn't want to lose him. After understanding this, Li Zishuan would not cherish this relationship. He would only feel that this woman really made people feel sorry for her. And the 6th rank title that Li Er gave to Han Yushi today could be said to be timely reign. In this era, the title of a noble was very rare. If a 6th rank noble was placed in a place, even the county magistrate would have to greet them with the courtesy of an official. Li Er nodded. Qin Qiong and the others quickly cupped their fists and said, Your Majesty is wise. Li Er laughed and said, That's enough. Let's not talk about this anymore. Today, Xu Bao's body has recovered. I am really happy in my heart. Ji Jie, pharmacist, Jinda, Jingda, since you guys are here, don't leave. Today, we are here to celebrate with wine. We won't go back until we are drunk. Speaking of drinking, Qing Yaojin suddenly became excited. He didn't care about the etiquette of a monarch and minister. He patted his arm and laughed loudly, Okay. We originally planned to eat wine at Second Brother's place at noon. It's good that your Majesty is here. Speaking of which, we brothers haven't eaten at the same table with your Majesty for a year, right? Yes. Today, Xiao Xin is here. This kid's culinary skills are excellent. He can cook a few dishes for us to eat with wine. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Chapter 617. When it came to cooking, many people would subconsciously think of the phrase, a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. It was clearly inappropriate for Li Zishuan, the founding baron of the country, to personally cook. However, the elders in the backyard clearly didn't think so. Qing Yaojin, Qin Xiong, Niu Jinda, and Yuqi Jingda had always treated Li Zixuan as their own junior. If something happened to Li Zixuan, the four of them would definitely be the first to act. As for Li Zixuan, because of Han Tianhu's Han family, he was considered relatives of Li Zixuan. Needless to say, Li Zixuan himself also wanted to try the dishes personally cooked by Li Zixuan. After all, in the entire Tang dynasty, who didn't know that Li Zixuan was the best at eating? Therefore, Li Zixuan was unquestionably sent to cook for these elders and big shots to go with the wine. As the emperor, if he wanted to eat lunch at the Qin residence, Li Zixuan obviously wouldn't be the only one busy. When Madame Qin, who was chatting with Han Yushi in the backyard, heard that Li Zixuan was going to eat at the Qin residence, she quickly ordered the servants to prepare the ingredients. Then she personally went to the kitchen. Han Yushi followed behind her. "Xiao Xian? Why are you here? Why aren't you in the front room with His Majesty? They all say that a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. Why are you, a man, in the kitchen? Go out and let Auntie." Madame Qin originally planned to personally cook lunch. After all, it was for the emperor. However, she couldn't be careless. If the servants didn't pay attention or had any evil intentions and something happened to Li Zixuan while he was eating at the Qin residence, then the hundreds of people in the Qin residence would be finished. After entering the kitchen, Madame Qin saw Li Zixuan cutting the pork and couldn't help but reprimand him. Han Yushi, who was following behind, also couldn't help but open her mouth in shock when she saw this scene. When Li Zixuan heard this, he smiled as he cut the pork. What gentleman should stay away from the kitchen? That was just a bunch of hypocrites who pretended to be righteous and hypocritical to cover up their hypocrisies. Today, Uncle Qin has just recovered from a serious illness, and this little one's cooking skills are just right. I'll conveniently make a few side dishes for Uncle Qin, the elders, and His Majesty to show my sincerity. What's wrong with that? Mencius had a famous saying, "A gentleman is like a beast. Seeing it alive, he cannot bear to see it dead. Hearing its voice, he cannot bear to eat its flesh. Therefore, a gentleman stays away from the kitchen." In the traditional etiquette system, it was simply established as a code of conduct. A gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. If there is blood and qi, he should not be humiliated. Li Zixuan felt that the person who said this was simply asking for trouble. Since you can't bear to kill, then don't eat meat. Not only did he have to satisfy his desire for good food, but he also couldn't bear to see the pain of animals dying. He had to stay away from the scene of the killing so that he could eat with a clear conscience. If this wasn't hypocrisy, then what was? Therefore, when he heard Mrs. Qin say that a gentleman stays away from the kitchen, Li Zixuan thought that it was just a bunch of hypocrites who pretended to be righteous and hypocritical to cover up their hypocrisies. Mrs. Qin saw this and anxiously said, "That's all nonsense. No matter what you say, Auntie has never seen a man personally cook in the kitchen. Xiao Xian, hurry up and come out." Li Zixuan saw that he couldn't persuade Mrs. Qin and felt helpless. He could only bring out the flag and say, "Auntie, this is what His Majesty asked me to do. I have no choice." "What? His Majesty asked you to do it?" Mrs. Qin frowned when she heard this and didn't try to persuade him anymore. She thought for a while and said, Then Auntie will help you." "Husband, I'll help you too." Li Zixuan knew that if he still didn't agree, Mrs. Qin would probably go to the backyard to talk to Li Er personally. Therefore, he nodded and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Auntie and wife." "Hey, you child, why are you being so polite with Auntie? Besides, this is what Auntie should do." Mrs. Qin laughed and went into the kitchen. She began to instruct the maids to help Li Zixuan wash the vegetables. Han Yushi walked to Li Zixuan's side and said softly, "Husband, what are you going to cook? Can I help you?" Li Zixuan smiled and said softly, "I'm going to cook a few new dishes. Vinegar radish skin, big bowl of steamed pork, steamed chicken, fried fish pieces, and fried chicken cubes. Wife, you can just watch from the side and cook for me in the future. How about?" Han Yushi carefully memorized the names of these dishes and said, "Okay, that's good. I'll learn seriously." Seeing the serious expression on the woman's face, Li Zixuan couldn't help but flick her flawless forehead with his clean hand that was holding the kitchen knife and said, "Don't worry. Why are you so serious? If you can't learn it today, I'll teach you in the future. All right, wife, I have good news here. I'll tell you when we get home. Han Yushi hurriedly covered her forehead as if she had been electrocuted. Then, she guiltily glanced in Mrs. Qin's direction. She didn't even dare to ask about the surprise Li Zishuan said. She hurriedly stood to the side and lowered her head like an ostrich. Mrs. Qin, who wasn't far away, noticed the couple's small movements, but she didn't say anything. She just smiled with great comfort. It was obvious that she was happy from the bottom of her heart. Li Zishuan was slightly embarrassed. Then, he pretended that nothing had happened and began to cook. The first dish was a big bowl of steamed pork. Northerners like to eat meat in big bites. Naturally, the wine was like a large piece of meat going through the intestines. They wanted a refreshing taste. Cheng Yaojin and the others would definitely like this big bowl of steamed pork. First, cut the streaky pork into pieces, blanch them in boiling water, soak them in wine, and then deep fry them. Finally, add some preserved vegetables. These vegetables are produced in the Guangdong area. During the Tang dynasty, there were a lot of them in Lingnan. As the base, steam them for half an hour, and the bright red and tender steamed pork in a big bowl will be ready to be served. Of course, during this time, Li Zishuan also made the vinegar-choked radish skin. This dish couldn't be easier. Then he made the diced chicken. He chose a piece of chicken breast meat and cut it into small cubes. Then he tore up some orange peel, pepper, cloves, fennel, and other spices. He turned on the fire and heated up a little bit of oil. Then he put the meat and the seasonings into the pot and stir-fried it. The flavor of the spices permeated into the meat. He ate a bite of the diced chicken with a sip of wine. It was so refreshing. There were also fried fish pieces. He cut a whole fat black carp into big chunks and marinated it with salt and white wine grains for an hour. The fish pieces would show a light pink color, which was very tempting. Then, he mixed eggs and flour and fried the fish pieces with hot oil. The fish pieces were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. When it was time to eat, he made a hot sauce with garlic and soy sauce and poured it over it to go with wine. The taste was so good that even an immortal wouldn't exchange it for it. The more Li Zishuan cooked, the more proficient he became. Han Yushi and Mrs. Qin, who were next to him, were more and more dumbfounded. The more they looked, the more they were hungry. This color, this aroma, they almost couldn't help but want to eat it first. Madame Qin gulped and thought to herself, no wonder His Majesty allowed Xiao Xian to come over and cook. Sigh, I don't know where this child learned to cook these dishes, but they're even more delicious than mine, someone who's been cooking for decades. Chapter 6:18. After working in the Qin family's kitchen for more than 2 hours, Li Zishuan finally finished preparing lunch for the big shots in the backyard. There weren't many types of dishes, only 5 dishes and 1 soup in total. However, the portions of each dish were large and were all placed in small bowls. After all, the big shots sitting in the house were all martial artists and their appetites were extraordinarily large. After the dishes were done, Li Zishuan naturally didn't have anything to do. Madame Qin ordered the maids to bring the bowls of dishes to the front hall. Li Zishuan didn't care about this. After washing his hands, he pulled his wife out of the kitchen. Unexpectedly, as soon as he came out, he saw Qin Huayu and Cheng Chumo walking towards him. Li Zishuan was stunned and asked, "Hey, Huayu Chonyo? You two are back?" Qin Huayu went to Yunshan to participate in labor as early as a month ago. Cheng Chumo liked to slack off, and it had only been half a month since he went to Yunshan. Under normal circumstances, the two of them should be at Yunshan now because Yunshan was a little far from Chang'an. The students of the School of Mathematics would usually eat together in the cafeteria of Yunshan at noon. "Oh, what meat is this? It smells so good. Hey, wait, don't go. Let me try a piece." Cheng Chumo was about to answer when he smelled an extremely rich fragrance of meat. His attention was immediately attracted by the little maid holding the bowls of dishes. What was worse was that this guy was not only talking, but also stretching out his black dog paw. "Stop!" Madame Qin, who was standing behind him, quickly caught up to him and scolded, "Ugly bull, stop fooling around. This food was prepared for His Majesty. If you really want to eat, Then go wash your hands and eat at the table. What are you doing now? Cheng Chumo immediately stopped. He widened his eyes and said, Huh? Is Her Majesty here too? He had just brought Qin Huayu home. After learning that Qin Qiong had recovered from his old injuries and had unexpectedly broken through to the next realm, and that Cheng Chumo was freeloading at the Qin family today, Cheng Chumo rolled his eyes and followed Qin Huayu over. However, he only came over to freeload a meal. He really didn't know that Li Er was here. If he had known earlier, he definitely wouldn't have come. His Majesty, your Uncle Yuchi, and the others are all here. Since you're here, Cho-Ox, go wash your hands and accompany them to drink later. After saying that, Madame Qin led the maids into the room, leaving behind a dumbfounded Cheng Chumo. Who told you to be so smug? Li Zishuan stepped forward and teased Cheng Chumo. Then he looked at Qin Huayu and asked, Huayu, how are things at Cloud Mountain? Qin Huayu said, the construction of the academy has been completed. All that's left are some non-urgent buildings. The students of the School of Mathematics have all returned home today to prepare for the entrance exams. Everything was completed just like that? Li Zishuan was shocked when he heard that. He said in surprise, that's fast? Then, Huayu, you guys have worked hard. At this moment, he just remembered that the entrance exam of Yanhuang College was about to begin, and he hadn't even started writing the exam papers? It seemed like he couldn't wander around anymore. Of course, we've worked hard. Xiao Xian, you have to compensate us well. Cheng Chumo laughed shamelessly. Li Zishuan said in annoyance, compensate? Isn't this lunch compensation for you? Cho-Ox, you can't eat these dishes anywhere else even if you want to. What meat is this? Why is it so fragrant? Old Cheng want to try it and see what it tastes like? After the dishes were served, Cheng Chumo couldn't help but salivate when he smelled the fragrance of the meat with preserved vegetables. He was eager to try it. Cough, cough. Qin Qiong coughed heavily and signaled Cheng Chumo to notice that Li Er was still at the table. Cheng Chumo came back to his senses and blushed. He put down his chopsticks and said awkwardly, cough, cough. Your Majesty, please try this first. Li Er smiled and said, what? We haven't eaten together for so long, and now we're becoming distant? Thinking back to when Jijia was at the table, he didn't give in no matter who the other party was. Cheng Chumo touched his nose and didn't say anything, but he thought to himself, you were still the king of Qin, and we were all good brothers. Now that you're the emperor, how can I, old Cheng, not be more careful? Jijia, are you trying to say that today is different from the past? I'm already the emperor of a country, and you can't laugh and scold me like before? Also, Shu Bao, pharmacist, Jinda, do you all think the same? What kind of person was Li Er? How could he not guess what Qing Yaojin was thinking? He glanced at the people in the room and said with a meaningful smile. Cheng Chumo hurriedly cupped his fists and said, this official doesn't dare. Qin Qiong and the others also bowed slightly and said, this official doesn't dare. Don't dare? Li Er's mood suddenly became agitated. He stood up straight and looked at everyone at the table. He said with a face full of resentment, you all just don't dare? This means that you all really thought so in your hearts. To put it bluntly, you all are afraid. You all are afraid that I will punish you because of your words and actions. You all are afraid that I will be the emperor now, and my temperament will change greatly compared to before. You all are afraid that I will be like Liu Bang, who just ascended the throne and then killed a meritorious official. You all are afraid, aren't you? At the end of his words, Li Er was almost shouting. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became heavy. Everyone lowered their heads and didn't say a word. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Cheng Chumo was even grumbling in his heart about why he came to freeload today. In the end, he didn't even freeload the meal, but first freeload the tiger's butt. He was really unlucky. Seeing that no one responded, Li Er was even more depressed. He continued, today, I will tell you clearly. Although I am the emperor, Shu Bao, Jijie, and the rest of you have been with me through life and death on the battlefield, I will always treat you as my brothers. Today, I swear to the heavens that in my lifetime, I will never be like Liu Bang, and you will never be like Han Xen. Liu Bang was already more than 50 years old when he became the emperor. In his later years, he became increasingly suspicious of the meritorious officials who fought with him, especially those with different surnames. In the end, Zhang Tu, Zhang Ao, Han Wang Xen, Pring Yu, Han Xen, Ing Bu, and the others were killed one after another. Ing Bu even rebelled. Liu Bang personally led an army when he was ill and defeated him. After that, the country was handed over to the descendants of the Liu family. Not only that, but he also became suspicious of Xiao He. He forced him to think of ways to tarnish his reputation to arouse Emperor Yi's suspicion. In the end, he almost died. At this time, after Li Er finished speaking, he slammed the wine bowl heavily and said heroically, "Serve the wine." Li Zishuan, Qin Huaiyu, and Cheng Chumo looked at each other and went to serve the wine obediently. After all, they were the only ones in the room who could be ordered. Chapter 6:19. Zhen has already said what needs to be said. Today, all of you, bring out the heroic spirit you had when you fought with Zhen on the battlefield. Shu Bao's old injuries have healed and he unexpectedly broke through. Aren't you all happy? Come. There are no monarchs and ministers on the table today. Let's not go home until we're drunks. After Li Zishuan filled the empty wine bowl in front of him, Li Er picked it up and raised it in front of his chin. He said loudly to Qin Qiong, Qing Yaojin and the others. Cough cough. Cheng Chumo and Qin Huaiyu, these two idiots, didn't dare to come over and pour wine for Li Zishuan, so this tough job naturally fell on Li Zishuan's heads. Come, let's do it. When it comes to drinking, I, Qing Yaojin, have never been afraid of anyone. Since your majesty said that there are no monarchs and ministers on the table today, then don't blame me when you get drunk by me. Qing Yaojin was the most careless. He held the wine bowl and stood up as he spoke in a rough voice. Li Er laughed loudly. Do you think Zhen doesn't know your alcohol tolerance? If you can get Zhen drunk today, Zhen will give a daughter to your Qing family. After Li Er's sincere words, Qing Yaojin's heart had already relaxed. His eyes lit up and he said, "Your Majesty, are you serious?" Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel moved. According to the official history, Qing Yaojin's second son, Qing Chuliang, did marry Li Er's daughter, Princess Qinghe. History was always shockingly similar. A monarch doesn't joke. Although Li Er's body didn't look as sturdy as Qing Yaojin's, he still had some skills in alcohol tolerance. After all, how many emperors hadn't been baptized by alcohol? After the two of them messed around, the previous tense atmosphere instantly dissipated. Yuqi Jingde joined in the fun and said, "Your Majesty, you can only believe half of Qing Jijie's words. The older this old guy gets, the less reliable his mouth." Niu Jinda smiled and said, That's right. Jijie's alcohol tolerance can't even compare to me, old Niu. He only knows how to boast." Cheng Yaojin immediately panicked. He glared at Zhao Yu and said, "Hey, I say, the two of you are starting to collude, right? Come. Watch me, old Cheng, beat the both of you up. I'll drink first to show my respect." After saying that, he picked up the wine bowl and was about to drink it all. Niu Jinda hurriedly said, Wait. What's wrong? Hey, old Niu, are you scared? Cheng Yaojin was puzzled at first, but then he said proudly. Niu Jinda spat, "Bullshit. Why would I be afraid of you, madman Cheng? What I want to say is, how boring is it for you to drink one bowl after another? It wouldn't be easy to determine the winner. Why don't we compete in drinking with finger-guessing games? Your Majesty Shu Bao, what do you think?" Li Er nodded. "Sure." Qin Qiong nodded and said, "Yes." When Cheng Yaojin saw this, he could only straighten his neck and say, Let's play the finger-guessing games." Everyone quickly reached an agreement and prepared to start the finger-guessing game. At this moment, a discordant voice suddenly came from the field. "How boring is this finger-guessing game? I know a more interesting game that's most suitable for drinking." Everyone looked towards the source of the voice and saw that it was Cheng Chumo who was eagerly making the suggestion. Go. We are drinking. You little brat, take 2 pieces of meat and scram to the side to eat." Cheng Yaojin didn't waste any time. He came up and slapped Chung Chumo twice on the back of his head. Chung Chumo was hit hard, and he instantly grimaced in pain. When he heard Qing Yaojin's heartless words, he was furious. He didn't know if this guy had eaten a bear's heart or a leopard's guts, but he actually said, "Io, what the heck, Dad, am I still your biological son? You can really bear to hit me and say that?" Li Zishuan was the first one who couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. The rest of the people, including Li Er, also laughed out loud. Cheng Yaojin's face darkened, and he was about to hit again when Li Er hurriedly stopped him. "All right, Jijie, stop hitting. Let Chonyo speak. Who knows, this kid might really have some good ideas?" Only then did Cheng Yaojin stop. However, he still glared fiercely at Chung Chumo and said, "Speaks. You little rascal, if you can't say anything, I'll break your legs when we get back." Chung Chumo shrunk his neck and then began to introduce to the big bosses in the field. This game is called Every 7 Passes. The rules are very simple. You can first randomly choose a person and say any number. For example, Her Majesty says 5, Uncle Lee, you have to immediately say 6, and so on. However, whenever you encounter a number that is a multiple of 7 or a number that contains 7, that person can't say it out loud. He has to say, pass. Those who don't say, pass, or those who hesitate for more than 2 breaths will all be considered to have failed. The person who fails will be punished with a glass of wine, and then the next round of the game will start from this person again. I wonder what Her Majesty and the rest of the uncles thinks? Li Zishuan couldn't help but cover his face. This fellow had completely copied the rules of the game that he had mentioned the other day. It was really hard on him. However, copying the game itself wasn't a problem. The problem was, no. How can this game be as simple as finger guessing? You little rascal, you're just adding to the trouble. As expected, before Li Er could say anything, Qing Yaojin was the first to jump out and reprimand him. Actually, at this moment, Qing Yaojin was also sweating in his heart. Was this son really his biological son? Why did he keep tricking him? Because if they were to follow the rules of the game, the ones who would suffer the most would be him and Yuqi Jingda. Although the rest of the people were generals, they weren't like the 2 of them who only knew martial arts and didn't know literature. Chung Chumo had come up with such a bad idea. Wasn't this asking for his old life? Li Er thought for a moment and understood the essence of this game. He suddenly found it interesting and said, "Jijie, it's not right to say that. Compared to finger guessing, this game is obviously much more fun. Let's do this today." Apart from Yuqi Jingda, the rest of the old generals all agreed. These 2 miserable brothers glared hatefully at Cheng Chumo. They could only obey the majorities. Next, without a doubt, Qin Qiong, 19, Li Jing, 20, Qing Yaojin, 20. No. Yuqi Jingda, who was below Qing Yaojin, heaved a sigh of relief and then laughed loudly. "Ha! Qing Jijie, you lost. Drink first. Let's talk about other things." Yes. Drink first." Li Er picked a large piece of braised meat for himself and said to Qing Yaojin. Cheng Yaojin was helpless. He could only admit defeat and drink first. Then, the burning alcohol directly penetrated his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Cheng Yaojin hurriedly picked up a piece of braised meat with his chopsticks and stuffed it into his mouth, wanting to use it to ease his pain. In the end, he was instantly stunned by the taste. As he stuffed himself, he shouted excitedly, "This meat is really delicious. It looks greasy on the outside, but it's not greasy at all when eaten. Tsk. Little Xian's culinary skills are really goods. With these things to go with wine, I won't get drunk no matter how much I drinks." Li Er couldn't help but say, "This is called fat but not greasy." "Cheng Jijie, why are you talking so much?" Cheng Yaojin laughed dryly and said, "Hef, how can my knowledge compare to His Majesty's? This fried fish is also very delicious. With these dishes to go with wine today, I can definitely not get drunk after 1,000 cups. Let's continue. It's my turn. I say 13. Yuqi Jingda hurriedly said, "Pass." It was naturally impossible to not get drunk after 1,000 cups. After all, his strength was there. After failing again and again, old Cheng finally became cold and collapsed under the table. Li Zixuan and Cheng Chumo hurriedly apologized to Li Er. The two of them dragged Cheng Yaojin and prepared to send him back to the Cheng family. Little Xian, if I do this, won't we lose our Cheng family's princess daughter-in-law? If His Majesty grants a marriage to Chu Liang, won't I be trapping my brothers? Cheng Chumo thought for a long time and finally realized that something was wrong. He patted his head and said with regret. Li Zixuan pursed his lips and said, "Not only did you trick your brother, but you also tricked your father." Phantom Beauty Ascending. Chapter 620. All right, husband. When we were at the Qin Manor, you once said that you wanted to give me a surprise. Can you tell me now? After carrying Qing Yaojin into the Qing Manor's carriage, Li Zixuan directly brought his wife home. In the study, Li Zixuan was thinking about the students' entrance exam papers when he heard Han Yushi's gentle and slightly expectant voice. Li Zixuan put away his thoughts, turned his head, and pretended to say, "Yes. That seems to be the case. But as for what the surprise is, I also forgot." Husbandly. When Han Yushi heard that, she glared at Li Zixuan and said, Wife, do you really want to know what the surprise is?" Li Zixuan pulled Han Yushi to his side and asked with a smile. "Didn't you forget, husband? Even if I want to know, what's the use?" Han Yushi pouted and turned her head to the side. The summer breeze blew in through the window and happened to blow a strand of hair by her ear to Li Zixuan's nose. Smelling the fragrance of the hair, Li Zixuan felt a little itchy. He turned Han Yushi's body around and pretended to be serious. "Although I've forgotten, there's a way for me to remember it immediately. Just come, wife, you just need to use your lips to leave a mark of love on it. After I feel your love, I will have a flash of inspiration, and I will be able to remember everything." As Li Zixuan spoke, he pointed to the right side of his face. However, this fellow's expression was not vulgar at all. Instead, he looked bright and upright. However, how could Han Yushi, who had been with Li Zixuan for so long, not know that this was Li Zixuan's little trick? She twisted her body and rolled her eyes at Li Zixuan. "Husband can even lie with his eyes open now. I don't believe it. Hey, you little girl." Li Zixuan's lie was exposed, so he angrily scratched Han Yushi's nose. Then he walked to the side of the bed, put his hands behind his head, and lay down. He said shamelessly, "Sigh. Regardless of whether you believe it or not, your husband has intermittent amnesia. If you don't give me a kiss today, your husband's amnesia won't be cured. Naturally, you won't know what the surprise is." Han Yushi was furious. She walked over and pinched Li Zixuan's arm. "Husband, you're cheating." "Shameless? Did I? I'm just telling the truth. How am I cheating?" "If that's the case, then forget it. I don't want to know what the surprise is now." Han Yushi got up and stomped her feet. She turned around and was about to leave. She loved Li Zixuan, but she didn't want Li Zixuan to succeed so easily. Moreover, it was still daytimes. As soon as she turned around, Li Zixuan's slightly bewitching voice came from behind. I suddenly remembered something. It seems that this surprise is very, very important to you. Do you really not want to know?" Han Yushi stopped in her tracks and said hesitantly, "I don't want to know. I'll know when I feel that it's time. But this surprise is related to your future life." "Really? Well, not what to do. Really?" This fellow said it so clearly. He had completely revealed his true colors. Han Yushi looked conflicted. After a while, she stomped her feet, turned around, and returned to the bed. She leaned over and poked Li Zixuan's face. Then, she quickly tried to straighten up. Li Zixuan only felt a blur in front of his eyes. Then, a fragrant wind seeped into his nostrils. Then, he felt something soft, warm, and water-like on his face. This beautiful feeling disappeared in a flash. Seeing that Han Yushi was about to get up, he quickly reached out and pulled her into his arms. Han Yushi exclaimed. She wanted to break free, but she realized that it was all in vain. She couldn't help but be anxious and angry. "Hubby, didn't you just say that a kiss would be enough? Let go of me and tell me the surprise." Li Zixuan leaned over to Han Yushi's ear and whispered, "That was the condition 15 minutes ago. Now, it's time to collect interests." Han Yushi was shocked and instantly understood what this fellow was going to do. She hurriedly said, "Don't. Hubby, it's still daytimes. If Mother and Lon come to the west courtyard later, everything will be over." "Oh, wife, don't worry. Lonta won't come. Let's hurry up." At this moment, Li Zixuan, who was obsessed with sex, couldn't care less about that. He mumbled as he snuggled into Han Yushi's arms. Logically speaking, they were newlyweds. What was wrong with being a little passionate about this? Unfortunately, this fellow was busy with various matters in the academy and didn't have time to be distracted. After holding it in for so long, he was suffocated. Now that there was such an opportunity, how could he let it go? After a while, there was a suppressed gasp in the room, but the volume was very, very low. "Oh, Xiao Shi, young madam has been in there for so long. Why hasn't she come out? The sun is going to set soon. According to the usual practice, young madam should be in the kitchen cooking delicious food for young master." Outside the door, Xiao He looked at the tightly shut door and asked Xiao Shi, who was sitting in the corridor. Xiao Shi rolled her eyes and said, "I think you're the one who's craving for food again? Every time young madam cooks for young master, you would secretly eat it. Luckily, young madam is kind and didn't argue with you. Otherwise, she would definitely sell you out." Xiao He stuck out her tongue and blushed. "Young madam wouldn't do that. Besides, young master wouldn't be so heartless." Then she looked at the door and whispered, "Hey, Xiao Shi, do you think young master and young madam are doing that in the room? That's why they haven't come out." Xiao Shi's face instantly turned red. She used her finger to point at Xiao He's forehead and scolded, "Stupid Xiao He! Why are you thinking about these things every day? Young master and young madam, they wouldn't." Sixth grade noble titles? Husband, is what you said true? Before Xiao Shi finished speaking, there was a scream in the room. It was obvious that the owner of the voice was very excited. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost control of his voice. In the room, the two of them were lying side by side on the bed and had already put on their clothes. However, from their messy hair and messy bedsheets, it was obvious that they had a fierce battle just now. "Shoo, lower your voice. Wife, you are trying to invite someone else in." Li Zixuan hurriedly covered his wife's mouth and then glanced at the door with a guilty conscience. If someone else came in now, it wouldn't be a big deal for him as a man. However, he was afraid that Han Yushi would be blamed because of this and be afraid of intimacy in the future. That wouldn't be worth it. Chapter 621. Inside the house, Han Yushi motioned for Li Zixuan to let go of her hand. Then she took a deep breath. Although she looked excited, she tried her best to lower her voice and said, "Husband, I haven't even seen His Majesty today. Why would he give me the title of nobility?" Li Zixuan smiled and said, "What's so strange about that? Although you haven't seen His Majesty, you have trained your husband well and cultivated such an outstanding talent like me. Of course, His Majesty will reward you." Li Zixuan shamelessly praised himself as he combed Han Yushi's long hair. In his previous life, he liked girls with long black hair very much. However, many modern girls found it too troublesome to take care of long hair. It was too hot in the summer and too cold in the winter when they washed their hair, so they usually couldn't keep it. Now that he was back in ancient times, he could finally fulfill this small wish of his. Han Yushi's was the standard long hair that reached her waist. She was extremely beautiful. Trained your husband well? Han Yushi's expression froze. After she reacted, she said angrily, "Husband, you're talking nonsense again. You're already very outstanding. What does it have to do with me?" After saying that, her mood inexplicably became a little depressed. When Li Zixuan saw this, he quickly turned sideways and caressed Han Yushi's little face with his hand. He said softly, "I'm not talking nonsense. If it weren't for my wife urging me, I might be walking around with a group of rich playboys in Chang'an City right now, or hanging around in brothels. How would I have the perseverance and willpower to go to that Yanhuang college?" "Husband, don't go to that kind of place. The women there are not worthy of you. When Han Yushi heard about brothels, her nerves immediately became sensitive. She said anxiously. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Yes. I'm not going. In this world, only my wife is worthy of me. I only want to be intimate with my wife." Han Yushi's ears turned red. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito as she sighed. This concubine is also not worthy of my husband." Li Zishuan's eyes widened and he suddenly shouted excitedly, "You are worthy! Who dares to say that my wife is not worthy of him? Even if you're from a commoner's family, even if you don't understand poetry, even if you're not from a noble family, you're still worthy. If I say you're worthy, then you're worthy. You don't need to learn poetry, you don't need to learn accounting, and you don't need to worry about other people's gossip. Do you understand?" "Husband." Han Yushi's eyes were filled with tears as she stared blankly at Li Zishuan. She wanted to say something, but nothing came out of her mouth. Li Zishuan held Han Yushi in his arms and rested his chin on her forehead. He said softly, "Remember, my wife, from now on, you only need to accompany me and grow old together. I will help you solve other things. If others feel that your status is low and you're not worthy of me, then I will find an official position for you. Let's see who dares to gossip behind my back in the future. Wife, it's fine if you don't know how to do accounting and manage the family. I will earn mountains of gold and silver for you. Even if our children and grandchildren are all prodigals, they will never be able to squander the family fortune. Wife, it's even more fine if you don't know poetry. When you want to write poems, tell me, and I will write them for you. You can write whatever you want. Actually, our life doesn't need to be so complicated. I love you, you love me. It's that simple. We will love simply in the future and live together simply, okay? Wah!" These ordinary and touching words of love, which seemed to be a reprimand on the surface but were actually full of concern, made Han Yushi unable to hold it in anymore. She burst into tears and buried her head in Li Zishuan's arms as she sobbed, "Husbands." Sobs. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I won't have those messy thoughts in the future. I'll accompany you well in the future. I won't study poetry anymore." At this moment, she realized that Li Zishuan wasn't lying to her when he said that this surprise was related to her future life. In the past, in order to make herself worthy of Li Zishuan, she had been working hard to learn this and that. She originally thought that he couldn't tell, but she didn't expect that the man beside her had long noticed all of this and kept it in his heart. He even put in a lot of effort to untie the knot in her heart. When she thought of this, self-reproach, sweetness, happiness, and gratitude instantly surged into her heart. Han Yushi's tears flowed endlessly like a flood breaking through a dam. In just a short while, Li Zishuan's chest was already wet. Li Zishuan quickly patted Han Yushi's back and comforted her gently. All right. Wife, don't cry. Now that you have an official position, even the county magistrate will have to bow to you when you see him in the future. This is a joyous occasion. Wife, don't cry. Stand, coughs. In the modern era, there were all kinds of nonsense. Li Zishuan almost said, "Wife, don't cry, stand up and masturbate." Fortunately, the old driver drove steadily and braked in time. Otherwise, there would definitely be a car accident. Han Yushi, who was in a complicated mood, didn't notice the abnormality. She sobbed twice and then wiped her tears. She used Li Zishuan's clothes to wipe her tears. She raised her head and said, "And you're right, husband. This is a joyous occasion. I won't cry. It's so late. Oh no, since His Majesty has given me an imperial edict, then there should be an imperial edict in the afternoon. But husband, did we miss the imperial edict?" Han Yushi looked at the sky and only then did she notice that the sun was about to set. She suddenly thought of the 6th rank title and couldn't help but exclaim with a panicked expression. Li Zishuan patted Han Yushi's shoulder and said with a smile, Wife, you're thinking too much. His Majesty drank a lot in the afternoon. He's probably still in the land of tenderness. Where would he have the time to get someone to draft an imperial edict? The imperial edict bestowing the title of wife will probably only be sent tomorrow." Han Yushi heard that and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. She patted her chest and said, "Oh, that's good, that's goods. It's all your fault, husband. Xiao He and the others must have noticed something. Forget it, let's not care about this. I have to go to the kitchen and arrange for someone to cook. Otherwise, father and mother will be anxious from waiting." After that, she left Li Zishuan and got up in a hurry to go out. Li Zishuan was speechless. He thought to himself, is it my fault for lasting too long? He looked at Han Yushi's back and added, "Wife, remember to make a plate of scrambled eggs with chives and roast a plate of pork kidney tonights." Han Yushi's tender face turned red when she heard that. She said unhappily, "Stinky husband, you haven't been serious all day. I'm ignoring you." After she finished speaking, she really didn't bother with Li Zishuan and directly fled. Chapter 622. The next day, Li Zishuan slept in, which was rare. On one hand, it was because he had been in seclusion for the past month to compile teaching materials. He would work overtime every night, which exhausted a lot of his physical and mental strength. On the other hand, it was because this guy had another wave last night and worked overtime in bed. Under such circumstances, he could not get up in the morning. But as the person involved, Han Yushi didn't feel sleepy at all. She didn't feel sleepy at all. She knew that Li Zishuan was very tired during this period of time, so she didn't wake him up. Instead, she walked out of the room alone and brought Xiao He, Xiao Shi, and the others to practice Tai Chi. Today, Han Yushi felt more and more that Tai Chi was very beneficial to the body. Not to mention that her husband and her adoptive father had broken through because of Tai Chi. After practicing Tai Chi for more than 2 months, the most direct feeling was that she was very energetic every day. Secondly, she could barely cope with Li Zishuan's various torments at night. The 3 beauties were practicing Tai Chi outside. The scenery was very beautiful, but Li Zishuan had no time to care about it. He lay in bed and slept soundly, going on a date with Zhou Gong. "Hubby, get up quickly, Mr. Li Gang is here." After an unknown period of time, Li Zishuan faintly heard a melodious voice ringing in his ears. He muttered somewhat unwillingly, "Who's here?" Han Yushi had no choice but to repeat, "Hubby, Mr. Li Gang is here. He's waiting in the front yard. Get up quickly." Li Zishuan heard it clearly this time. He immediately turned over and jumped off the bed, saying, "Mr. Li is here? How long has he been here?" This guy looked at the sunlight outside and knew that it was not early. As he spoke, he hurriedly put on his clothes and buttoned a button wrong in his hurry. Seeing this, Han Yushi sighed helplessly. Without any hesitation, she stepped forward to help Li Zishuan put on his clothes. She said, "Husband, don't worry. Mr. Li Gang has just arrived. There are 2 other people who came with him. They look quite old. Father is accompanying them in the front hall." Li Zishuan asked, "Oh, Dad, didn't you go out to play chess with someone today?" The chess he was talking about was Go. Of course, it didn't mean that there was only Go in the Tang dynasty and no Chinese chess. In fact, there were both types of chess in the Tang dynasty. Go had been circulating in China's upper class since the spring and autumn period. Chinese chess was relatively late and only became popular during the Warring States period. A few months ago, after Li Jingma handed over the family business to Li Zishuan, he happily became a rich man. In the morning, he usually played chess with others in the tea house, and in the afternoon, he usually went shopping with Mrs. Li or went sightseeing in the suburbs of Cheng. He was really comfortable. Not yet. Mother said that the imperial edict might come to our house today. She asked father not to go out. After Han Yushi helped Li Zishuan put on his clothes, she began to pull Li Zishuan to the dressing table to help him comb his hair. At this time, when she heard Li Zishuan's question, she answered softly. Li Zishuan responded. Then he complained in his heart, "I don't know if old Li has recovered today after drinking so much yesterday. He's not like me, who can sleep in the morning." Li Er, who had dark circles under his eyes and was in low spirits, yawned inexplicably on the dragon throne. Wei Zheng, who was standing below, couldn't help but frown. "Mr. Li, you're here. We're honored by your presence. Please forgive us for not going out to meet you." After washing up, Li Zishuan came to the main hall in the front yard. When he saw Li Gang and 2 unfamiliar old men, he quickly went forward and greeted them politely. Li Gang didn't buy it. He pointed at Li Zixuan and scolded, "What do you mean by not going out to meet you? I think you just woke up, right?" He had been with Li Zixuan for so long and had long regarded Li Zixuan as his own junior. When he saw this situation, he couldn't help but say a few more words. Cough, cough. Li Zixuan blushed and said awkwardly, "Well, I've been too tired to compile teaching materials for the academy recently, so I woke up a little late today. I didn't expect Mr. Li to come in person. Otherwise, I wouldn't have woken up so late." Li Gang glanced at Li Zixuan's legs and wanted to say, "Young people should pay attention to self-control." But when he considered that it would embarrass Li Zixuan in front of others, he could only change his words and say, "Diligence is the key to success. Yanhuang College will soon be on the right track. Little Xian, don't slack off at this time." Li Zixuan cupped his hands and said, "I understand." At this time, Li Jingma finally had a chance to interrupt. He stood up and said to Li Zixuan, "Little Xian, Mr. Li Gang has come to our house. You have to treat him well and don't neglect him. Father will go and order people to prepare lunch. You stay here and accompany these gentlemen." The people who came today were all influential figures. He felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. When Li Gang reprimanded his son, he could only listen. He couldn't say that Li Gang's reprimand was wrong. After all, Li Gang's name was so famous. Li Zixuan knew that his father wanted to sneak away, but he didn't expose him. He replied, "Father, go do what you need to do. I'll stay here." Li Jingmo nodded and cupped his hands to everyone. Then he hurried out. This kid is in a high position, but he can still accept criticism. His temperament is not bad. After Li Gang left, an old man with half-white hair sitting on Li Gang's right stroked his beard and laughed. "Sir, you flatter me." Although Li Zixuan didn't know who this person was, he still cupped his hands and thanked him. This was because he understood that the person who was brought here by Li Gang must have an extraordinary identity and ability. Li Gang pointed at the old man and introduced him to Li Zixuan. "Little Xian, let me introduce you. This is Dragon Gate's Wang Ji, Wang Wugong. People call him Dong Gaozi. You must have read his biography of Mr. Wu Dou, right? Mr. Wang is a true literary figure. This old man spent a lot of effort to invite him over. You mustn't neglect him." Li Zixuan was confused. Wang Wugong, Dong Gaozi, biography of Mr. Wu Dou? He had never heard of any of these before. He was a complete engineering guy in his previous life. If you were talking about awesome people like Li Bai, Du Fu, Bai Ji, he would definitely know them. However, he had never heard of Wang Ji. But it didn't matter because this guy knew how to act. "So it's you, Mr. Wang. I'm sorry for the disrespect. After I read your biography of Mr. Wu Dou, I admired your noble character very much. I'm really lucky to be able to see you in person today." Li Zixuan silently gave Li Gang 32 likes. Old Li was really a good friend. He even mentioned Wang Ji's representative work. This teammate was really 66666. Chapter 623. Wang Ji, courtesy name Wugong, also known as Donggaozi, was from Jiangzhou Longmen, a Tang dynasty doctor and famous poet. Many people might not know the name Wang Ji, but this person had a very powerful grandnephew, Wang Bo, the head of the 4 heroes of the Tang dynasty. Wang Bo was the grandson of Wang Ji's brother, Wang Tong. Speaking of Wang Tong, he was also a famous doctor and a very famous scholar. In the 3rd year of Emperor Wen's life, Wang Tong once traveled west to Chang and met Emperor Wen and presented the 12 strategies for Taiping, respected the way of the king, and analyzed the past and the present. But he was not used. Probably because of the recommendation of his hometown friend, Xue Daoheng, he was given the position of Assistant Secretary of Shu County and Assistant Minister of Shu King. But Wang Tong was not satisfied, so he resigned and became a private educator in his hometown. Later on, he devoted himself to the study of Confucius's 6 classics. It is said that he once studied under Li Yu of the Eastern Sea, studied poetry under Xia Dian of the Huiji, and inquired about etiquette under Guan Ziming of the River East. After studying, Wang Tong felt that he had learned something, so he imitated Confucius and wrote Wang's 6 classics, or continued 6 classics. He began to gather disciples and give lectures at Bai Nyoshi in his hometown. The number of disciples is often in the hundreds. Only Hunan Dongheng, Nanyang Qingyuan, Zhongshan Jiaqiong, Hedong Shui Shou, Taishan Yao Yi, Taiwan Wenyanba, Jing Zhaodu Yen, and a dozen others are outstanding. Yao Yi is generous, so Zhongyu, Shui Shou is knowledgeable, so Zhuangzhou. Other than that, it was said that Tang dynasty officials like Fang Xianling and Wei Zheng were also Wang Tong's disciples, but there was no direct evidence to prove it. As for Wang Ji, he was promoted to the position of secretary during the end of the Sui dynasty. But he was not happy in the court, so he resigned on the pretext of illness and returned to being Yangzhou's Six Harmonies minister. When the world was in chaos, he resigned and returned to his hometown. In the Tang dynasty, he ordered the court officials to wait for the imperial decree. At the beginning of the Tang dynasty, he resigned and returned to Hezhou to farm in Donggaozi, calling himself Donggaozi. He was arrogant, addicted to alcohol, and could drink wudo. He wrote Biography of Mr. Wudo, Wine Classic, Wine, and Zhuang. In history, this person's literary achievements were quite high. Later generations evaluated him as follows. His poetry is close but not shallow. His quality is not ordinary. He is frank and unrestrained. He is open-minded and lofty. He chases after the high winds of Wei and Jin. The body of laws originated from the six dynasties and took shape between the Sui and Tang dynasties. Wang Ji was depressed all his life. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, he was an official and retired 3 times. His heart was set on an official career, but he knew that it would be difficult for him to achieve great things. Therefore, he retired to the mountains and the countryside, entertaining himself with music, wine, and poetry. After he abandoned his official position and lived in seclusion in his hometown, Donghao village, he indulged himself in alcohol and indulged himself. His thinking was deeply influenced by Taoism. Most of his poems were based on the love of wine, praising Ji Kang and Ruan Ji, and praising Tao Yuan Ming with the content of the idyllic and leisurely life. Later generations compiled it into the collection of Donggaozi. At this time, in the main hall, Wang Ji heard Li Zishuan's sincere praise, and a smile appeared on his old face. He said humbly, You really know how to talk, but I'm just a country bumpkin. I don't deserve your praise. I heard that you've set up an academy. I'd like to see it for myself. Actually, Wang Ji couldn't be blamed for not being able to see that Li Zishuan was acting. It was just that Li Zishuan's acting was too realistic. The admiration and praise on his face were just right. If it was more, it would appear hypocritical, and if it was less, it would appear insincere. If he was in modern times, he could be an Oscar winner. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Since ancient times, learning has always been the most important thing in every dynasty. However, it is harder for the poor to enter the academy than to ascend to the heavens. Therefore, I founded Yanhuang Academy to establish my heart for the world and life for the people. I want everyone who is interested in learning to be able to learn useful things. Good. What a good heart for the world. What a good life for the peoples. The Li family's boy is really bold. When Wang Ji heard these 2 sentences, he couldn't help but slap the table and praise. He laughed and said, Just based on these 2 sentences, I'll drink to the heavens. After saying that, he picked up the teacup beside him and tilted his head back to pour it into his mouth. As a result, ba. It's actually tea. You're not honest. Why didn't you serve me wine when I came here? Wang Ji complained as he spat out the sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty tea in his mouth. Li Zishuan blushed with shame. He hurriedly asked someone to bring the iced wine from home and said, Cough, cough. Mr. Wu Gong, please wait a moment. The wine will be here soon. Another old man on the side pointed at Wang Ji and scolded jokingly, Wu Gong, after so many years, you're still so addicted to wines. Wang Ji didn't feel ashamed. Instead, he felt proud and said, So what? If a person lives a lifetime without wine, what's the point of living? It's better to die. Everyone was shocked by these words. What did he mean by addicted to wine? This was what it meant to be addicted to wine. In comparison, those drunkards in other people's mouths were simply too weak. Fragrant, 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 so fragrant. At this moment, a maid from the Li residence brought in a pot of wine. The spout of the wine pot was emitting cold air, and at the same time, it also brought out bursts of wine fragrance. Wang Ji's nose twitched like a pug as he greedily sniffed the wine fragrance in the air. The image of an otherworldly expert from before instantly disappeared without a trace. Li Zishuan's jaw dropped to the ground. Wang Ji didn't care about these things, or rather, he didn't care about these things at all. At this moment, he closed his eyes and was deeply intoxicated. Soft and mellow, mixed with the fragrance of mountain fruits. The ratio of each is just right. The fruit borrows the strength of the wine, but the wine dissolves the fragrance of the wine. Wonderful! 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 It's really wonderful! This winemaker can be called a master. Li Zishuan was speechless. Wasn't this the most ordinary of warm and gentle wine? Why did Wang Ji's words make it sound like the nectar of heaven? With the expansion of the winery and the improvement of the technology, although the current drunken immortal and warm and gentle wine were not cheap goods that could be found on the streets, the daily production capacity was already 2 to 3 times higher than before. At the very least, there was no need to line up everywhere to drink drunken immortal now. As long as you had the money, you could drink it. Therefore, Li Zishuan was very puzzled by Wang Ji's current behaviors. Li Gang's old face turned red. He secretly thought that his old friend was really embarrassing. He coughed dryly and said, "Cough, cough. Wugong, this is warm and gentle wine. It's sold in all the major restaurants in Chang'an City. If you like it, I'll ask Xiaoxian to give you some later." The expression on Wang Ji's face suddenly froze. However, this guy was also a clever person. Seeing his frozen old face, he immediately changed into an expression of reminiscence and said, "Oh, so it's warm and gentle wine. I drank it a few times in the past, but I didn't drink it after that. After such a long time, I almost forgot the taste." Li Zishuan was stunned for 2 seconds. He thought to himself, "I don't believe you. Warm and gentle wine and drunken immortal only appeared this year. You still have the nerve to say that you haven't drunk it for so long and have forgotten the taste?" He never expected this old guy to start acting with him. Life is really like a play, and it all depends on actings. Chapter 624. You old thing. In the main hall of the Li residence, after Wang Ji finished speaking, Li Zishuan did not expose the lie in front of him in order to give him some face. However, another old man sitting opposite him pointed at Wang Ji and scolded him with a smile. However, that old man only scolded him jokingly and didn't probe further. He probably knew that Wang Ji was living in seclusion in the remote Donghao village, and his family wasn't well off. It was normal that he hadn't heard of the gentle village. Li Zishuan stood up and said, "I haven't asked for this gentleman's name yet." Li Gang patted his head and said, "Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is..." "Hee. Wenji, why do you have to go through so much trouble?" That old man saw that Li Gang was going to introduce himself like how he introduced Wang Ji. He quickly waved his hand and interrupted him. Then he looked at Li Zishuan and said casually, "I'm Yen Silu. I don't have as much fame as Wang Wugong. I'm just a scholar who relied on my late father's shadow." "Oh, right, my late father, Yenji. I'm sure you've heard of it before." Li Zishuan was stunned for a moment. He only felt that the name Yen Jitue sounded very familiar. After searching his mind carefully, he was suddenly shocked. Yen Jitue. It was actually Yen Jitue, the man who wrote Yen Family Teachings. Yen Jitue lived his life and served 4 dynasties. 3 times, he was a man of a fallen country. He suffered the pain of separation and was deeply worried. Throughout his life, he didn't have any outstanding achievements, nor was he a prominent official. However, because of Yen Family Teachings, he enjoyed 1,000 years of fame. From this, one could see the far-reaching influence of his family teachings. Yen Family Teachings was written by Yen Jitue during the northern and southern dynasties. It influenced China's ancient family teachings for more than 2,000 years. It had the reputation of ancient and modern family teachings, with this as the ancestor. It was the most famous family teachings in China's history. Back then, Lu Xun's younger brother, Zhou Zuoren, greatly respected and admired Yan Jitue and the Yan family teachings. He specially wrote a note on the Yan family teachings in the night reading. Moreover, throughout history, the descendants of the Yan family had astonishing performances in terms of integrity and talent. Just in the Tang dynasty alone, people like Yan Shirgu, Yan Silu's eldest son, who annotated the Book of Han, Yan Zhenqing, whose calligraphy was a model for the world, and Yan Gaoqing, whose awe-inspiring integrity shook the world for thousands of years, and Yan Gaoqing, who died for the country, and so on, all gave people an extraordinary and deep impression of the Yan family, and also proved the effectiveness of the family teachings set by their ancestors. Even in the Song and Yuan dynasties, the Yan clan members continued to be officials, making the people of the Ming and Qing dynasties extremely envious. So you're a descendant of Master Yan. Sorry for the disrespect. Sir, you must be joking. If you are a sour Confucian, then there is no real Confucian in this world. Li Zishuan came back to his senses and cupped his hands solemnly at Yan Silu. His solemnity was not fake, but sincere. In that moment just now, he had already recalled some of Yan Jitue's deeds. If he remembered correctly, Yan Jitue had an extremely famous descendant, and that was Yan Zhenqing, the man who was known as the four great families of regular calligraphy, along with Zhao Mengfu, Lu Gongquan, and Ouyang Sun. Later generations said that Yan Zhenqing's status in the history of calligraphy in China was very high. Other than Wang Shiji, no one could be compared to him. Since Yan Zhenqing was a descendant of Yan Jie, then wasn't he also a descendant of Yan Silu in front of him? Yan Zhenqing was Yan Silu's sixth grandson. Fuse. You changed your mind so quickly. You were just praising this old man's. Now you're praising this sour old man's. Wang Ji, who was drinking at the side, couldn't help but say sourly when he saw Li Zishuan's appearance. Li Zishuan couldn't help but sweat. What do you mean by changing my mind so quickly? You're not a King Beauty, so why would I change my mind? Eating and sitting without manners, Wang Wugong, you really don't act like an elder at all. As soon as Wang Ji finished speaking, Yan Sila beat him to it and mocked him. Li Zishuan could see that these two old men were completely different from the old-fashioned scholars he usually saw. One had a carefree personality, and the other was easygoing and didn't put on airs. No matter what, Li Zishuan felt that it was a pleasant thing to get along with these two old men, so he couldn't help but give Li Gang 32 likes in his heart. Both of you are people of virtue and prestige. No matter who it is, I have admired you for a long time. There's no need to quarrel over such a small matter. Li Zishuan smiled and tried to smooth things over. Yan Sila's eyes flashed and he said with a smile, Li family's boy, don't beat around the bush. Tell me the truth, do you want to invite the two of us to teach at your college? Li Zishuan was slightly speechless. He originally planned to chat a bit more, then have a meal and drink together later, and then invite them to join Yanhuang College. After all, in modern times, wasn't this the process of inviting people to do things? He didn't expect Yan Silu to be so direct, but since things had already come to this, he had nothing to hide, so he cupped his hands and said to the two of them, to be honest, I have the same intention. I hope the two of you can come to Yanhuang College to teach and educate peoples. Yanhuang College has just been built, and other than Mr. Li Gang, there is no one else of virtue and prestige. If the two of you can join, Yanhuang College will definitely be able to reach a higher levels. Among them, Li Zishuan didn't know what other skills Wang Ji had other than writing good essays. However, Yan Silu was different. First, he had scholarly prestige, and second, he had personal cultivation. If he could come to Yanhuang College to help manage the students, Li Zishuan felt that he would be able to save a lot of troubles. As for Wang Ji, Li Zishuan felt that his personality was good, and he was pleasing to the eye. In addition, he was recommended by Li Gang, so Li Zishuan felt that he might as well hire both of them. Wang Ji, who was enjoying the warmth of a woman while listening to the compliments, had no idea that he had become a buy one get one free gift in someone's hearts. I have nothing to do at home. If it weren't for Li Wenji's multiple invitations, I wouldn't have come here today. You are also a famous person in Chang'an this year, and I've heard a lot of rumors about you. But today, you said, set your heart for heaven and earth, and set your life for the people, which made me see you and Yenhuang College in a new light. I'm even a little glad that I came here today. Yen Silu shook his head and sighed. Li Zishuan saw this and was delighted. He asked, so, Mr. Yen, you agree? You, a young man, can set your heart for heaven and earth, and set your life for the people. How can an old man like me, who is about to know his destiny, shrink back? Yen Silu stroked his beard and nodded with a smile.